Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville, or I don't know, maybe the North Pole or something like that, because this here it's a very frosty, it's going to be a very frosty day here, very frosty evening, because we're going to be working on the Ice Troll King. This is from Archvillain Games right here. There's not really a whole bunch of skin tones as I look through this. Yeah, when I'm looking at this, there's like his feet and his legs and his hands. Everything else is armor. Now, am I gonna do gold, verdigris? I'm not so sure. We could do some copper, something like that. But he's a king, so maybe some gold might just be in order. That way we could have some fun yellows going on, lots of greens from reflected stuff. A little bit of a different approach here on the snow. I would love to use my crushed glass snow, but this has to match previously painted things, so we're just going to have to do the snow the way, try and do that the same way that other snow was done. I'm just going to be throwing a couple of brushes over here onto the side. Let me just do this here and get these guys out here. And we'll go over the palette super quick here. Nothing fancy. We got a bunch of radiants. I think we got all of them out here. Might have to get some more of the radiant green out here, but we got the lemon, we got the turquoise, the blue, the magenta, the violet, and then there's the green, which we might have to put some more out there again. We've got some of the usuals here of the indigo, black spinel, and the Van Dyke brown. I still have the cobalt blue sitting out there from forever ago. Doesn't dry fast, let me tell you. Hey, Dano. And Deck Knight, how you guys doing? Now, we actually have a little bit of phthalo green, just reasons, right? And that's going to have to be bone colored too. We still have those cadmiums out there. These things have been sitting out here for like a week. So Deck Knight, hope you're doing well. I got some Terra Rosa, like they're fanching red over here. Again, how much of this stuff we're going to use? Ooh, who knows? We got some Perline Black here. You got some Prussian Blue over there. There's even Egyptian Violet Brown Matter and some Asphaltum. Again, these are just leftover from other sessions. What the heck is Prinkles? Let's get Prinkles out. I'm gonna actually take a quick look. See already? Look at this. Yeah, there's way less shiny on this thing already. And I'm telling you, I think that's those Radiants, those Gamlin Radiants. I think they cut down on the shiny stuff really well. I mean, there's still some areas, especially where there's more cadmiums, maybe. But geez Louise, look at this here. There, especially along here. So that is, and people have been asking why the Radiance. Well, maybe that's why the Radiance. Hey, Crazy Wolf, how you doing? So yeah, this worked out pretty well, and now we have ourselves a new character, right? He's like, yeah, gonna worship me as a god. Just because I lick myself every now and again doesn't mean I'm not that much of a god. Gods can lick themselves whenever they want. So that is the demand. That's Prinkles just laid down the law right there. Now this guy right here, I think he was 3 parts. I want to say he was well, yeah, the king. Then you had no, it was 4 parts. I think you had the king, then the throne, this part of the throne, then you had this half of the throne, and then you had this. And I think all of this was hollow. I think the king and the throne and the other piece, they were all hollow, and they sort of hid the, well, obviously down here is where they had the openings, right, which is very handy. Hey Danny, how you doing? And we have a Ghost Raven miniatures. Wow, Ghost Raven miniatures. We are 4 minutes in. We got a Valfera and Chris in here too. Well, Valfera, I hope that your day was a little bit better than yesterday. And well, Andy Dandy, they only take maybe 8 to 24 hours max to dry, so they're not really gonna get all that dusty. Hey, Pixel Roz, how you doing? And if everybody could please give Ghost Raven Miniatures a follow, that would be sensational. Oh yeah, well, okay, I think we're all caught up now. So yeah, we're just about to get started here, which means pre-glaze time. And I was just going over the palette here with some of the radiant colors here. And then some of our regulars, I'm going to be mostly using these darker ones. See this over here on this side of the palette? That's what we're mostly going to be doing in something that is called the pre-glaze. Now, I was just showing this figure that we painted in last night's stream. This is also done with the oils. And we were just talking about, well, drying time and such. And now there will be parts of this that take a little longer to dry, most notably the red areas, because that's where we got some cadmium colors. But all these areas that are blue, the base, all that stuff is, by tonight, that should basically be dry. It's these areas here where maybe we've got a little bit more paint and the cadmium colors. That might take a little bit longer to dry right there. Uh, thanks so much, Ghost Raven Miniatures. Now, we usually, these days, are painting 3D miniatures here, or 3D printed figures. So here's a few that we have been painting over the last couple of weeks. These are also from Archvillain. So right here again, Archvillain Games. These are, I think, from their August release right here. These are called Mato Riders, and technically I've actually painted 4 of these. One of them is a regular tutorial video. So these are also, again, from Archvillain. Really, really enjoy their stuff. It's really fantastic. We've got some other things from Archvillain right here. Oh, like the Sons of Sekhmet that we painted over New Year's. And we painted these in November and December. And then, of course, this is one of my new army painting series right there. And now we do have videos on the YouTube channel as well. And all of these guys were also painted with the oil paints. And most of them are on YouTube. Like Kamul the Easterling right there front and center, because he's bestest Ringwraith. He is the latest video on the YouTube channel right now. And of course, well, we also might do 1 or 2 Lord of the Rings armies here. Not figures, but armies. So there's our Mori army again, all painted in the oils. All painted in oils. And here's, well, we also do terrain. Guess what? Painted in oils. Yes, we do. And here's some more of our Lord of the Rings armies. So it's, again, you sense a theme, right? You sense a theme here. Let's see. Oh, that's fine. Actually, Ghost Raven, what were you painting today? And thank you so much, Orchid Barbie. I appreciate that. Let's see. The 2000 point alien hive army from One Page Rules. Chapman, how do those One Page Rules miniatures compare, would you say? Hey, Dr. Feedgood, how you doing? And Legionnaires, nice to see you too. Oh, now here, as far as colors on this, so think this. This is another 3D printed miniature here. This is from Monster Mini Mayhem. So the color scheme a little bit more like this with blues and greens and that sort of thing. So yeah, what we're going to do is just take some of these darker colors now, and that's going to involve some of our thinner, and it's going to be extremely messy. That's how, well, when I'm working with acrylics too, I think Ghost Raven, you've seen some of the acrylic stuff, and well, you know that the shaded base coat really is not all that different from the pre-glaze. It's pretty messy, right? Let's see. Oh boy, Ghost Raven miniatures. I've been seeing on Instagram a lot of the White Wolf stuff. That really looks sensational. How are those actually for printing? I guess just asking about things like the supports and all that kind of stuff. Hopefully those are well done, because the miniatures certainly do look fantastic. So again, we're using darker colors here. We're going to be wiping a lot of this away with the makeup sponges. Also, the one-page rules aren't so bad. I saw Luke's. I just call him Luke's APS, but he really likes their stuff, and I guess he's really been printing a lot of that. So yeah, he really does like their stuff. That's for sure. Oh, more Van Dyke Brown here. More Van Dyke Brown. So again, this is all just going to look like a big old dark mess. I would advise to stick around, because guess what? What was an equal mess? Was Prinkles. Yes, he was just as big of a mess. He's like, woof, I used to look like that, but see, I clean myself up now. Boy, that actually Prinkles has a very different personality from Prinkles, doesn't he? With a really big axe. So no Vallejo primer. Actually, we stopped using Vallejo primer years ago. It just was terrible, even with regular acrylic paint. So we use the Steino Res. We use this all the time. I just brush it on. I think this is actually just a combo here of the oceanic blue and the white here. And I really don't care about primer colors. That doesn't matter. That's kind of irrelevant to me. What's important is that it's relatively neutral like this and somewhat on the lighter side. Somewhat on the lighter side too. Hey Nixo, how you doing? Yeah, just gonna get the throne here. Maybe not. Is it made out of ice? We'll see. We don't have to decide all that just yet. Nice to see you there, Grim. How you doing? I think we're all caught up there. But we got Sammy Poo. Sammy Poo, nice to see you. I hope that you had yourself a decent Saturday.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my god.
Thank you so much, Orchid Barbie, for that follow. That is much appreciated. And along comes Gandalf, and he says, yeah, could you maybe not have all that snow hitting us at the Pass of Kahara? Just that's kind of a pain right there. It's like the hobbits are just sinking into that snow. It's like, oh, the hobbits. I think I got one of them in my mug right here. It's like, is it that Pippin guy? Because if it is, it's okay. Whoa, look at that. See, Gandalf. Even Gandalf is turning on the hobbits. How does that happen? Actually, Nixel, that sounds really good. I like that plan. I like that plan. I too would like to do that exact same thing. That would be really cool. I would not object to that at all. There's a part of me that's tempted to almost break out some cerulean blue here. I mean, I got it, right? I may just have to use that. So Nixel, no chance to read any books. Unfortunately, we're either streaming or filming or editing videos. So that leaves, unfortunately, it makes me kind of sad. No time for reading. No time for reading at all. And that does sound good, Sammy Poo. Day of gaming is never a bad thing. You know what? What the heck? I'm gonna just for funsies here. We got this cobalt blue that's been sitting around on the palette forever. We're just gonna throw this out here, and again, it's just gonna be all messy. Yeah, that's how it goes early on.
So say we all.
And thank you so much, Landrast. I appreciate that. Oh, look at this. It's like a. Oh, look at this. There, it's like a brush holder right there. How cool was that? So Nixel, again, I'm streaming or filming or editing, which means no audiobooks because can't really listen to those while filming or streaming. Or well, you could. You would get several strikes on your various channels, wouldn't you? With all the with the audio stuff playing in the background, wouldn't it? So yeah, unfortunately, no audiobooks, nothing like that. Uh, Orchid Barbie, we have a little bit of a saying here. You come for the miniature painting, but you actually stay for the puppet shows. And now here we're gonna have to zoom in a bit, I think, to do this particular puppet show because it's more fun when you are zoomed in here. Let's get this. Do we have where's our Saruman here? He's somewhere around here. Where'd you go? There you are. There you are. So let's move you over. I think we need to zoom in at least once, maybe twice. There it is. Such a pastoral scene right there. Look at that. Look at that. And then now along comes Sauron. He says, check it out. That's my bachelor pad right there. Have some parties there. Pay no attention to the smoke that's like over there, maybe behind the hill, because it's just me doing my little war factories right there. And this thing here, every so often I just, tell Sauron I'm going to give him a ring. Boom. See what I did there? So yes, painted backdrops for the puppet shows. And of course, we also paint these in oils too. Usually our Thursday stream is where we're doing some 2D art. As you can see, these have somewhat of a Middle-earthian type of a theme to them. Maybe just a little bit there. So these have been very fun, and we've done, gosh, tons and tons of these. Look, there's your Lonely Mountain. Oh, there's your Argonath. We've done Rivendell, Skiliath, Minas Tirith. We've done most of Middle Earth. Oh, and Hobbiton, too. So here, we're going to back out a little bit. So yeah, Nixel, once I started doing the 2D paintings, I started thinking, you know what? Wonder if we could use these as a little bit of a Punch and Judy show backdrop or something like that. And they really they really did work out for that, I think. I get endless fun out of all that. Hey, Bithron, I'm glad that Bithron, you're here at the beginning, so no, you don't have to worry about hello, goodbye, or anything like that, like last night. So I just want to make sure we got everybody here. Now, of course, hey, Olive, nice to see you too. Now, you might have to repeat a question or something like that because, needless to say, the camera boom is directly in front of the chat. I mean, it's now. Fortunately, I also could use. I can see the chat in another window. Oh, I'm glad you got this day off there, Bithron. At least I can sort of see it on my other monitor. But last night, yeah, I had my one window had my reference on it, and the window with the chat was entirely covered. I mean, it was gone. There was no way I could see it. Now I can see how kind of spattery this is getting. It's the way of things. This is the way with oils, spattery and messy. Spattery and messy. Throw in a little bit more of our cobalt blue here. Just here and there, everywhere. Doesn't, I don't really care. Does it really matter that much? So yeah, Nixel, well, we're going to be needing some naps tomorrow. It's going to be a very late night tonight. And then tomorrow's going to be late night too. So it kind of is what it is. You know, I might start already thinking about, this is unusual. I don't usually do this, but I'm going to actually start maybe throwing in a little bit of a little bit my lighter color here. It's going to be maybe a slightly different approach to some of the pre-glaze here. So Grim, it's just sitting out on the palette because cobalt blue is, oh, as you know, it doesn't exactly dry quickly, right? Especially when it's sitting there on the palette. And since I have some, and since we have quite the wintry theme here, I thought, well, I'll just exhaust the last of it here. I'll just kill it off, and it's mostly gone now. There's only a tiny little bit of it left. Thanks, Hendrix. Yeah, now if you want to go see like some of those miniatures I was showing you, or that 2D stuff that I was showing you, all of the past episodes are saved as highlights. So it's like a YouTube channel. Now, unfortunately, I can't. I have no way to do like playlists or anything, but it is all saved. So all that previous stuff is still saved here. So if you want to check it out, you can. And some of it does end up then on the YouTube channel as well. Sometimes I'll take maybe a little shorter version of it, cut some things out or whatever, and that goes up on the YouTube channel. So I think we're all caught up, yes. And we do terrain, miniatures, 2D art, busts. Oh my gosh, we've done actually a bunch of busts. I'm gonna get some more of the Printomancer busts good to go, and maybe some of the Titan Forge ones, so we can do more of those. And this was actually using my homemade fluorescent oils. Seriously, homemade fluorescent oils. And well, here's another one right here. This is very fun. This is also from Printomancer. So all of these episodes, they were all done here on the channel. You come back, go back and watch all of those. Let's see. Well, Danny M, that sounds good. All right, here then we're going to grab. Look at this. Look at the makeup sponges. So yeah, Valfera. It's a good thing we have a multitude of sponges, right? Because well, we used a whole bunch on Prinkles last night, and I have a feeling we're going to be using several more on this. So you can see how we're wiping some of that away. Some of it does remain behind. And then we're going to be doing some also some pre-glaze on this element here. But we want to get all the blues and such wiped away first. Let's get some of this stuff wiped away first here. Hey, Imagine, nice to see you again. Hopefully Christine's doing okay. Well, actually, Imagine, she's really, it's actually you would be better off just just getting the colors and mix them with the thinner. Now, if it's the either the homemade fluorescence or something like that, now it's a little bit different, but you're almost just better off kind of mixing those there because you'll kind of go through them relatively fast. I was wondering. Well. That seems to be pretty much the same thing for everybody. It sounds like, as they say in Australia, you're on holiday. And thanks for the clip there, Bithron. Let's see. So Orchid Barbie, I have no idea. I think it was just now on the miniature. That horn is because there's a miniature version and there's a bust version, and for whatever reason on the miniature version the horn is complete, but on the bust version the horn just kind of ends. So I don't know what they were trying to do with that. I don't really know, but yeah, for whatever reason on the miniature it's one way and on the bust it's a different way. Here, let's take this. So Megan and Queez, not sure if they'll be joining us because, well, I think it's just the kids passing along, like the usual stuff the kids pass along to their parents. So we may or may not see them. Now, of course, actually, imagine there's an experiment that I'm going to be doing. You can get those. I found some fluorescent powdered pigments on Amazon, and I have one bag of those, courtesy of Megan. I'm going to try and secure a couple of more bags once I can pay some other things, and we'll see if those are the same, if they work as well as the Green Stuff World ones. And what we're talking about is basically this here, where we take the Green Stuff World powdered fluorescent pigments, we mix it with linseed oil, and we actually create ourselves an oil paint out of it. And well, you can see many examples of me using that because that's what we used on all of our Moria stuff. So you want to see all the Moria, the Gabos, and of course we have our Moria Fellowship, right, with Gandalf and such, and of course we'll look at a little Aragorn here. So yes, the Moria Fellowship, you can catch all that painted on the channel here with our homemade fluorescent oil paints. Well, that and the Dunlendings and, well, all the other stuff. So you can check out the Instagram channel there. You'll see a lot of the pictures of painted stuff there too. And of course, if you want to join the Linseed Brotherhood, you can check out the Discord channel. Grim created that. Grim's also got some intro to oils videos too on his YouTube channel. So you can see we're just wiping some of this away. Wiping some of that away here, and we'll, I don't know, I might ditch the cardboard back here. I was hoping that might help with the image, but it might just be doing more harm than good. So I might just ditch the cardboard right here. And we'll see what that does. Let's not shake the camera too much. Yeah, I think that's going to be a little bit better. That cardboard is just too warm of a color there. So we'll just do it this way right here. I think this is going to be a little bit better. Also gives me a place to, well, store some of the refuse that we're generating at a very high rate. So again, this is super messy. I realize very messy, but things must be messy before they can be neat. That is the way. This is the way. At least in Wappleville it is. All right, let's get some of our warmer color on this. And we're going to grab ourselves a different one of our cheap craft brushes right here. Really, seriously, cheap craft brushes. Mostly Van Dyke Brown. Might throw a little bit of the brown matter in some spots here. But let's just hit this here, and you can see it's a little different look now. It's going to be even darker. Then we'll hit it with the sponges like we did our other colors too. So there we'll kind of go over some of the, now we will actually have a bunch of metal on this, believe it or not. At first I was thinking it might be a copper with some verdigris or something, but I think it would be a nice contrast if it actually was, if we had gold medals. So we are going to do a little bit of a review of a few of the chapters of the Book of Wapol. Right now, there's about 55-ish chapters or so. Now, of course, chapter 1 is always, if a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. And that's kind of why we do the pre-glaze thing. It's one way to make sure that, well, if you get that color somewhere, it goes everywhere. Now, another quick little note here. This color, these colors, it's not really what we call a staining color. So when I wipe this away, an awful lot of it's going to be gone. Some colors are not that way, and we know, well, Egyptian violet is one of them, and of course Indian yellow too. I think that's one of the chapters in the Book of Wapol, right? Egyptian violet is the king of violets. Everything else is just purple. I'm pretty sure that's in the Book of Wapol too. But we're going to utilize Prinkles actually to illustrate a couple, and these will be some of the same principles that we're going to be talking about here. So let's go to some of our previous chapters now. Right now, so this dry paint sticks to wet paint. Well, so what the heck does that mean? Are the oils drying? The oils are not drying. Essentially what we're doing here is, well, we just applied a dry brush, right? Well, we applied we're turning this into dry paint by basically wiping it away. It was wet. Wiping it away pretty much starts making it dry, and then that means we can put other colors over the top of it more easily. When people are doing new to the oils, they kind of think of them as super slow drying acrylics, which it's just not going to end well for you. Get to our next one over here. When in doubt, make things darker, and that's what we're going to be doing here. We will indeed be making things darker because you must have dark to show the light, especially if you want snow and ice and stuff. We got to have some darks to make that happen. Contrast more than just light versus dark, okay? And this is going to be important too. Metal surfaces reflect their surroundings. Now let's grab Prinkles over here. Let's grab Prinkles, and we're going to zoom in real quick here, like so. Now, reds, blues, look at all that. Must be a lot of value contrast there, right? Maybe not so much. Look at this here. Take a look at that. You don't see it. Look at it. His leg looks like it's all the same color. The value is different in a few places, like up here, but otherwise, not much is different right here. Look at this. Look at this. We bring back that color, and poof, it's like magic. All of a sudden, red reappears. Now look at the metals here, reflecting the red. Some of the blues reflected as greens. It's gold. There's very little yellow here. We got some oranges over here. You got some browns over here. You got greens, greenish gray over here. Why? Because it's reflecting some of this blue. So all of this stuff going to be important even on our new Ice Troll King here. So I think, are we caught up there? Let's see. Oh yeah, the the chapter studies are Black Templar right here. Hopefully that worked out for you, Olive. So yeah, I really hope that worked out. So we wiped away a little bit there, whatever. Now I'm just going to take some of this darker color here and just make sure it gets into our bone right here. And the bone, well, we're painting this much like our Ossiarch stuff here. Well, we throw a variety of different colors there into what would be bone. Grayish blues, reddish browns, yellowish tans, and then we throw some lighter colors over the top in a dry brush fashion, and you get bone, but you get far more variety in that. Now here, now I'm going to start taking things like Indian yellow and some, Terra Rosa. Some much warmer colors here. And since I would like for that to be sort of semi-gold, we're starting to change the colors here a little bit. Starting to change some of these colors over here. Let's get that over there where that armor is, or at least we're going to say that it's armor. I'm going to do that here too. Let's make sure we get a little bit of the Terra Rosa here, because that's just going to be a nice little contrast, right? We said metal reflects its surroundings. What's surrounding it? A whole bunch of snow and ice. So how would that kind of greenish color not get in there? But see how it's kind of green already? It's by default. We don't have to glaze that in there or whatever after the fact. It's there from the get-go. It's there from the start. So very handy. Ooh, we're gonna take some of this Terra Rosa, some of this brown matter here, and that's also gonna go up into this. Remember we were talking about making things darker? See how we're kind of darkening things back down, but also changing a bit of the color along the way. Yeah, and since I think we don't want this to be bleached, right? I think we want this to be more stained than bleached. It's not the desert. Skulls in the desert, one thing. Boy, super lazy. Yeah, we experience that on a daily basis. The post office is actually 10 times worse, where it'll say delivered, and it's nowhere close to your house or near being delivered, but it says delivered. Yeah, that's the fun times here. Hey, Thousand Young, how you doing? So Thousand Young again. Those are I really love the sculpts that you're doing. They're really fabulous. So I hope that the person appreciates them because it's really fantastic stuff. Also, too, if you want to see, I actually did post my first reel. Yeah, it was a reel to the Instagram. Just what Peleus on Instagram. I have no idea how that works. It's not a super intuitive platform, I gotta say. It's kind of difficult to work with. But yes, we did post our first little 9-second video to YouTube. It was just to show the Rohan army, that's all. So I think I'm going to leave this somewhat zoomed in here. You know, let's get some of that on here, and we'll leave that maybe be more icy. Okay, time for some lights maybe. Where's our big old filbert brush again? Nothing fancy here price-wise. What is this? $5-ish, somewhere in there. Oh, that's cool, Thousand Young. I'm glad you're able to get something done for yourself. It's always nice, right? Always nice. Now, I'm not going to try and remove that stuff just yet. We want to try and get some different blues there. So I'm going to take, actually, this is the Radiant Blue and the Radiant Violet, because on him, I want the skin color such as it is to be slightly different color-wise than the rest of them. So we're just going to throw a little bit of this here. You can see, look at light grip on the brush as always, right? A light grip on that brush. No crushing the brush, no death grip, none of that. Don't want to see it. Don't want to be seeing a death grip on the brush. Now we did do what? Indigo over here, which should make that a bit more of a grayish tone, I think. And thanks so much, Armored Wolf, for throwing the Insta links in there. That's appreciated. Also, please give Armored Wolf a follow on Instagram. You'll be glad that you did, because then you'll get to see all the fantastic stuff that Armored Wolf does. Well, Chris K, I didn't know that. I didn't know that there would be Williamsburgs on Amazon. Well, that'd be nice if you could score some of those, especially with a gift card. Have gift card will travel through the Williamsburg selection. Yeah. Yeah, I'll use that over here too. And again, we're letting some of the brown mix in there. Just, it's not that big a deal, right? We want colors to mix together, but not so much that they just turn into mud. So we're not trying to make mud here. Which means, again, a light brush stroke, and also don't be hasty, little hobbits. Don't be hasty, little hobbits. Oh, and Dick Blick. Okay, sorry, Chris K. I just never thought, Dick Blick gift card. Well, a Dick Blick gift card, that is going to be, that's all kinds of hazardous right there. Yeah, that is true danger. I know I could chew up one of those in a hurry. And thank you so much, Sarge. I appreciate that. We'll make a little shamrock shake out of this right here. Where's them shamrocks? Come on, get down in there. And we'll just stir this up in our medicine. And of course, like we were talking yesterday, a medicine cabinet in here would not be a bad thing. Doesn't have to be a big medicine cabinet, but a medicine cabinet would be nice.
Spark my ganja.
And thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Yeah, well, Chris, after what happened the other day, even Supermax was not enough to prevent some craziness the other day. So, yeah, unfortunately, what would you say? Some kids ruin it for all the other kids. Yeah, there was a bit of an issue the other day. Oh, thanks, Imagine. I appreciate that. Yeah, good. Well, let's see. I can't reach it here, but it was basically the green stuff world powders. Obviously, they come from overseas, so that's going to take a while. I believe this isn't a U.S. source, so it might be easier for like you and I to get, say, than maybe the green stuff world. Price wise, it might also be a little bit cheaper too, price wise. But the key is we wouldn't have to wait potentially weeks for it. So yeah, and of course I can make bigger batches because right now I'm basically out of all of the orange as far as the green stuff world powders go. So that was the other reason we wanted to try those. But thank you so much, Imagine. Now, but Landris has been able to get three Williamsburgs off of Amazon. Actually, how does it compare to Dick Blick? I mean, obviously, Dick Blick, everything's always on sale there pretty much. Yeah, Dano, it would be a medicine cabinet that's just, I mean, it's really weird how it looks like a mini fridge. It's not a mini fridge, it's just a medicine cabinet, but for whatever reason, it's, medicine cabinets, sometimes the medicine, it needs to be refrigerated, right, so that it doesn't go bad. So yeah, that this particular medicine cabinet might look a bit like a mini fridge, but rest assured, it is not one of those. Definitely not. All right, I'm gonna keep going with it. Let's just go a little lighter here, and then we can judge. Sometimes we need context. You notice how we don't just paint one little part of this and then stay on that one small section. No, we're not doing something like that. We are not doing something like that. We're gonna just we're gonna work on the entire miniature all at once here. And it is the way, because if you're just working on one small part, there's no way for you to tell, well, okay, what does the skin tone really look like next to black primer or white primer? Either way, you need to at least have some kind of another color out there for it to compare and contrast with. Yeah, Imagine. I think, well, the two that are the most useful, and you heard me say this, the orange and the green, those are the two that you're going to be using probably 3/4 of the time, maybe more. Now, especially the orange. So now that I have a big batch of orange, if it works, I can make you a container and send you that. My biggest question, I think it'll look like fluorescent paint. There's no doubt about that. My question is, will it be opaque? Because the green stuff world set was shockingly opaque. Will this be the same? Well, you know how it is. There's only one way to know. Oh, and also to tell Christine that her latest sculpt there that she showed me is looking fantastic. Actually, if you want to, ooh, wait a minute. But it might take me a little while to find it here. Just give me a second. Ooh, give me a second. It might be around here somewhere, maybe. I don't know where that. I was looking for the Neverland Pirates. I thought I had a picture of them up here, but I think it's just kind of lost in the array Not seeing it there. No, not there. I thought it was right there. No, but anyway, if you want to post the link to the Neverland stuff there, Imagine, feel free. Sorry, I should have thought of that before. Hopefully, hopefully it's not too late. See, look at this, just starting to add some of our little bit of light snow color. And again, I have to paint the snow on here. I would love to just do the crushed glass snow, but this has to match figures that I've been painting for this person since 2005. And this is the way all the snow was done, so, well, this is the way. We gotta do it this way. But I wish I had the oils, because it's sure making that whole prospect a lot easier. Doing that with acrylics was just a pain. Yep, she sent a link to the download. So, and that it was really cool to see that. Very cool to see that. I think she put that up on Instagram. Maybe I think maybe the next day or so. That was up on Instagrams. So it was kind of wild to see it there too. All right, is there any other? Oh, yeah, another little snow pile over here. All right, Orchid Barbie, thank you so much. And Orchid Barbie, the next day we'll be streaming should be Monday. That would probably be about a 7 p.m. Central Time start, and we might just be going back to our Armada Mondays. Where's our Armada ships? Here we go. There we go. So this is just a tiny portion of the Armada ships that we painted here on stream. We did an entire Empire of Dust fleet, fairly good-sized Basilean fleet, and the Orcs. We even started working on the, oh, what the heck, the Twilight Kin. Actually, I was thinking maybe not doing the winter theme on the regular elves, but maybe trying to do some more freehandy stuff on the sails there, like we did on the Twilight Kin. So that's possible. Again, I'm going to try and see if we can't get back to some Armada Mondays, see how that works. All right, Landrast, I'll catch you later. Catch you later. Thanks. Oh, thanks for the sub too, as always. Much appreciated. So yeah, Chris, I was very shocked when Kathy had her jury duty downtown to see that, well, since I had last worked / went to school downtown, there was a Dick Blick downtown. That was the last place I ever thought I'd see one, but there was one there. It was very much a surprise. So Grim, when you're self-employed, you don't recognize those things that they call holidays. They don't exist. Yeah, Armored Wolf and I, both of us, I'm sure, there's still at least a 30% chance that both Armored Wolf and I will try to like head to our respective post offices to deliver something, like send out a box of miniatures or dice bags or whatever, and we're gonna get there and go, oh yeah, right, I guess they do those things. So yeah, we do not recognize those kind of things. Every day is a work day. Yeah, cool. It's I do believe the headquarters for Dick Blick is in Galesburg, Illinois. Yeah, I think it's headquartered in Galesburg, which is handy for me because it means that we're going to be getting the free shipping, and it happens a little bit quicker. Yeah, actually, Grim, there's a good chance that you saved both Armored Wolf and myself a trip because even though I've told myself twice, like, okay, don't even bother. You can't send anything out anyways. I was still on the verge of trying to do that. So that's what it is, right? When you do what we do, your calendar is very different than what everybody else's is. All right, why don't we start to, now that we've done some of our other lighter colors here, I'm going to take sponge here. I'll take some of that away. And then we're going to start to throw in some of our golds here. I'm going to start to get to work on some of those. And at least now that we've got some context here, I think it's time we can maybe start to work on this, because the warm colors here, that's hopefully going to draw you in to our Troll King right here. All right, we've wiped. Look at all that stuff coming off on the sponge right there. Megan is here. So Megan, sorry about the queeze there. He must still be alive, because he did. I saw him. He commented on the Instagram thing that I did, so I know he's technically alive. To what degree he's alive, I'm not quite sure, but here's hoping for a speedy recovery there. So it's starting to warm up a little bit here, and this is by no means the lightest we can go. This is all I'm trying to do here is get myself some context, right? I want to see what does this look like next to all of these blues, and we got to get some greens into these blues. We have an awful lot of just almost borderline grayish blue. We need to get some phthalo greens in here. So he's alive and he did some napping. Well, that's good. Well, when you said that, I was like, oof, that is just, that don't sound pretty right there. So I think we're pretty much caught up. Again, I do apologize if I missed something in the chat, because it is really, really tough to see with where we've got the camera boom right now. And this is from Archvillain right here, a 3D print. Now here's where things get a little different already. This has a little bit of green in it already. Why? Reflected light. Right, reflected light. And of course, there's Prinkles here. So Megan, and I think we sent you some pictures of Prinkles there, but there he is, the new war kitty. There he is. It's like, dude, man, that looks like a bunch of cat litter right there. That would be snow, not cat litter. Sure. That's what they always say. Well, Prinkles is already causing trouble. Not even dry yet, and Prinkles already causing some trouble. Look at that. Who would have thought a cat causing trouble? There we go. Oh, so yeah, Grim, definitely make sure that people check that out. I'm gonna take the, not the magenta. I'm gonna take this violet here. We're gonna throw some of that. And look, I got the brush. Just 2 fingers on the brush, basically. A very light touch here. And we're gonna let that. See how it's picking up? Oh, look at that. See how that versus this side? We were doing the same thing with our Prinkles figure last night. You could just see all those darker colors being picked up. Actually, that looks like more like ice or something there. Hey, Happy Heretic, how you doing? Yeah, Happy Heretic. We definitely, the idea of the, shall we say, the medicine cabinet that looks suspiciously like a mini fridge, that just has more and more appeal. Again, it's just a medicine cabinet. We don't do any of that for enjoyment or anything like that. It is strictly for the good of the stream, right? Well, we did a 6-hour stream last night, so we have to preserve that voice somehow, don't we? So again, we're just using some magenta, or sorry, some of the, well, there's actually a little bit of magenta in there too, but this is the violet radiant from Gamlin. Just letting that mix with all of that bone color that we threw in. Look at how dark that got. But here on the edge, see, I'm not going to lighten that up, because I would like the ice to contrast with it. You must have dark to show light, and vice versa, right? Well, Happy Heretic, I know you've got, if you want to show some of your Discord / Insta links there, things you've been working on, you got lots of them. You have lots of them. And Dano, actually, if you want to show some of your Instagram pics there, things that you've been working on, that you've been showing me. That would be sensational. Actually, Megan, I don't know if you wanted to share your links to Alfred or not, but that would be kind of cool because that's also showing all those different shades of gray, and it kind of goes into the different forms of contrast, right? And thank you so much, Imagine. Appreciate it. Oh, look at that. Look at all those little shamrocks just bouncing around in there. Thank you very much. So again, if I missed something in the chat, I think Megan, looks like Megan typed something that I might have missed there. I do apologize. You can always go ahead and type it back in again. I ain't gonna complain. No big deal to me. Alright, so those, yeah, I guess we're gonna have to get more of an icy look on those. But see how this is all starting to change here a little bit? All starts to change with our lighter colors in here. And we'll go back and actually darken some things down too. But look how that went from that to that in no time flat. So you get 2 or 3 brush strokes out of it. You go back, you get yourself some more. And of course, you can't have a bunch of liquid on that brush, because if you do, well, dry brush means dry, not whether it's water or thinner. That ain't dry. There we go. So there's Megan's Alfie right there. And go take a look at all those fantastic shades of gray. Look at all those fantastic shades of gray. Gray does not have to be some flat, dead, whatever. There's just so many wonderful shades of gray there. Here, let's do a little bit more of the, oh, yeah, some line right there. More back here. And then we'll just kind of leave that. We're going to come back into this too with some darks. Right? It's not going to be like that. Here again, this is so this thing from Monster Mini Mayhem. See all the ice crystals and stuff? Yeah, they were just looking like that. There was not much with the facets, right? Not a whole lot of color there. And when we talk about our phthalo green, we're talking about almost a bit like this. So see our dino right here again. Also from Archvillain, painted on stream. Lots of phthalo green in there. There was some cobalt blue as well. So we're going to be putting some of that into here. And if everybody could please, again, check out... Oh, sorry, Imagine. So, Gandalf, why was he so afraid of going into Moria? He was... You think it would be for a Balrog because, the Balrog ripped off his arms and lots of horrible things happened to him courtesy of the Balrog. You would think that's why Gandalf would be super, super worried about heading into Moria. But nope. He wouldn't mind partying with the Balrog again. What he does not want to run across would be these folks right here. Yes, you will fear these guys because they are mimes. Yes, they are French, and yes, they are mimes. Jetez-moi, that says toss me. That says toss me, and maybe you can't toss a dwarf, but you can certainly toss a lutin, otherwise known as a goblin. They wear chef's hats, tops hats, of course, berets, striped shirts, right? Because, mimes. Charles de Gaulle, definitely the head coach. Very dapper. Look at that mustache. Look at that fine mustache that he's sporting right there. Of course, these guys, Francois and Pierre, they thought they were the stars of the team. Yeah, they didn't do any of that blocking or tackling or any of that rough stuff. That wasn't really their vibe. Not really into that. They were master sommeliers, though. You need a little critique on a Pinot Noir or a Chablis or something like that. They're right there for you. This was done back in 2006. So yeah, 3D printing, not an option. Not an option back then for conversion stuff. That was done the old-fashioned way. Taking bits of metal, or hunks of metal, as the case was, chopping them apart with a pliers and side cutters, and then resculpting everything in green stuff. So that's how that went down. They did make the playoffs both seasons that they played, so there was that. They pretty much led the league in scoring. Yeah. We were not afraid to toss a goblin, and that wasn't just on offense either. That was also on defense. Yes. Toss a goblin would block at a thrower who probably didn't have block. Yeah, watch the fun happen. Watch the fun happen. Yeah, Bryce. Well, Bryce, you know better than I. You did more conversions than I ever did. I'm sure there's many metal figures that you had to deal with, right? And chopping apart with the side cutters and everything, and razor saws, all the fun stuff, right? All that fun stuff. So Bryce, how you doing? So yeah, imagine there are some blog posts on the Mimes of Moria. That's just wapeliusblogspot.com. I did actually do a little stadium for him as well, of course, with fleur de lis, and of course, they were heavy on things like the cheese wheels, right? They love their cheese wheels. Probably some Stilton cheese, I'm sure, is well, the stinkier the cheese, the more they liked it, I'm sure. So yeah, those were all done the old-fashioned way. Not like Prinkles, which was so much easier because those wings were printed. They came from it was Lost Kingdoms. I think it was their December release from last year, not well 2 years ago, anyways. Yeah, December, not that December. And I just took some green stuff, we meshed it together. But yeah, instead of me having to sculpt those wings with epoxy sculpt, remember those, Bryce? The streams where we were sculpting the wings, feather after feather after feather with epoxy sculpt. Didn't have to do it there. No, that was very nice. So no milliput, no milliput. I prefer the well, we love our green stuff. I mean, it's we do a lot of stuff with that, but epoxy sculpt that is what we love so much, and that's when we did the Great Beast of Golgoroth. This is Snuffles right here, the saddest critter in all of Middle Earth, and boy, do we have some fun doing all the texture on him. We actually did that over 2 streams, I believe it was. So if you want to go check that out, that is available. Just like all the other past episodes. See, we're just starting to get some lighter tones in here. I'm just taking whatever. Oh, look at all that pre-glaze getting on the brush. Look at all that pre-glaze here. Same thing. Now, there's going to be a lot of reflected light back here, so I don't care if that gets grayish. Ooh, Bryce, you would love this. Lately, now that I've got things like the Radiant Violet and the Radiant Green, we've been mixing those together to make grays. The usual purple and green make grays. So all of these grays here was actually the Radiant Violet and Radiant Green together to make the grays on that base. I thought you would find that kind of entertaining. And thanks again, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the blog there. So the blog has, if you want to see some of the past armies, right, Tomb Kings, Lizard Men, Sisters of Battle, my bolt action stuff. But we have, I think we may have made some progress potentially towards finally getting to do those battle reports that we've been desperately wanting to do for our Lord of the Rings stuff. I've been doing some tests. I got the new photography lights. They are absolutely amazing. My sister was kind enough to give me a Amazon gift card, and apparently I found these things for half price because a few days after they arrived here, they were suddenly twice as much. Nice little tripods with some lights, dimmable, different colors. I think it's going to be really nifty for the battle reports. There's some other tripod or some other gear that I think I still need to secure to work with some of those tripods that I have. I might not go multi-camera on the first couple of videos. I think it'll be easier not to do that. Here, let's get something a little lighter here. Now, when we're talking about cleaning brushes, this is what we mean. We're not using cleaner, right? We're just taking a paper towel and we're just wiping off as much of that paint as we can. Is it entirely clean? No. But if there's a bunch of liquid in there, makes it kind of tough to do dry brushing stuff, doesn't it? Brace. Oh, now here's a crazy question. What's the ratio on the green stuff? Is it 50-50 on the green stuff there, yellow to blue, or are you also changing the ratios on the green stuff itself? So 50-50 green stuff epoxy sculpt, what is your ratio on the green stuff though? It just occurred to me to ask you that because, well, I mean, you can play so much with the different ratios. Now we've done a ton of, oh, here we have one here. We've done a lot of green stuff conversion like this, so we needed a more playable Prince Imrahil, right? So we obviously sculpted the cape and all this kind of stuff. And where's our Army of the Dead? We did a bunch of these, right? We took just top half of an Army of the Dead figure, Fireforged horse, look at this, Tomb King bits, and did some resculpting there. So you can see those also on the channel here. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. Now this right here, actually this is Radiant Lemon. It's got, Radiant Lemon. It's got the some white in it, but there's still some of that blue in the brush. So as you can see, that's a little bit cooler of a highlight there. We will be going into some areas and we are gonna throw some of our brighter orange, but look at this. See, that's starting to stand out a little bit more. You must have dark to show the light, and that's what we're doing here. We're trying to make sure we have the dark, but look at that. See all that dark on the end of the brush there? Now we're gonna change this over here. We are grabbing ourselves some Indian yellow to make that a smidge warmer. There we go. So already starting to get different temperatures going on this. Now we have only just started doing this. We have just begun to start doing this. How's about we take some of this off the brush, go back to some of the lighter Radiant Lemon here. So Chris, just the fact that I've got a gigantic Easterling army now, and a pretty decent sized Rohan army, and a pretty decent sized Moria army, but I think I won't do the Moria stuff in battle reports till I can actually make more of a Moria board. So we'll focus mostly, say, Easterlings, Harad, and Rohan. I think those will be the initial battle reports at least. And of course, speaking of conversions, right, we took regular plastic Easterling cataphracts and turned them into our special characters like the War Priest, Amdur, the Dragon Knight. Where's our East? Oh, here we go. Speaking of Easterlings now, we've got these from Kolbe's. So I can basically, if I want to have 5,000 points of Easterlings, well, we can have that, of course. So a little 50-50 on the green stuff, then chuck in your epoxy sculpt. Good to go. That works for me. All right, reflected light here. All right, reflected light here. I might actually, here, I'll zoom in a little closer for you. Bam, there we go. Look at that, even closer on the zoom in. Here, reflected light. Look at this. Right there. Reflected light, but you can see how it's cooler already than this. Right? So we're looking for reflected light. We're looking for warmer colors, cooler colors already. Trying to get that variety here. Oh, you can premix part of a beat and the blue 50-50 and then the yellow and then go 50-50. Boy, super lazy. It's been a while since I've had a chance to see a Goobertown vid. I know that, so who did he have sculpt the Goobertown? Now, does he actually have any of his cats sculpted, or is it just that sculpt of his face that someone did? Because I just keep thinking, why does he not have? Why is one of the cats not represented as a digital sculpt? I mean, the cats are in every single video, so I think he needs to get some of those done as digital sculpts too. And thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the Patreon page. Actually, we just posted the newest video to the Patreon page, so all the folks that are patrons, you should go look. And it was part 1 of 2. It's another one of our motto riders, but it's a warm green on the scales, very warm green, and then actually some red on the face with some markings. And yeah, that's a multi-part series right there. And then probably on this 18th or so, we're going to be posting the Galadriel versus the Necromancer diorama. Yes, Galadriel versus the Necromancer monster. That wasn't right. That didn't come out quite right. All right, why don't we mess around here? Gonna grab another one of these guys. We're gonna get Terra Rosa, Indian Yellow together. Ooh, that's gonna be nice and warm. And this is very much a dry brush here. It's very much a dry brush. See how we're kind of changing the color there? A little bit of orange. Not a lot, but a little. Like Prinkles over here. You can see on the golds right there, see the green reflections. You got some more orange over there. So very important to have all that variety. Very little yellow. Gold is, there's very little yellow in your gold. I know that really confuses the heck out of people sometimes, but that's kind of how that works. And we actually have to come back in here with even more dark before we come back into these golds with any kind of highlights. And I'm not sure what to do at the top of his head there. We'll figure that out some other point, some other time. Do I want maybe a little bit of the orange in here? It's a smidge. Now we're going to take some spinel here, but just trying to make a warm gray. A warm gray to really start throwing maybe some darks here onto his face. Again, it's a dry brush. There is very little paint on this brush. It didn't have to have a lot of moisture on it because, well, we already have this paint on the miniature itself. Why do I need to be throwing more moisture on there? Not necessary. And this we might go, again, less of an icy color, more of a stone color right here. So I'm taking that same warm gray, putting that over some of our cooler gray, but some of that still shows through. It mixes together. I think you get the drift of what's happening here. Oh, thanks, Olive. It's, I thought the other one was kind of a warm green until I started doing that one, and I compared them side by side. And I went, woof, that's a warm green now. Here, again, see, we're darkening some things down here, but again, courtesy of some dry brush there. Much more variety here, so we'll try and stay zoomed in like this as much as possible here. The long view there, it's kind of helpful when we're doing that beginning stage, right? All the pre-glaze stuff. Hopefully, now that we're zoomed in here, people can get a little better idea of what's going on here. Also, don't want to drop this thing. We've done much bigger things on stream, believe me. Even, setting aside the gigantic bust that we did, which that'll have to be a wintertime thing, because I think we'll be able to stream for quite a while and not have to worry about crazy things interrupting that. Indigo, yeah, indigo. Bam, we'll just hit that with some indigo there. Might as well let this throne be just a bit darker here. Not really sure if that's actually skin or if that's armor. Can't really tell just yet. Hey, Polly, nice to see you again. How you doing? And I hope you're having yourself a happy new year. And like Grim says, yeah, we multitask here. So while this is being painted, yeah, well, we're probably even prepping a few other miniatures at the same time. I mean, why just paint miniatures when you can also prep and paint miniatures? So here, we're talking about this stuff here. Yeah, you thought we weren't going to be doing anything. This is a phthalo green mixed with the Prussian blue. Mixed with the Prussian blue. Now we somewhat, well, we use this as our blending brush here. So look at, we just slammed that darker color there. Look at this. Look at that. Look at how difficult that is. Wouldn't we rather do like 20 layers of glazing and have it take about a half an hour and be really laborious, or would we just rather do that? This is my choice. You know, obviously the choice is up to everybody, but that's my choice. Is just take this darker color, slam it on there like this here. We're just gonna little blob of it there, little blob of it there. Here another, here a blob, there a blob. Everywhere a dark blob. Then we'll take this side. Oh, right here. We'll just bam. Look at this. There you go. I'm thinking that's a little easier, especially now you know how things like this can be painted in a reasonable time frame within your lifetime. Yes, kind of important. Kind of important. So look at that. That totally changes the look of these. Very much changes it. And we can still do, we can go darker there. We can sharpen that edge more. We can add more lights. Oh, there's a lot of options. Plenty of options. You have that Bryce, and we've actually, I think we've heard about all the seven deadly contrasts, right? So when someone tells you, you know, you need to push up the contrast, and we say, well, which one? Which one is it going to be? Is it going to be value contrast, intensity contrast, temperature contrast, color contrast? What's it going to be? What kind of contrast you talking about? And that's where, well, here, actually, we can do a quick little film noir here because now we're starting to get some gold and some warmer colors. Zoink. Yeah. No gold, no blue, just like Prinkles over here. All right, take a look at his legs and the tips of his wings and all that kind of good stuff. Shazam, look at that. There was no, in black and white, there was no value difference between these two areas, but there was a color difference. Now, here you have intense color and intense color, right? So not as much of a contrast thing there, but you've got certainly warm versus cool. That is one of your contrast forms. Now, here we have edge contrast, and we're going to need a lot of that on this guy too. What are the things that make your brain say that's metal? First of all, sharp edges, shiny, reflected light, reflected colors. Your brain says reflected colors, looks shiny, looks very hard, must be metal. You want things to look like metal? Those are going to be the essentials. You will have to do those things. Otherwise, not so much with the metal. So yeah, Pauli principle. That's why when I do some of the color theory videos, I do like the color charts there. We paint. Sometimes we try and paint a miniature too to kind of illustrate what we talked about in the color theory stuff. But just when you think about it, okay, if you have a blue that's got more green in it, well, that's a cooler blue. If you have a blue that's more towards the red, so more towards the purple side of thing, well, that's going to be a warmer blue. So you don't have to just in your head kind of make it difficult for yourself going, oh man, well, what's a warmer blue? What's a cooler blue? It's like, if it has more red in it, probably going to be a warmer blue. If it's got a ton of red in it, it might actually be more like a gray. You know, something like a Prussian blue has a little bit of green in it. Something like a phthalo blue might be a bit more towards the reddish side. Now here we're going to take our blending brush side here again. Blending brush side, just soften some of that up there. What are we going to do here? Let's go back into the gold and on his skin. I'm going to start to maybe throw in a couple of glazy things here. Maybe a couple little glazy things. Let's see what happens with that too. Deuce, how you doing? Well, Deuce, I like the idea of experimenting with the iridescent pearl white because we love our iridescent pearl white. That's what we use for all of our true metallic metals with the oils. So what have we got here? This is Indian yellow mixed with Egyptian violet. Makes one heck of an amber color, very dark. And we're looking to do a little bit of a pinline wash here. And you notice we're just touching the brush to this. That's all we're doing, just touching the brush to it. It's not kind of that your typical acrylic glaze, right, where you are brushing it on. We're just touching the brush to the surface. That's all we have to do here. Touch the brush to the surface, let it flow, let it do its own thing. Let it do what it's gonna do. Just realize that with the oils, you can thin the oils, you can't dilute them. So this Egyptian violet at 95% thinner, well, that's still Egyptian violet with a lot of thinner. Not like acrylics, where if you put a lot of water in it or whatever, it breaks down the paint. Nope, not going to happen with the oils. Look at this, we got a Kathy in the house. Well, that's good because somebody ate half of the coconut shrimp and the tater tots there. So now we know who ate that. That would be Kathy. Thought it could have been just some random stranger coming in off the street, but I guess that was Kathy that ate the other half of the tater tots. Now I'm going to leave this as kind of a place for my finger to rest. I can see that's going to be convenient here, so let's do that. Let's let that sit in here. We did that with Prinkles, I think. That's why it looked like my finger had all kinds of cuts in it. Remember that last night? Because the end of the wing had all that red on there. Oh, that was pretty funny. Well, it was to me anyways. And like I was saying last night, you get paint on your hands, Dawn dishwashing soap. It cuts out the grease. It makes short work of any paint that might be on your hands. You don't need any harsh cleaners or chemicals or any of that kind of crazy stuff. We use the same brush cleaners that we would use for acrylics. No harsh chemicals or nothing like that. Nothing to worry about. What the heck? Let's throw a couple of darks in here. Where's my Van Dyke brown? There you are. There you are. See, we're starting to throw some darks in places too. And we will definitely keep the ends of these things as dark as we can, because that's going to be a nice little contrast to all of that stuff. And of course, we'll still have to get some more dark colors on our throne, so you can see this is changing. Right, it looks a little bit different than it did when we first got started. But color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. Let's get some of that over here. It looks like we got some snow over there. We need to make sure. And then we got these little piles of snow up there. All right, now maybe I can almost start thinking about getting some lighter colors in a few places, but I'll hit these here, his toes and his fingers. Just get some darks on that here. Another bit of a pinline wash type stuff going on. It's going to be quite dramatic when we hit this with our light colors. And thank you so much, Chris. Thank you, Chris. That is much appreciated. Look at that. Another shamrock shake. So, of course, you got your value contrast. That's the one everybody thinks about. We'll go to the one that people think about least, which would be edge contrast. So there's two right there. You have color contrast. So what's that? 3. You've got saturation contrast. For 4, you've got your temperature contrast. For 5. Now there's a couple of other even more that are just less known, and that's going to be directional brushstroke contrast, where literally the directions your brushstrokes take, because that can kind of force you to a center of interest right there. So that's actually its own form of contrast, and we'll show it here. Now you see on his right there on his back, that's just painted on fur texture. So that's texture contrast right there. The fur on by his wings, that's sculpted, but that other fur right there, that doesn't actually exist. That's just painted on. So there's another one for you. Oh, you mean, how you doing? Nice to see you back. So that I guess maybe even less than the, say, the edge contrast. That's probably another one that just kind of slips by people. So just kind of keeping those in mind. It's amazing what you can do with all those different types of contrast. And of course, we use those in our 2D art, right? We use directional like the water. Okay, the water looks the way it does because all the brushstrokes are basically horizontal. The Argonath, most of those brushstrokes are vertical. Look at the mountains over here. Kind of more chaotic brushstrokes there, and then of course in the sky you have more of a fluffy. So you have several different types of directional strokes here that kind of makes you believe in vertical, horizontal, fluffy, right? So all of those things really important. So yes, everybody, please say hi to Kathy. It's always fun to have Kathy in the chat with us. Here, let's get the some darks over here on his toes. I mean, what are we at here? We're an hour and 22 minutes in, and this thing he's big because, that's a regular miniature right there. There's your Gandalf. This is an hour and 22 minutes. So imagine edge contrast is hard edges versus soft edges, and well, we can bring back Prinkles right here, and you just look at the golds right here. So we have a lot of soft edges on the round part, but everywhere else here is hard edges, right? Very hard edges. Look at this. This soft edges on his fur, but they're hard edges. Let's turn it around this way. Again, hard edges for the most part, but look at that. A soft edge there. Why? Because we want that to turn. It's just like, say you're painting, and Christine, I'm sure, has run into this a bazillion times, painting faces. When you're painting faces, right, the side, well, speaking of faces, we got some here. Okay. So you have hard edges here on the eye, but that's a soft edge. Soft edge there. Why? Because we want those to recede. We have a hard edge here because we want that to come forward. Same thing here. That's a hard edge, soft edge. So it's true for portrait painting, and it's true for miniatures. All right, Dano. We'll be here. We'll certainly still be here when you get back. I'm positive of that. Here, let me just want to make sure. Okay, I'm not missing a brush there. Okay. It's time to start doing maybe some lighter stuff. Let's see what we can get into our golds here. Let's get into some of our golds. And this is where we're really going to feature hard edges here, right? And hard edges here for sure. Now I can see I might need to get some more of my orange going here. Yeah, I think we might be running a little bit shy on some of our orange. We'll probably take some of the magenta. That would be some of the lighter magenta. And then we're going to get some temperature contrasts in here. So temperature contrast, what are we talking about? We have that orange right there. We need reflected light. However, we're going to take this radiant green over here. That might be a little too much radiance. We're going to cut that down with a little perlene black. And we're going to do some reflected light here. So yes, that's light, but also it's got a greenish tint to it. Why? Because we got all this snow and ice piled up down here. How in the world does that not reflect here? See, reflected light. Metals reflect their surroundings. You can sit there and you can do your Space Marines or your, oh gosh, what are the Sigmarines, right, from Sigmar. You can do all that stuff and do all the metal colors you think you have, but if they're not reflecting their surroundings, like let's say he's holding a glowing sword right next to his chest. Okay, so he has a glowing sword right next to his chest, wearing shiny armor, yet there is nary a single reflection of that sword on the armor. How does that work? So what are we talking about? Boom, look at this. Flaming sword reflected on the armor where it's not pointing. See, it's not very different, right? Whole different set of colors on the metals until, boom, you get the reflected light on there. Metal reflects its surroundings. All you got to do is head on over to something like Instagram and look up. There's so many really fantastic armorers that have pictures of themselves on Instagram. They're wearing actual armor in real world environments. So you could have a guy wearing shiny armor. He's walking around in the woods. He's going to look like the Jolly Green Giant because he's going to be mostly green. Because he's going to be reflecting all the trees and all the ground cover around him. That's kind of how it goes. So see what we did there? See, we got the greens on the golds there. We're going to do the same on this side. So everywhere where stuff is pointing towards the snow, we're going to give that more of a greenish cast. So we're going to focus here sort of heavily on the armor stuff because this way I can just stick my hand on these bits. And then once we're feeny with the armor, then we can start to move around to other areas. Same thing here. Same thing. I'll just stick my hand on that. So we also need, and this is where those directional brushstrokes come in. That's going to be kind of a cylinder, right? We need to have brushstrokes that are kind of straight up and down. And I think our Easterlings might show that. What the heck is my other? I don't have all that many Easterlings here, but oh, it's our troll. Yeah, our big old troll, which that's a little bit hard to get to. So that's our big old troll, our Easterling troll that we sculpted on stream. That is also another really good example of those kind of directional brush strokes. See what we got there? We have a little bit of dark, we have light, but it's also going to be very different than this. Watch what happens here. We're going to take some of this. Where's that Indian yellow? Oh, what the heck? I'll throw a little bit of cadmium scarlet in there. So now, on this side, how about we warm this up even more? Also lighter. All right, look what we got there. You have some mid-tone warm, some dark, and then, oh, look at this. Now you got some mid-tone cooler color. Here, let's modify that edge a little. We're just going to tone down that edge. It's a little bit too hard. There we go. So light, dark, light, but also changing the color. Also changing the color. It's not enough to just have lights and darks. I mean, it's good. There's nothing wrong with that. But you want to do that final, you want to seal the deal. You want to seal that deal. You're going to need that last little bit of contrast in there. And contrast takes many, many forms. So every miniature painting judge out there is saying, for goodness sake, what are you trying to do to us? Each person's going to be talking to them for at least 2.5 hours. That's what I recommend because, of course, they would really love that. Spending about 2.5 hours per person that they have judged. They would really enjoy that. That would be their favorite thing ever. Let's take this is more of our radiant lemon here. Yeah, that's also looks like some metal right there. So again, hopefully this is all shows up on camera here. It's difficult because I was just doing a diorama the other day, and well, obviously we had to set the camera boom and everything differently. And then, of course, last night we were painting Prinkles for, 6 hours? Whoops, almost didn't go to our green here. There we go. So you got that warm color there. Now some green down here. And it happens quick, doesn't it? I mean, still only an hour and a half in. Just an hour and a half in. And of course here, we're really starting to get down to the main attraction here, right? Our big old Troll King. Now, looks like he's got himself some chompers here. We'll throw some lighter stuff on those. Don't have to necessarily determine exactly what we want to do with this face. Do I want to have him with some glowing eyes or not? I don't know. I'm just going to throw some lighter color on him. Just let me know they're there. That's all. Oh, you know what? Radiant green. Why not? We'll mix some radiant green and some white together. Just switch that up a little bit. Where is his eye? Oh, wow, they're pretty darn small. Archvillain doesn't necessarily have the biggest eyes in the world on their figures. So here, let's get the other one right there. More reflected light here on our metal. On this side, oh yeah, we don't have any reflected light over there. Another little suggestion when you are doing the reflected light, though, if it's lighter than your ambient highlights, that it becomes a little bit overwhelming. So it's a little bit of a balancing act. A little bit of a balancing act for sure. Here, there we go. That looks like a blending brush to me. Don't see paint on the other side of it. All right, well, Happy Heretic, you have a good one. You have a good one. Everybody go please check out the link that Happy Heretic posted. All right, we're back over here to some of those cooler greens. There. Orange. Oof, that got a little bit pinkish there with the green still in the brush, but I don't care. All right, here. Some of that orange. So again, just like we did on the other side, right? We want to have this gold. We gotta have those temperature differences. This is some Indian yellow with the radiant lemon. Kind of warms that up a little bit. I'm just looking at, oh, okay, so I thought that was a flat. That is not. It's some little mini spikes right here. Almost like it's ice shards. I'm going to try and lighten that up just a bit more. And we got some heavier paint on this. This is not exactly what you would say thinned down right here. But we've done an awful lot of pin line washes in this area. So if I just keep adding thin paint over thin, just like thick's not going to stick to thick. Well, can't just keep blasting thin paint over thin paint either. Not going to work. That's the path to some mud right there, I would say. So I think we're caught. I think we're all caught up there again. If I missed something in the chat, I do apologize. Now, holding the brush. Right, do not crush the brush. Last night, I was here. I was literally this far out on the brush. If I'm doing this, first of all, can't reach the miniature. Second of all, that would lead to some really, basically me like removing the paint because the brush stroke would be just so hard. Very light touch on the brush. My hand is resting on the table. My elbow is resting on, both elbows are resting on what is that, the little elbow thing, the rest for when you're, your keyboard, right? To prevent the carpal tunnel stuff going on. Then my fingers resting on this wooden thing here. Look how far, I can't even see my fingers on screen. But we're not having any trouble getting paint on here, are we? You see that brush shaking or bouncing around? No. Not really going to because, again, my hands are pretty solidly locked in place here. They're not going anywheres. So we got our light there on the skull now. Let's get some lights on these areas. All right, well, Thousand Young, you have a good night's sleep. And once again, congratulations on all the magnificent sculpting. It really is sensational. It's fantastic. Really love those. Really love those. Now we're taking some of the Radiant Violet. Yeah, go with the Radiant Violet. Once again, you see the brushstrokes are radiating out from his face. So we're trying to utilize some actual brushstroke texture. I know that there's this whole thing of, oh my gosh, there's brushstrokes. I just have no idea the whole anti-brushstroke thing. Like, guess what? You need to actually have some brushstrokes. Because what are you doing? You're missing out on some certain types of contrast. It's no wonder why some figures just look like they're a ball of Play-Doh or something, because there's no brushstrokes to tell you where the surfaces go, like this, right? Some brushstrokes here to make you believe that there's actually some individual hairs there. It's not terrible to have some brushstrokes here and there. Not quite sure where that all came from. That is just so darn weird. Radiant turquoise. Ooh, you know what? For funsies here, we're going to take the radiant turquoise. We're going to mix it with the cobalt blue. And Grim, I was looking at our figure from last night, and like we've been talking about, one of those secret magical properties there of the radiance is that they cut down on the shininess of stuff, because there's certain parts of that Prinkles there that, I mean, you just don't see any shiny. It's really, really cool. So it's another little magical thing that the radiants seem to do. Gonna get a little bit of our lighter blue on his leg, and then I don't know, we'll see if we want to go with some different colors. I might take some Egyptian violet, possibly, and do some stuff on the skin there too. Here, just trying to change that away from. That was a little bit too much of a light purple right there. Let's get a little bit of the stuff on his skin. I might even let a little bit of this blue right here. Okay, look at this. All right. His leg is right next to this. If that's supposed to be shiny gold, how in the world is none of the color from his leg reflecting onto this gold? So what are we doing? We're changing that to be the color of his leg. What are we going to do over here? We will do the same thing. We needed reflected light over here anyways, so I was going to be putting lighter stuff there. How's about we actually make it the color that's right next to it, which would be this turquoise. There. Look at that. We got some yellow there. You got some orange. Right next to that, you got this turquoise. It's a flavor sensation of colors right here. Look at that. Actually, a lot of this is pointed towards the ground, so that's going to have to be a cooler color right there. Now, this here, then it can actually be a warmer color because it's pointed up, well, towards the sky. Sort of. Mostly. Yeah, so we'll warm that up a smidge there. Like that. Oh, where's my radiant lemon over here? Toss a couple of more lights into this now. I mean, it's supposed to be round anyways. Let's get some of our white too. It's still got some of the yellow mixed into it, so it is not straight up pure white. It's one of those things it's an arrow we try to keep in that quiver for as long as we can. Don't want to be diving into stuff like white right away. And we are thinning it down maybe a little bit more. Also, too, as color starts to set, because now we're hour and 40 minutes in, so some of the initial colors that we put on this, they're starting to set, right? That they're not dry, they're nowhere near dry, but they've set a little bit more, which means it's going to be easier to get some paint on top of those. And we're going to say thank you so much, Green Fairy Studios. We'll let them little corgis drop right into that glass, and we will consume them. Who would have thought that shamrocks and corgis would be so good for your voice? I know that unicorn blood is just fantastic for your complexion and all other kinds of things, but suddenly we find out that corgis and shamrocks also, well, shamrocks we know have magical properties to them, but apparently so do corgis when you put them in a glass, so to speak. Here, let's get a couple more of our light edges there. So, Green Fairy, I hope that you had yourself a good Saturday. Now, there's Moonlight Minis. Moonlight Minis, how you doing? I hope that, I know I saw your post the other day. Hopefully, the mojo is kind of there. Well, actually, hopefully this maybe also kind of gets the mojo hopping too. So, Moonlight Minis, yeah, that was a fantastic sculpt there, of course. And of course, everyone check out the Neverland Pirates. We did a couple of streams with the Neverland Pirates. There's also, actually, we did a Patreon video of one of the, I think that was Mullins, Miller, I think that we did. So, yes, the fantastic Neverland Pirates. And of course, some of the amazing sculpts done for Reaper Miniatures too. Let's get some edges here, huh? Look at that edge. Look at this. Look at this. We've got light, dark, then kind of a mid-tone, but also changing the color on these two. And it's just so incredibly important. Also makes it more fun too. You talk about mojo. This here is way more fun, right? It's probably going to get your creative juices going. Then, like, okay, here, we'll take some yellow. We'll throw it on there. We'll take some, I don't know, Griffin sepia, and we'll wash it over the top. That's not going to be quite as fun as this, right? I'll reflect in all these colors and such. That's going to be fun. I think I've been doing some painting today. Well, Green Fairy, yeah, boy, I know it's like every time we're in here, right, you get an endless stream of caress the brush, don't crush the brush. But as you can see, there's something to it, ain't there? There is something to how you hold on to that brush. It can be a little bit difficult, I know, for people that are used to having that super tight grip on the brush. To think about changing that. Now this also, there we go. We're going to lighten this up right here. We're letting that just mix with what's already there. And again, here, we need to start thinking about vertical stroke. Otherwise, it's not going to be much of a cylinder, is it? How the heck is that going to look anything like a cylinder unless we have some vertical lines? We need to have those. Otherwise, again, not going to be super convincing. You got to trick the eye here. We are all optical delusionists when it comes to painting here. We have to make people be deluded into thinking exactly what we want them to. So, Green Fairy, less is more and more is way too much, and it's not just the amount of paint, it's the pressure on the brush too, isn't it? And that's another little bit of Book of Wapple stuff right there again. Less is more is way too much. Because think you got, man, I have practically no paint on this brush. Take half the paint off of it. You think, well, geez, now I have absolutely no paint on this brush. Well, that's perfect. Take some more paint off of the brush. When you have even less than no paint on the brush, take a little bit more off and you're just about ready to go to paint. And of course, we're taking that same sort of very light, almost kind of lavender color here. Do a little bit more of our lights on the gold, such as it is. Look at this little reflected light right there. See how that happened? How long did that take me? How long did that take? And of course, it's got our indigo in here. It's got all the colors we need and the darks. Why would I want to sit there and have to add all this junk after the fact? Remember the pre-glaze? Remember the pre-glaze. I didn't have to do anything except just toss some lighter color over the pre-glaze that was already sitting there. I mean, this is it. That's it. That's just all pre-glaze. We did dry brush in a little bit of the Indian yellow at one point, and then I just slapped some of the same lighter colors I was using on his hair, poof, right in there. Let's see. Oh, you're watching, hard to type in there. Yeah, oh yeah, Grim, that, that is kind of it's actually one of the more and more valuable properties of it, because on its face you say, well, what's the big deal with that? Well, because you're always combining the radiance with something else, all of a sudden you say, you know that cobalt blue that likes to get shiny? You know what we're going to do? We're going to chuck a radiant in there. We'll cut down on that shiny. It doesn't really matter after the fact because you can just hit it with the Army Painter Anti-Shine. But while you're working on it, that can be very valuable to be, and that's sort of course, too, even over the course of painting, depending on how long you've been working on it, you'll notice that the shiny just kind of going away as you're working on it too. And that could be sort of helpful from a visual perspective. Look at this. Starting to get some lights in there. So he's starting to separate from that throne, isn't he? Okay. Well, that's, yeah, Green Fairy, there's a lot of things that do contribute to the paint being dry, right? Now, of course, when it comes to the things like the One True Brush, it all started with literally these craft brushes here. Let me see if I can dig these things out without, here it is. Now, they used to be green handles back in the day. What is this, $4.99 for, there we go. A dozen of these, $4.99. And as you can see, when they're brand new, they got themselves kind of a nice sharp point on them, don't they? Now, they get to be a little less pointy when we start doing this to them. So believe it or not, this is exactly the brushes that I just showed you. So they can get a little bit beat up there, but when that happens, that's when we can maybe cut down the brush here a little bit. Let me see. Here we go. This is the one. And it's the same brush, that the handle's a different color, but look at this. See, it's cut on an angle there. Look at that. It's a spatter brush, stippling brush, same brush. It kind of looked like this, and then we just sort of cut off the most frayed ends. But no matter what it is, whether it's any one of the pristine brush, that, or one of our chopped, our sawed off brushes, like a sawed off shotgun, it's still the One True Brush, and it is exalted, yes. And I do believe there is a chapter in the Book of Wapple that says, I am the Lord thy craft brush. Thou shalt not use sable brushes before me. Of course, we don't use sable brushes anymore. Sable brushes anymore. I loved them, used them for many years. Unfortunately, quality-wise, not good anymore. If you can find a good one, Good luck. There's not many of them. Yeah, Bryce. Gosh, those brushes. It's just amazing the kind of punishment that they can take. And of course, well, we also use them as basically homemade filbert brushes too. Oh, look at that. Right, starting to get some of our lighter colors into the golds there. Let's do some of that over here too. Along these edges. This is a round series. Let's make sure we can have this look as round as possible. So we're just kind of staying away from all the ice stuff for right now, because I know we have to do all of these other elements here. So let's do these other elements first. Let's get some of this stuff going here first. Maybe get some of this on his skin even. And what is it, $4.99 for 12 of them? So you destroy a couple, you're out 50 cents, whatever. And I use those for my basing videos, right? If I want to be spreading around some of the texture paste or glue or whatever, it becomes a glue brush. Here, well, maybe we need to get some lights here along these edges too. So imagine I get those from Hobby Lobby. And now, if you get them in the stores, it's weird. They'll hide them in different areas. They're never with the other brushes. I don't know why, but they're never with the regular brushes. But those, I just get those from Hobby Lobby online there. Now, the Royal Langnickel brushes are sort of close to that. We call them kind of the descendants of the one true brush. And that would be these guys right here. So the Royal Langnickel, we use them in very much the same way. Well, we abuse them in very much the same way. We really abuse the heck out of them. All right, you know what? I'm going to just context, right? We've done some of our darks here. Remember we were talking about throwing some lighter edges onto this? Look at this. Look at this. We had the soft. Look at this. In comes the edge contrast. We had the soft stuff. Now comes the sharps, and bam. See how that just stands out? Look at this. This is where we were. This is where we are. And all I did was just take literally some white, put it over the top of it. That is all that it took. It can literally be this easy. Why make things harder than they have to be? Telling you, there is an entire industry in difficult. I don't understand why there is, what the appeal is to making everything difficult, but man, there sure is. When we talking about that last night, look, here's this 3-step way of doing something. Hey, let's make it 17 steps, because that'll be great. And we did this, why? Hey, Amateur Paint Hour, nice to see ya. So hit the button, but I had to step away for sick kids and Mr. Brandt. So it is. There is no actual brand on it. When I go to, I can actually try and shoot you a link on Messenger there later on. But I think just look under synthetic watercolor brushes, and you could also type in number 8 round synthetic watercolor brushes, and it might show up there too. But failing that, I could always just shoot you the link directly to the Hobby Lobby website. Actually, I probably need to get me some more of those. Of course, we have the Royal Langnickels, so we've been working our way through those too. So look at that hard edge, right? Edge contrast. Oh, look, more hard edges here, but not everywhere. You can see we're not doing that equally everywhere. We're pacing ourselves, spreading out the edges. If we put hard edges everywhere, then you have nothing, right? You have to have these soft, just like you need to have dark and light next to each other. Without any kind of a soft like this, right? That's what makes that edge look harder, is because we have all that soft blending basically right next to it. So look at that. Look at the difference that makes versus this over here. And remember what that looked like not long ago, not like a whole bunch. I'm going to actually go back in here with some, what the heck is that brush that's got some phthalo green? Yeah, we'll get some phthalo in there. What the heck? Phthalo green, Prussian blue. I just noticed we never did this. Boom. Nice and dark. Soften that up. Prussian blue. Poof. Dark there. Dark over there. Oh, up here. Ah, look at that. See that dark? Sharpens up everything. We'll do that here and there too. You gotta have all of these darks. We can do that on these guys here. We'll get some of that phthalo green on them. Just so many fun things that we can do. And there we go, Armored Wolf. Armored Wolf popping in the links to the One True Brush. And again, Armored Wolf, the bestest moderator on all of Twitch. Please go follow Armored Wolf on Instagram. Also, check out Armored Wolf's Etsy page and all the amazing stuff that Armored Wolf does. I want to say that's probably his skin tone there. Again, not sure. I'll probably go back into the face here and maybe do a little bit of some glazing into that too. Not sure just yet. But don't have to necessarily decide all that stuff right now. So is that going to be ice? Yeah, that's going to also be ice. You know what we haven't really fooled around with? That would be the Egyptian violet. What the heck is on this brush here? I don't know, but now there's going to be Egyptian violet on it. With maybe a little bit of cobalt blue, and some of that's going to maybe go into the skin tones here. Also that. So I need some darks here, but also wanted to maybe change the color just a little bit in a couple of spots here. I think we've got as much of the darker colors we're going to get on his face. We'll need to figure out exactly what we want to do on the, I guess his fingers, as far as how light or dark we want to go with that. And let's throw a little bit of this violet in just a couple other places here. I think we need something a little different than just endless blue everywhere. We're trying to just get as much variety as we can. Variety is the spice of life, and well, even when it's a smaller miniature, we try and get as much variety as we can in our colors. But when you got something big like this here, well, you definitely want to get as much variety as you can. So Chris, when the oils are all dry, it's really more of a pin line wash. But with the oils, since some colors are so, well, a lot of colors are so translucent, you could practically take Indian yellow and dry brush it over another color. Dry brushing it over another color, and it'll practically be a glaze because it's such a strong tinting color and it is so incredibly translucent. It'll almost appear like a glaze. So kind of with oils, well, it's just so much more flexible than acrylics. You can do pin line washes. Now let's say like in the army painting series that you've seen, right? Where the heck is the Thousand Suns here? So on these guys, well, we did more traditional glazing, especially on the golds and the Prussian blue. Why? Because it was all dry. It had already dried, so I could just almost do some actual almost traditional glazing because the paint underneath was dry. So with the oils, it will depend what colors you're using, because of course they had different consistencies, and it will also depend on the timing as well. And is the color that's underneath it, is it dry? That also will That can determine a lot. So yeah, Chris. Now, of course, Indian yellow it's a unique color, right? Uh, we wouldn't be doing that with any of the radiants being so opaque, but boy, with something like the Indian yellow. Uh, but now something like a quinacridone magenta that wouldn't really work because that's just not quite as powerful a color as the Indian yellow. I mean, the mangoes are strong. As Grimm would say, the mangoes are strong with the Indian yellow, and the power of the mangoes means that it is such an intense color, even though it is so translucent. So yeah, long live the mangoes. Long live the mangoes. Here, let's get some of our. Ooh, let's get some lighter colors on our little skelly friend right here. Why not? Let's do that. See what we have here. All right. Maybe a couple of lights right here on the leading edge of that. I almost thought that this was too, but nope. That's just well, some kind of cloth there, whatever. Speaking of some cloth, we'll just throw some lights onto this, but you can see just how anxious we get about things like because I'm just gonna take my blending brush here. Oh yeah, look at that. There's the indigo, it all blends together, and okay, how many seconds did that take? You could glaze all that and do like 10, 12 layers of paint, or you could just go bam, bam, swish, swish, and it's done. There's the easy way, and then there's the not so easy way. I kind of like the easy way. I will not deny that I have this crazy attraction to the easier way of doing stuff. There's not many colors like that. Even Egyptian violet, it's a real powerful color, but it's not translucent. Even Thalos, I mean they're pretty rough and tumble colors too, but they are not as translucent necessarily as the Indian yellow, which is kind of crazy to think. All right, we need more of our darks over here. Where did that one go? Where did you go hide off? I think this is you over here again. That's the phthalo green. Some of the Prussian blue here. Green fairy, of course, you know how we love very precise technical terms here, right? Yes, only the most precise vocabulary, and of course our measurements. I mean, gee whiz, you don't get much more detail with our measurements of smidge, touch, a hair. And of course, what the best thing about those measurements is that they're always changing. They never mean the same thing twice. So yes, a smidge and a touch can change depending on the paint color. So as you can see, nothing but the most precise detail here in everything. Look at what it just did right there. Look at that. That whole thing was just basically a solid chunk of almost white there. We just darken that down. I think you can tell what's going to happen next. We're going to take some of this and poof. Boom. Done and done. That is it. And thank you so much, Jeza, for calling out the host with the most. Of course, Gambling and Co., they're all downstairs, so we don't have any of our Rohan. Well, we have, technically, Grima is from Rohan. He's like, so Ride to Ruin in the World's Ending, huh? Whoa, where'd you come from? It's like, dude, you're looking really sad there. It's like, well, yeah, Eowyn broke up with me, Yeah, oh yeah, I heard that she did it by Palantir too. Like that's not cool, bro. No, it's not, especially since I don't know how to use the texting app on that thing. It's terrible, man. Here, I'll show you. Here, look at this. Look at this thing. Where's the keyboard on this thing, man? Where do I type a message on that? So, all right, well, Shaza, hopefully you come out on the other side of that in one piece. So, well, how much are you supposed to get? I guess is the next question. Hopefully not too much. Oh, you know what? You know what? I'm gonna dive into the radiant green over here. Is it gonna be a long duration one, or is it just gonna be kind of one of those quick nor'easter blast kind of a thing, something like that? Hey, Queez. Queez is playing hurt today, so thank you so much, Queez. I appreciate that. So Queez, that was just a couple seconds of video that I shot with the new phone, and that's basically you're seeing the table there where we're gonna try and do the battle reports in that what was it? Oh, a reel. That's it. Yeah. I had no idea what the heck I was doing. Well, with the phone or with the Instagram reel either. I had no clue what was going on. I was just basically pressing buttons. Uh, there might or may not have been a few spicy metaphors issuing out there as I was trying to figure out all of those different things. So yeah, there might have been some colorful metaphors, or two, or three, or four. So Shaza, I again, I hope that does maybe you get a little bit less than what they're talking about, and because you know how they like to scare, right? Nobody watches the news unless the news is telling you every 2 seconds that you're about to die. So hopefully it's one of those kind of things. Well, Green Fairy Studios sometimes, of course, when we need contrast, like here, here we'll go with the warm, spicy metaphors, and then down here where we need to reflect the snow, we'll go with a cooler metaphor right there. Now, for whatever reason, all of those metaphors, they all started with the same letter. So whether they were warm or cool, they all started with the same letter for whatever reason. They also ended with the same letter. So that might have been a limited alphabet there, but yet the metaphors were still very colorful, and there was a lot of contrast. Yeah. Well, there's many different contrasts to language, right? There's volume contrast. That there may or may not have been some volume contrast involved. Yeah, might have been a little bit of that. Hey, Pigeon, nice to see ya. Yeah, Pigeon, there is, oh my gosh, the guy's got to be 200 years old now, but there's a guy in one of the Chicago local stations that basically his forecasts every single day, it could be bright sunshine out there, but he will still tell you 100 different ways you're going to die, like that afternoon. That's uh, he's always talking about isobars all the time. So we were thinking that he should come out with his own candy bar, literally called the isobar, and it would just be like a weather chart wrapper around it or something like that, and it would just be called the isobar. I mean, look at me coming up with marketing ideas for everybody else. All right, we're getting some of our lights in here now. Ooh, got to thin that down a little bit, I think. That's getting a little too thick right there. See, we need some edges taken care of there, like so. Yeah, there we go. Boom. That's that. Oh, and thanks, Grima. I'm sorry, thanks, Grima. Thanks, Bithron. Boy, Bithron, when's the last time we had a Grima appearance? I think that was when we were painting the Isengard, wasn't it? Yeah, it was when we were painting the Isengard painting. And out came Grima, and he was just so bummed. Even Gandalf was showing him a little bit of pity right there, because tell you, breaking up with somebody by Palantir, that is not super classy. Yeah, let's go with the. Maybe that might be too light right there. I don't know. We can always change things around. It's the nice thing about it is, or we just let some of the underlying preglaze get in there and cut it down, which is that's what I'm going to do here. Mixing with the preglaze, right? That's a big thing. Hey, Dano. Dano has returned. Yeah, that was a wee while ago that we had our first Grima appearance. I think, well, that was the plastic one. No, that's the metal one. I still have the plastic one to paint. Yes, I do. So that is not the last we've seen of Grima. No siree. We'll be seeing Grima again. Okay, this over here, a shocking lack of reflected lights. What am I going to put over here? What do we want to see? I'm going to go back to that radiant green. We'll just do that. Been doing that elsewhere. We're going to do that again right over there. Bam. Finally, some reflected light there. Looking at that going, what the heck is missing over here? Just happened to be the reflected light. Now, what we did over on this side here, we need to do over here too. That's right on this. I'm just going to take this lighter color here. And as you can see, light to dark. Dark to light here. Let's get some light on that edge. And again, starting to look like metal. Gotta have those contrasts. Oh boy, Chris, even Gandalf felt really sorry for Grima right there. He was just he's looking extra sad, and he said, "Dude, what's going on there?" And he was looking really bummed out, even more bummed out than usual. Now, of course, I'm still waiting on that one Eowyn figure, and of course, I don't even remember what set it's from. I thought it was from the Ambush at Ammon Hen set, but it's not. But that would be the Eowyn from the Glittering Caves. Now, of course, you can find it on eBay. If you want to pay just the $35 in shipping alone. So that's something that I might just have to, I don't know, sculpt for myself or something. It would be fun. I don't know. There's a part of me that thinks maybe I just need to do something like that. I know that I know Landress has been saying do sculpting streams. All right, there we go. We got a little bit of reflected light now here on the back of his crown-ish. Yeah, something like that. Here we need to get a light edge on the side of this bit here. I know they probably foresaw that maybe as being ice, but I'm going to say it's gold because contrast. Yes. Because contrast. I need some more light here too, and I might even lighten this up some more. Let's see what happens with this. So again, I'm just leaving this go for right now because I'm just going to keep, as you can see, I'm going to keep sticking my fingers on that anyways. So no point in messing around with that just yet. Again, a couple of other little areas of light here too. Something like this. There we go. So we definitely have been using less of the cobalt blue. We had it out on the palette, but one thing we do know is that it takes a heck of a long time to dry. My goodness, does that take a while to dry. Now here, I don't mind hitting some lighter colors on the snow because, well, it's not like I'm going to be sticking my finger over here. So I'm just going to let the snow get a little lighter over there. And as much as I would love to use my crushed glass snow, again, this has to look like all the previous painted miniatures I did for this person, which means no crushed glass snow, sadly. This has a deplorable lack of darks, which we will now resolve like so. See how that edge just got sharper? That is the other thing. We're not just making it dark just to get in dark. We also wanted to sharpen the edge there. So we got a twofer. We got two types of contrast with just basically one brush stroke. That's economy of scale right there. You wonder how all this stuff gets painted so fast. That is how multitasking, right? Let your brush multitask for you. And for all the folks that did not get to see, of course, where's our Pringles the cat? Look at who has returned. It's like, I'm back. Wait a minute, I was never here. That was Prinkles. I'm Twinkles. And you'll worship me as a god too. Might lick myself a little bit more than he did, but got to take care of these wings. Yeah. So also too, ID Man, Pringles, and your sprinkles. So that's the same. You can send me those now. So so Quiz, I hope that tomorrow is a better day, as the phrase goes. Certainly better, at least to start off, than today was. That doesn't sound like the most fun start to a day, or ending, or middle. So again, hoping that that goes a little better tomorrow. A little more darks over there. And Megan, I know that you got that's kind of a clinging on longer than it should. So hopefully that just kind of goes away. Now, another thing that I've been wanting to do, but I had to wait, patience, little hobbits, is we needed to get the dark on that side. So that just got a whole lot sharper with the simple addition of just a little bit of dark on that one side. And now for funsies, where's that radiant green? I'm going to see what happens when we put some of that on the other side here. I know I got some warm there, but I'm still going to put some of that reflected. Boom, there we go. Look at that. So reflected light on that side. Oh, we got Silent by Design in the house. Silent by Design, how you doing? Nice to see you again. I hope that all is well on this Saturday, and well, for folks like Dano, where it's basically it's Sunday, and same thing in Europe. For all our folks overseas, happy Sunday to you. We are hoping for the return of Armada Mondays. Now, oh, I have it right here. Do I? Nope. I got one over here though. Let's just grab this one. So yes, we have the elf fleet here. So I'll try and prep up some of these for Monday so that we're getting. Oh, we got the big one here. I think we'll try the big one. And I'm thinking instead of the winter theme, thinking maybe we do. I want to get some kind of freehand on those sails, sort of like what we were doing with our Twilightkin. Twilightkin, that's right. All right, I think his hair goes out a little bit further here. So let's do that. A little bit further out with his hair. Won't make that quite so like just yet. Maybe maybe in a bit, but not quite right now. So Silent by Design, we had a lot of fun just slapping a couple of darks here on the ice, and this just took seconds to make all of that happen. It's just amazing how easy it can be. It does not have to be difficult. Again, there is an entire industry built around making things as difficult as possible. Never understood that. And now working with the oils, I understand that even less. Because it's almost like they're trying to make things difficult for themselves. And I say, come on, folks. this is supposed to be your fun thing. We're not supposed to have to brain quite that much. It's a fun thing. Think long, think wrong, right? That is also that's another one of our edicts that we have. Now this, even though it's sort of in the light, so to speak, I'm gonna take Terra Rosa here. So this thing right here, what I'm gonna try and do is get just a little bit of, I mean that's more of a middle tone than a dark per se. But this is another area that needs just a little sharpness there. That's better. Somehow lost track of some of the sharpness of that. Okay, let's we'll have to figure out what do we really want to do on his eyes. I'm gonna take the Egyptian, oh yeah, Egyptian violet here. Egyptian violet. Sharpen up the bottom edge of that, and we can also now get the eyes to be more the size they're supposed to be. Guess what we're also doing? We're making some edge contrast around the eyes. It's essentially like what we've been doing with our non-metallic metal stuff. Okay, we have reduced that a little bit. And this little bit of extra warmth. It's dark, but it's also kind of a warmer color. We're going to maybe put this around some of the chompers here to sharpen some of that too. What's going on with this crown? We need some, I'm going to get me some orange in there. Oh, what the heck? I'll just use some of the cadmium scarlet in here. I'm just going to blast that right in here. Where's that cadmium orange? And I'm going to throw this in a couple areas. First, I think I'm just going to clean out the brush real quick here, get some of the junk out of there. Now we got ourselves some fresh cadmium orange. We're going to throw that in just a couple of areas of our gold right here, just to, bam, give that a little bit extra brightness here. Same there. Over here too. Just a couple of different spots, not absolutely everywhere, just a few places. Silent by design. I know there's, gosh, when it comes to some of the teaching part of things, if it doesn't seem complicated, they kind of think that people won't think it's as valuable of a lesson. If they come away from it going, wait a minute, that's all I had to do. I think maybe some folks think that that's going to be a bad thing, right? The people say, why did I even take this class in the first place? But it's kind of the whole reason you take the class or whatever, right? So that you find out some kind of easier way of doing something. I mean, what was I doing earlier today? I was desperately searching through YouTube to find videos or some kind of tutorial on how to do Instagram Reels and Instagram or IGTV stuff, because don't know how to do it, haven't done it yet. Figured someone else who has done it probably can do it a heck of a lot easier than what I'm trying to do. So, and if I find a video and I say, man, it was that easy, I'll just say, oh yeah, well now it's that easy for me. We need to get a little bit lighter up here too. Yeah, need a little bit lighter on top of, oh gee whiz, that's also metal right there. That is not though. This is, we need to get some reflected light over here too. Can you see what I'm doing? Yes, you can. For some reason, I thought maybe you couldn't see what I was doing right there. Going back to, yeah, I'll use the radiant turquoise here, just raisins. Still got to figure out just how much light do we maybe want on his fingernails or whatever there. Or do we just take some of the, I don't know, some kind of gloss stuff or whatever, paint it over the top of them and just let the natural shininess create the highlight. We could do that too. Here, we're just going to mix that in there, let that mix with some of the, again, the Egyptian violet that we threw down there. So these areas here, these will be some of the last ones to get any kind of paint because I just know I'm going to need to be sticking my hands there over and over again. This might be interesting. We'll probably have to, again, throw some more of a radiant green out there at some point here, but I'm taking actually the radiant green, and phthalo green, because that's going to go into here for some of the, blending brush. Looks like this. So see, we threw that radiant green. What are we going to do? We're just going to take this brush. We're not doing this. We're just tapping at it here. I do the same over here. Look at that nice little transition on our icy thing, but also we have now a color change. Oh, look at that nice little bit of green, which is the same green we've been putting on our gold. So color goes somewhere. Sure enough, it goes everywhere. One way or another, it's going everywhere. Whether it wants to or not. We will do the same here because that looks a little bit more translucent. There we go again. Blending brush, where'd you go? Like so, same over here. So we've kind of increasing the radiance here of some of the, and this is not a light color, by the way. This is not a light color. I would say it's about a value 3. Could be almost as dark as a value 4. But what it is a very bluish green. We got plenty of reddish blues out here already. So, and this is going to make him stand out. What did we put on him, right? In the shadow areas, Egyptian violet. We have greens over here in our ice and such. Once again, another type of contrast to our big old troll, except people really, they're just not going to notice that. It's a sneaky, cheeky bit of hobbitsy contrast that we're throwing in there. Sneaky, cheeky little hobbits. We snuck that contrast in. They didn't even know it was happening. Bam, look at that. Look what we just did there. So now all of a sudden this guy starts to stand out a bit more. We didn't do anything to him. This is, well, in the watercolor world, you would call that negative painting. We painted something that's not there. We made this thing stand out by adding this dark, or this light to the other side. So we didn't have to screw around with that part at all. Oh, look at this. We have ourselves, this is a regular bot. So this is just a bot right here instead of what we had the other day. It's almost quaint to see the regular type of bots instead of the more devilish type of bots that were kind of running around, running amok. That was what, October, September, right? When that was happening. So thank you so much, Armored Wolf. Vanquished the bot. The bot has been vanquished. All right, again, throw a little bit of our radiant green in there. Just so much fun. We can, we want to throw a little turquoise in there. We can. There, a little bit of the radiant turquoise now. Oh, what the heck, I'll lighten that up too. I'll just go radiant turquoise there. Blend that together. We need something there. You know what? I'm going to see what happens with our cobalt blue over here. It's a very reddish blue. So here we're doing a red versus green contrast, but all in blues. It's a red versus green, but all done in blue. And there's people going, wait, what is going on here? What is happening? Well, what's happening here is some more dark. That's mostly just the Prussian blue. Leave it to the Prussians to make something look like a very hard edge. Leave it to those Prussians. Do it again here. Yeah, little bot has been booted, is gone. Sayonara, little bot. I'm gonna take more of that radiant green. Throw some of that here. Also down here. Can you see that? Yeah, you can. There we go. Again, it is not a light color. Well, I mean, it's a sort of light-ish middle tone. It's relatively light. But it's important to have all these. Again, there's a lot of the radiant green right here. Now this, I'm gonna try something a little different here. Let me see if I've got. I'll just use this. It's one of the Royal Langnickel brushes, and I'm gonna. Wow, that's really gonna be a. That's the radiant blue mixed with the cobalt blue, and do some of that here. So again, this is the Royal Langnickel brushes. They're fine too. As much as we love the One True brush, the Royal Langnickels can do some work too. This again looks very light. This is still in that value 3, value 4-ish range, somewhere around there. So not super light. All right, well, Dano, okay, well, Dano, we're only 2.5 hours in, so there's a strong chance that we'll still be here when you get back. If there's an I'll be back screen, that's just me, well, getting some more medicine for the duration. So that's possible. It's possible we might just need some more medicine. I mean, well, we did the 6-hour stream yesterday, so see the Roy, and this one's kind of a little bit beat up too. So this one has seen some action. We were using it on Prinkles last night. I know that. So this is a nice little combo here. You got the cobalt blue mixed with the radiant blue. It's they nice little complement to each other, I think. And again, something to just juxtapose against maybe all the greenish colors we threw in there now. Look what's happening there. Reflected light even here on the bones. Whatever that's supposed to be. Don't know. Don't know. Don't know. But whatever it is, we're starting to get some of these lights back here. It's starting to tie together. Well, I mean, it already was pretty well tied together by our pre-glaze, but let's see all that brownish color that's now gotten onto the brush. If we don't want that to get into our blues there, I'm just gonna actually clean out the brush here because I'd already used it for something else. Gonna have to dry it off pretty well though here. Gonna make sure that's pretty well dry. And the Royal Langnickels, they come in well, at least when Armored Wolf found them, they were in packs of 30 or 36. Packs of 30, weren't they, Armored Wolf? Yeah, packs of 30. We used the flats, we used the rounds. The flats were really handy for turning into, oh, look at the little skelly friends here. They were really handy for turning into homemade filbert brushes. Yes, it's not enough that we make our own paints. We sometimes make our own filbert brushes too, because, we don't make enough of our own stuff here. I think now maybe I can start to think about some more, especially in the snow up here. Just gonna grab some of the white there. We'll just get some of that on our snow right here. Just know that that's gonna be there. We're not really gonna be sticking our hands onto that, so I think we're pretty safe there. Maybe back here too. Hopefully you can see what we're doing. We'll need a little bit of reflective even on his arm as well. And this will probably have to go back into that and do some of our darker ice effects that we've worked on before here. Well, Valfera, we haven't done a film noir in a while, Valfera, so let me just do a little bit of the some more of this white right here, and then we'll do a quick film noir before you head out, because it should be interesting with all the golds now, and now that we've got some values elsewhere. I think we got this set pretty well. All right, gold will disappear. What? We're like a magician. Film noir. Zoom. Gold is gone. Look at that. You still have some nice strong values there on the ice, but ooh, look at this. Now watch what happens here with the ice, because you got the reddish blue there, you got the greens, and then all the oranges and greens and, well, yellows here in those golds. So as we bring this back, look at that. It's like magic, isn't it, Valfera? So thank you so much, and I really do hope that things get a little less, just a little more easy to deal with over there. So I really, really wish you guys the best, and take care of yourselves. Definitely do that. And well, thanks as always for hanging out with us. As Spider-Man is back. So this is from Archvillain, Spider-Man. It's actually part of their December pledge level. Have I actually done anything from the December one yet? I've printed out a ton of it. Actually, I've been printing out some of the Walrus guys. You're going to be seeing me paint those. But this is actually, it's the Troll, Ice Troll King. And it's actually printed out in 4 pieces. This is one, the throne is in 2, and then that's actually a 4th piece right there. But conveniently, it's all hollow. It is all hollowed out. So that's All Hallows Eve. There you go. So it's all nice and hollow for you. And again, it's a 3D print from Archvillain, and it is their December pledge level. DeHobbles, how you doing? And thanks again last night for the gift subs, of course. That's appreciated. Thank you so much for those, as always. It wasn't super complex DeHobbles. It was a lot of indigo, a lot of Prussian blue, as well, I guess you can imagine for sure. And now here we wiped some of that away. We put some Van Dyke brown over there, some asphaltum and such on this part. And then we went kind of over this again with a little bit of the Indian yellow, a little bit of Indian yellow in there. And then we've been kind of blasting in some golds here, trying to change the colors as much as we can here and there. We've been playing a lot with the radiants here, so radiant green, radiant blue, and there's actually been a little bit of there's been a cobalt sighting. There has been a cobalt sighting. Valfera, it is magical, right? What that, again, that's all that is the different types of contrast. That is color contrast, right? Over just straight up value contrast. Now here we're gonna go even. Oh, we're gonna go crazy time here. We actually got some magenta. Seriously, there's a little bit of magenta on the brush. And I'm gonna just dry brush some of that in here. Look at how that changes that rock just a little bit. And it kind of solidifies that color just a little. And look at it starting to bring out some of the texture. Poof, look at that. Doesn't get much easier than that, does it? So DeHobbles, we actually did use, I think, a smidge of cobalt blue on our Prinkles last night. Where's Prinkle? There he is. Prinkles has already been quite the cheeky character. He says, well, you know, worship me as a god, so I can be as cheeky as I want to be. So we're just tossing in some of the radiant magenta. Actually, we got some radiant violet over there. So here we get radiant magenta. Just trying to change the color of this a little bit so that when we get in here, right, we're going to throw some more of those darks. We're going to start throwing around some more darks here. Ah, there you are. We're going to be throwing around these darks like frisbees. Here we go. Let's chuck some darks into this. We have plenty of lights. There's our darks. Then we also want to get in there with some of our sharper highlights too. But first, some dark. Let's go. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna go with Perline Black. That's that super dark green. We've been doing the indigo, and we've been doing the Prussian blue, but that's actually Perline Black right there. A super, super dark green. And now we're going to go with some phthalo green. Some phthalo green here. DeHobbles, you remember what was it, the Monster Mini Mayhem figure that we painted a while back with, well, that one actually, that was the first one where the cobalt blue made a return. And then, of course, we kept using it because it never dries on the palette, so we've had it around. So again, this is another example of changing all those different colors. Well, we still have Kathy here. That's very cool. I'll just darken that down too. Now we'll get some lights in here. Here, let's just get some of the paint out of that. Where is my white? That's over here. We need to probably thin this down a bit. Thin it down a little bit, and now we can start doing some harder edges just like we did over there. Start doing some harder edges over here on the ice. So Deuce, there's a couple of Dark Sword videos that have the transparent cloth. And of course, Deuce, you could also watch remember the session we did on our Schmaladriel, right? That was the 75 mil figure. That's actually on the YouTube channel, specifically the part where we were doing the translucent cloth and the freehand stuff. So that's another place too that you might be able to find yourself some translucent cloth and the lacy stuff. Again, doing our... Well, we need to come back and see. We'll have to come back into that with some dark again. And of course, the radiant green. It's not enough to just have the light here, because look at this side. See the radiant green that we threw in there? That's sitting right over here. Right over there. Okay. Boom. There we go. It makes it lighter, but it's not a super light color, but it also, speaking of color, it gives us that extra kind of contrast here. Where's that blending brush? There you are. And thank you so much, Armored Wolf. He found that for you, so you can check that one out. So we like to take sometimes, maybe even just parts of a Twitch session and throw those up on the YouTube channel. You know, sometimes the shorter ones, we can have almost the entire thing up there. But yeah, sometimes I'll take the Twitch sessions, get those up on the YouTube channel. Because while we save everything here to the channel as a highlight, unlike a YouTube channel, I cannot make any sort of playlist or anything like that. All right, where's my... Kind of get a couple of these lights here. Man, that was a little bit too much of the solid highlight there. We'll have to just come back in, cut away some of that highlight with some of the dark. No big deal. We can do that. And I think I will be putting some of the icicles over the top of this like we do with the heavy gloss gel. But that's something we're going to have to wait on, of course. We will wait till after the oils have dried. So, of course, well, Cobalt It's not the king of the blues here. Well, it sings the blues. Cobalt sings the blues a lot right here because, well, the Prussians came along, and of course we know. Let's see, how many different colors did the Prussians wipe out? They wiped out cobalt blue, phthalo blue, and cerulean blue all at once. Yeah, the Prussians, and who would, surprise, surprise, the Prussians came in and wiped out 3 different colors on one corner of the palette. And it didn't take long either because, well, it is the most militaristic paint in all of the art world. So, huge surprise there. So then we start to tighten up some of our edges there. Bithron, if you check out the other, I almost said Artisan Guild, the other Archvillain figures here, I think there's 4 poses of ice trolls, which, I mean, really go well with him. And then, of course, you've got the walrus guys, and I've printed out 3 of them already. I'll try and get the 4th one printed out, but you will be seeing those guys painted here on the channel too. Now they will have to get the same snow effect as this because, well, they're getting bought by the same person that has said they want this, so they'll get that same snow effect. So no crushed glass snow, sadly, but we'll hopefully be able to still do our icicles because icicles, love the icicles. Down we go with some of the snow right there. So yeah, Cobalt died a very, very hard death, and it was very sudden. It was very sudden. And now Cerulean Blue has never made any sort of comeback. What was it that we mixed? Cobalt Blue did do a comeback, and then it got wiped out a second time. Cobalt Blue has been killed off many times. It keeps trying to come back. Oh, that's right. There was the dreaded alliance between, oh yeah, I think it was between Prussian Blue and Egyptian Violet. That was the other thing that prevented the return of the Cobalt. So here we're taking this look at the Egyptian Violet there on the end of the brush. And all I did was just take this lighter color here, pop that in. Dad hobbles that, well, it's the Cobalt Violet of blues because it's super expensive and it always gets wiped out by much cheaper colors. So I would I would have to say it's the Cobalt Violet of blues. Yeah. Because it's there and then it gets wiped out again and it costs a ton of money, and that's one of the reasons why it gets wiped out. Because why get that when you could use this other color that costs half as much, a third as much, and it does something close enough? Again, watercolors, different story. Love me some cerulean blue for watercolors. Don't leave home without it. But cerulean blue in oil paints, well, we're not looking for sedimentation. Watercolors, fantastic. Oils, not so much. Not looking for sedimentation there. We're just, look at this. We're taking that same lighter color and one of our Royal Langnickel brushes here and just not just getting some reflected lights there, but also a little bit of the bluish color too. Just a smidge of that. I've been hit by a cobalt blue barrel. Yeah, so it was Prussian blue and radiant blue. Yeah, it was. It looked like it was maybe making a comeback until now. Here, oh look at this. Now here we got radiant blue and cobalt blue. You notice that cobalt blue moved away from the Prussian blue and moved all the way over here next to the moved right next to the radiant blue here. It's like a game of diplomacy. Now, of course, playing a game of diplomacy could make the closest of friends never want to talk to each other again for 20 years. Or at least they'll be yelling at each other about that game of diplomacy for 20 years after they've played 2 turns of it. There, let's go a little bit. Oh, look at that! Look at that contrast. You must have dark to show light. There we had some light to show some dark. Oh, this thing here. Can't just have that big old blob of dark. Same thing over here. So yeah, it looks like Cobalt Blue is trying to, saddle up over here to the Radiant Blue, thinking that might make a difference. I don't know. Well, super lazy. We have done crazy things, almost as crazy as that, almost crazier than that maybe. But we have taken weathering powders, and there's videos of this where I basically took weathering powders and painted an entire miniature just in weathering powders. So that has been done multiple times actually. Painted an entire miniature in nothing but weathering powders. It was interesting. Oh, we have also taken weathering powders, mixed them with linseed oil, and made opaque, actual opaque earth tones, which almost never happens. Outside of Terra Rosa, you almost never have opaque earth tones until we did a little bit of Deuce-like experimentation and just tried to see what would happen. So they were just getting some more darks over here. We'll do the same over there. And over here too. So we're just, again, taking these darks. It sharpens up some edges. See, like right here, should be an edge there. Same over here, maybe. We'll have to go back in. One side or the other is going to need some light colors in here. Okay, we can't have just 2 dark edges right next to each other. That's not going to do very much for us. That will not be glorious. And so we are 2 hours, 51 minutes in. This thing had no paint on it less than 3 hours ago. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Might want to give the oils just a little bit of a look-see. They are cheaper, especially ultimately. And yeah, they are most definitely cheaper than the acrylics. So there is they also have some owl bears too, Bithron. I think there's 3 different owl bears. I know that Dano has printed out a couple of the owl bears. I might have painted one of them too. So there's owl bears in this release. There's the trolls, or ice trolls. There's 4 of those, and then there's the 4 walrus guys. And then there's some what almost looks like, oh gosh, like little Krampus type infantry guys. I won't be doing those, but we'll be printing out the trolls and the walrus guys for sure. So you'll be seeing those. The trolls. I don't remember what kind of. There were bases for the walrus guys. Well, it was the same base. Pretty much it's the exact same base for all the walrus guys. I don't remember what they did for the trolls. Archvillain can be interesting that way. Some figures, they have bases for them, and other ones, if it is a base, it's super generic, and it's the same one for every figure. You got the cloth video saved to the homework playlist. That's good, Deuce. Yeah, I hope that those are helpful. What is it? Oh, egg tempera. There you go. I've never actually had a chance to use egg tempera watercolors ever. And all the years I was doing watercolors, never had a chance to use those. Spent many years with the watercolors. Don't remember when the last time I had a chance to use them was. See a couple of lights here. Start to get some edges on the ice. Starts to look more like ice. We'll come back in here with some of that radiant green down here. All right, to create that, like here, that color change that you see there. We got ourselves a Grundy in the house. Grundy, how you doing? Thank you so much, because we wouldn't mind a little bit of that. Thank you so much. Drop that little diamond down in there. Thank you very much. So Grundy, I hope that you're doing well. We're starting to dive into all of those Archvillain winter theme miniatures finally. We're starting off with the Troll King. Then we'll probably move into the Walrus guys. Don't be surprised if that is something that we're painting, well, either on Thursday or certainly Friday/Saturday, possibility of that happening. Thanks, Grumdy. It's a nice, and it's all hollow too. This is how, I think every piece on this is hollow, so it doesn't weigh very much. It's not all that heavy. Atomic Walrus, how you doing? So yes, check out the December set of figures by Archvillain, and you'll see. I forget what they call them, but they are walrus guys, and they're pretty darn humorous looking. Actually, I think they were some of my favorite. They are my favorites. The trolls are kind of neat. The big old ice drake or whatever, I really like it, but there's no point in trying to fool around with that until I have a large format printer, really. It just doesn't make any sense. I think I could technically print it out on the Frozen. However, it would be probably 5-8 hour build plates or something, and we're not doing that. Oh geez, okay, so 3 inches. All right, I was thinking it was going to be like a foot of snow or something like that. But if it's a place that's not used to it, it could be like a foot of snow. So we all learned that lesson. Was it last? It was last winter. Was that the winter before? Right? If you're not used to getting that kind of snow at once, it might as well be 100 inches of snow. So that's definitely understandable there. Now here, do I need to? No, I think I can just put my hands there. So I might just go ahead and put some of my lighter white here onto this snow, because I need to be able to tell need to get some separation here. And again, I might have to throw some more of the white out here. We'll see, but for right now, I'm just gonna throw some of that onto the snow here. Again, I wish I could use my crushed glass there, but that's just not an option. Throw some more of that white over here. And I think I won't do it all the way out to there, because I'll still probably get my hand stuck onto that at some point or another. So yeah, I could definitely see that if that's, well, after the thing in Virginia, right, that was a half an inch of snow. So I can only imagine what 3 inches of snow is going to do in Georgia. That should be very interesting indeed. All right, let's go with some more of our lighter snow color here. I think we're caught up. Again, the chat, it's a little, well, it's not a little, it's a lot hard for me to see because my camera boom is in the way. So if I miss something in the chat, not ignoring you, just couldn't quite see it, or at least not in time anyway. So I think we will have to throw some more of our white out there. I'm not surprised given all the, well, all the snow. So apparently all the folks in Atlanta, this is going to be, this is what it's going to look like for them. I wonder if, I guess in other places around the country, they don't have their garbage trucks set up to also be snowplows. I mean, we have hundreds of snowplows here, but if we need extra ones, they'll just take the garbage trucks. You throw a plow on the front, you put a salt spreader on the back, and your garbage truck is now a salt spreader slash snowplow. It's not ideal, but it works. And of course, since we have alleys here, and the garbage trucks usually go down the alleys, sometimes they're plowing the snow and also picking up the garbage at the same time. So maybe other municipalities need to consider that too. Hey, Wombat Combat, nice to see ya. Happy New Year. I think maybe that might be the last time we saw you was right around New Year's there. I hope that you're doing well. So using one of these Royal Langnickel brushes here, just getting a little bit lighter stuff here on the snow. I'll be going back over this with my, I'm going to use the black 3.0 for that. And thank you so much for that follow. Ooh, Pluto is definitely the 9th planet. Oh boy, Pluto, you should have joined us on, what was it, Christmas, right before Christmas. Hello, little hobbits. It's getting frosty in here. There's a fell voice on the wind. So here, boy, Pluto is the 9th planet. You'll have to go back and watch here. So remember when we were painting these? Yes, so we're painting these ornaments, and we are going to paint Pluto because Pluto is a planet. It is not a dwarf planet. It's not a Kuiper Belt object. It's a planet. Here in Wappleville, Pluto is a planet. So yes, when we were painting these, we swore that we were going to be painting Pluto. Oh, here's our Mars. So there's our Mars. That's another one that we painted up on stream right there. So you can go back and watch those. You want to check those out. It is indeed a planet. Yes, none of this people trying to make a name for themselves by wiping out other people's planets. That does not fly here in Wappleville. We are not planet deniers here. No siree. Yeah, so Pluto. That is, I just, oh my gosh, I so wish that, well, actually, Pluto, well, you're just going to have to make sure that you're around for when we paint that Pluto ornament, because, you know, we will be reaffirming Pluto's proper status as one of the 9, which, not the same as this 9 right here, but one of the 9 nevertheless. I'll never forget when that happened, and it's basically kind of like, so we needed to spend time on declassifying a planet. That's what we're spending our time on. This is what we're spending our valuable time and resources on. That's what we're gonna waste it on. Okay, all right. Let's get some more of this, right, especially right next to our ice here.
So say we all.
Thank you so much, Anabolic. A little bit of that drop right in there. A little bit of our medicine. We really need a medicine cabinet in this room. It might look suspiciously like a mini fridge, but rest assured, it is not a mini fridge. It is a medicine cabinet. Appearances are deceiving. Yeah, just because it looks like a mini fridge, it is not one of those. We have a Carbon Chic. Carbon Chic, thank you so much for that raid. Thank you very much. How are you doing? And thank you so much, Embly. Look who's just gonna amble along right here and go, oh my goodness. Let me guess, Morgoth, right? Who's this Morgoth guy? And thank you so much, Crafty Craft, for that follow. So Crafty Craft, Carbon, and Mama, that is more than a. And Cap Dreamer, thank you so much. So thank you all the little hobbitses for the follows. We are painting from Archvillain Games. This is their part of their December release anyway. This is their Troll King. This is 3D printed. You can see there's a whole lot more of it there. Thank you so much, Rachel. May or may not. Hello, little hobbits. I spark my ganja. He's just gonna hide in the glass over here. It's like, we can see you in there. It's like, no, you can't see me unless you're looking at me. So I am looking at you, and I can see you. So poor Gandalf, he can't even hide. He can't even hide. So imagine that is the cheering of the bits and the subs. So whenever that happens, when there's a sub, there's a sip. And of course, it's purely medicinal. There is no enjoyment from that. It is just for the good of the channel. It's like for the greater good. It is all for the greater good. Enjoyment, no such thing. But it does mean that the voice will keep going for just a little bit longer. Oh my goodness. So what were you working on stream? And once again, thank you so much for that raid. That is appreciated. And of course, if you have any, I know you just finished your stream, so you're not in pictures right now, but if you have any Instagram or Discord work in progress images and you want to share those with folks in the chat, that would be fabulous. Let's see. Oh, we were doing a little bit of cross stitch. It is definitely lunchtime in Australia. Yes, indeed. Hopefully, you're not having some of that 50-degree heat down there. Because
So say we all.
Thanks, Imagine. Thank you so much. Oh, look, it's gonna be a shamrock shake. That is what we call a shamrock shake right there. So thank you very much. That's appreciated. And let me get caught back. Oh, and Grim throwing in some bits. Thank you, Grim. Grim's gonna start a Bitskrieg. Usually it's Sarge that begins the Bitskrieks, but Grim is looking to start a Bitskrieg there. Hey, Roger, nice to see you. So yeah, Carbon Chic. The last, I saw somebody. They sent me a thing where it was going to be 50 degrees every day for at least 5 days, and then it was going to cool down to 39 degrees. That's like, wow, yeah. Basically, the sun is looking at that and going, woof, man, that's a little toasty. You might need some sunscreen from yourself. I think even the sun's going to say, well, that's just too hot for me. I am not going to show my face there. 50 degrees Celsius, that's too hot for me. I want no part of that. So maybe that'll cool things down. I don't know. So Roger, I hope that you're doing well. And again, please give Carbon Chic a follow. Of course. There we go. Speaking of which, there's Sarge. I figured it wouldn't take long. Sarge hears his name. He said, well, okay. All right, Bitskrieg, that's fine. We'll get this taken care of. All right, we're doing a little bit of a reflected light here. So we are using oil paints, by the way. Yes, we're using oil paints. And thanks, Grumdy. Thank you very much. And we'll show you the 3 main brands that we typically use here. We'll let that splash in there. And we've got our big 3 right here. So these 2 here, Gamlin, Windsor, Newton, very similar in price, very similar in quality. Now, this is going to cost you a little bit more, but the Williamsburg, see that handmade right there? Sometimes you get what you pay for. And kind of pound for pound, it does seem to be really, it's a good for the price. It's really, really good. And thank you so much for the, uh-oh, get out of the way. Here comes the hype train. Bam, there it is, all aboard. All aboard the hype train. So it's, geez, Michael, it's what, 35, 39 degrees there? Holy smokes, that is too warm. And thank you so much for the gift sub, Sarge. That is appreciated. Thank you very much. So what we'll do here is we'll show you some of the other things that we have painted on the channel recently from Archvillain. So here we've got the Sons of Sekhmet. These were painted pretty much over New Year's Day and New Year's Eve. So again, everything is saved as a highlight here on the channel. So you can go back and watch those sort of like a YouTube channel. Their chronological order. Again, Archvillain Games right here. Daughters of Sekhmet. I think that was last year's August release. Yeah, last year's August release. And then this is one of my new army painting series right here. So there you go. That is from Archvillain, and that is their, I think that might be their August or November something, or September maybe. Might be their September set. And thank you so much, Queez and Megan. Playing hurt, but they're still kicking and a Bitskrieg. Thank you so much. And of course, let me see if I can even find that. I think it, oh, there it is, there it is, there it is. So let's get our, because we did reach a level 2, so in that case, well, what does that mean? Uh-oh, that means hype train. Yes, all aboard the hype train. So thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate that. Let's get back to our, and of course we're using, seriously, craft brushes. Cent pennies on the dollar. Here's our expensive brushes, right? This is about a $4.50 brush. It's a Princeton, just a liner brush. And don't worry about the oils with your brushes. Your brushes will like the oils better than the acrylic stuff, because as we bring back our brush over here, it's not drying in that metal ferrule, whereas acrylic paints, as soon as you use those, they are literally drying in the ferrule of that brush. And there's no way to get them out of there. Well, at least not easily. So again, oils, they can be your brush's friend. And thank you so much, Grim and Chris. Thank you very much. Look at that. Look at all them shamrocks over there. Wow, Grim is stealing Sarge's shamrocks. What the heck is going on? So yeah, there's lots of little things going on, that's for sure. And people are being very generous, of course. Again, with the Bitskrieg, trying to get to it looks like a level 3 hype train. Level 3 hype train. So when we started out the usual way. The usual way, where we just throw some of these darker colors, and you can see them here on the palette. Darker colors, wipe them away with a sponge, at least most of them. Then we start coming back over this here with some of our lighter colors. And one of the nifty things, and here, well, we can do that right here. Let's get some of that radiant green. A little bit of phthalo in that. Here, let's thin that down a bit. And let's do some of that right over here, shall we? I'm just going to slap some of this. Boom, right there. You say, wait a minute. Well, that's not much of a brush stroke right there. Watch what's going to happen. We're going to take a brush that has no paint on it. And we're just going to take this, and look at how we're just going to fade this. Oh, look at that. That went from here, just to get another rough brush application. Another rough brush application to something that is nice and smooth. Look at that. There we go. So, and again, thank you so much for all the bits there. Oh, we got designs by L. Thank you so much, and Grundy. And it looks like we're basically going to reach, I think, our level 3. I think it'll just take one little push with some bits there, and that means we're going to have the double hype train going on. There we go. Sarge putting it over the top. What does that mean? That means we got ourselves a double hype train. Whoops, wait a minute. There we go. Somehow we turned that off. Uh-oh. All aboard. All aboard the hype trains. Cookie decorating stream. Last Christmas. Last Christmas. We decorated that. And thank you so much, everybody, for all the bitses there making those hype trains happen. And yes, we did decorate Christmas cookies on stream. Well, for our holidays this year, we painted ornaments in oils on stream, and we went with kind of a planetary feel right here. Where's our, oh, here we go. There, a little bit of lunar landscape. Oh, also too from Archvillain, and you can see these on stream here. Painted these guys just last week, and all done with the oils. We're using the exact same method that we are using here. Here's another one. I think this is their last year's August release. Again, these are Mato Riders, so kind of a Lizard Man vibe right here. Really loved painting these, and we've done, well, 3 of those on stream now. So thanks so much, everybody, for all the bitses and everything. So Rachel, actually it smells good. It does, it still smells good. It would be a little crunchy. Yeah, it would be a little bit on the crunchy side. So I'm thinking it smells good. If you had some really strong chompers or something like that, you might be able to still eat that. Or I guess you could just soak it in hot chocolate for a while and see if it softens up again. But that is one stout cookie right now. If you threw it at somebody, you probably hurt them. So Rachel, actually, you can watch those streams. They're from just not this last December, but the previous December. And we made our own. Well, as usual, we made our own frosting. Made our own frosting and gave it that was that the hazelnut flavor. And we had a mix of the nutmeg log recipe and the gingerbread cookies. We did lots of Rohan cookies. We did even some Star Wars themed cookies. Speaking of Rohan, here's another one of the ornaments that we painted. So a little bit of Rohan there. So Anabolic still using the same Mona Lisa high quality thinner. I really love that stuff, and it's been just a super reliable thing to have. Here, I'm going to try and get a little bit lighter colors here in the bones. Then we're actually going to go over the top of this and maybe even do a little bit of darker dry brushing over the top of that too. So here, let's just swing back around over here to our Troll King, because there's some areas here that are now they've set a little bit more. We can kind of come back in here. There's some areas like there that also need a little bit of reflected light. Yeah, and of course, well, we have, so Rachel, we have lots of army painting things that we have done here. So here's, this is a part of our Moria army. Now here's another part, our Moria dragon. We've done a bunch of trolls. Here's our Dunlendings, right? And of course, our Dunlendings are setting Rohan on fire, one building at a time. And we've done a lot of terrain. Here's our Easterling buildings that we've made. Well, there's our Rohan windmill, the archery range, and then of course here we'll get to our Nazgul. We're almost done with our Nazgul. We actually, I got to get the pictures of I have all of my fellowship. Those are done. And of course here, this is one of my army painting series. These are also 3D printed miniatures from Artisan Guild. And of course, well, here's some of our Candish. That's our We Three Kings army theme. 3 different color schemes in one army. All right, time for some reflected light down here. So Rachel, some of them are 3D printed. Now, of course, there are so many more Lord of the Rings 3D or digital sculptors out there. I can pretty much have every single army now in Lord of the Rings just 3D printed. I have right now I have a Sonic Mini 4K. That is the printer that I'm using, and that's what all of these have been printed on. And of course, what we have here is this was also 3D printed. This is from Diwali. Now that is from The Printing Goes Ever On, but the troll itself is from Diwali, and we have lots of fun stuff from them. Here's another really fun, the Marauder, the Goblin Marauder right there, the Warg Marauder. Really fun doing again our same Moria basing scheme for our Warg Marauder, and then of course our Witch King. This was also from Diwali here, but we've got stuff from Midbury. Here's our Easterlings that we've been painting. These were from Colbay's, and we just painted this one I think last week, something like that. So I think we're caught up there, right? Yes, yes, indeed. So thanks again, everybody, for all of the bitses and cheers. I think we got a level 3 hype train, right? Yes, we got to a level 3 hype train. So thank you so much. That is appreciated. We need a little more reflected light over here. See right here? I just kind of had to let that paint set. Remember we talk about this all the time? I had to let that paint set for a little bit. Yeah, of course. Now, I wish I could reach him. He's way too far away right now. But yes, I really, really had some fun painting Jack. He is from Titan Forge. It's been a little while since I printed some Titan Forge stuff. Again, everything that we've been printing lately is stuff that's geared more towards, well, it's going to have to be sold, like all of the Archvillain, all the Mato Riders and such. And of course, we'll be getting back to our Armada Mondays, hopefully this coming Monday. And we'll be doing the elf ships there. Hopefully we'll be able to, I think, maybe do some fun freehand on those sails. That's kind of my original thought. It may not pan out exactly that way. Hopefully it does. Well, let's bring in a little bit more of our light there against the... Oh, we did this on the other side. Let's bring in some reflected light. Here, we got the snow sitting right underneath it, so how is there no reflected light there? Now, this guy here, I'm going to bring in some more light, but we might need to come back in with some dark on this guy right here. I don't know. We'll see. That's the nice thing about the oils, very flexible. You want to change something? You just take your makeup sponge and you wipe it away, or you just take your brush and wipe it away, and you just go right back to the start again. So Grimdy, actually Grumdy and Grim, if you guys want to throw some links of things that you painted with the oils from your Instagrams, so people can get a chance to see what you guys have done with those. Well, actually, all the folks out there that have been using the oils on your miniatures, if you want to throw some links there to Discords or Instas or whatever, and let the new folks see what you've been doing with them. Now here, see what I just did there? A little sneaky, cheeky line like that. This is another thing that the oils let you do. Look at this. Bam. Kind of like the universal cartoon signature for glass. We just did that on our ice right there. And Rachel, the other nice thing about, here's some of the busts that we've painted. We printed out all of these. I think we did 5 of those from, ironically enough, called Printomancer. And we've done some really, really, really large stuff here on the channel. We've done terrain. We also do 2D art. Well, ornaments, cookies. It's more like what haven't we painted on stream. And we also do sculpting on the stream too. We have done sculptings many times. Obviously, painting is kind of the primary theme, but is certainly not the only thing that we do. Look at that. See a nice little cut mark there in our ice. Yeah, we love to do our object source lighting. And well, here's another icy. This is another 3D print. This one is from Monster Mini Mayhem. And all the things that you see there and all the little ice crystals, that's what we're trying to do on these. On the Troll King right here. And he's fairly large. He is I mean, he's 28 millimeters scale, so he's a big guy. He's a big old monster, that's for sure. All right, just a couple extra little lights there on, well, whatever that is. Now here with his eyes, do we want to have him? I'm not quite sure. I think we might want to maybe go with a little lighter color here in his eyes. Just gonna grab some of the white, bring that over here. We're gonna have to thin that down. I might just throw a little dot of thinner right there on top of it. So there we go. So yeah, check out Graham and also too Grundy, because Grundy has done some amazing things with the oils. I'm gonna try and lighten his eyes here just a little bit. I got the white going. Man, this might be too much. Might take away a little bit of that. Again, a nice light touch on the brush. Caress the brush. Do not crush the brush. A little more light there. This might need some reflected light too. So thanks so much for the hype train, folks. Well, that's what keeps the experimentation going, and that should help with getting some more of those fluorescent powders, so that we can, well, try another version of this, where we take the fluorescent dry powder, mix it with linseed oil, turn it into a paint. We have done the same thing with the metallics, right? And that has worked really well. And here's an example of that. And this is, I want to print out some more of these guys. These are really fun. So all of that is done with metallic oil paint there. Interference paint, some of the iridescent pearl white. So all metallic, but that is all oil paints. Remember when was the first time we heard that, wait a minute, you can't do metallic oil paints. You can't do that. And we said, really? Really? Well, we did it then. Anytime we hear something we can't do, well, we just go ahead and do that. Oh, Nixel's still around. So Nixel, have you gotten any more naps in while we've been doing this? Because, well, now it's been 3.5 hours, so potentially you could have gotten in a power nap there. Nixel, well, even having him set to Supermax was not enough the other day, so we may actually have to go even to a higher level of Supermax just to make sure none of that stuff happens again. So here we're going to get some, we need some edges here. I thought so. Yeah, I was like, yeah, I bet you might have gotten yourself another nap in, which is, it sounds really good, actually. So we're going to now, couple little edges here, bring out these edges, not every single one equally. But I had to wait. If I tried doing this too soon, the paint just would have literally bounced off of there. It wouldn't have stuck the way it's sticking right now. That's with the oils, you do not want to be hasty. Don't be hasty, little hobbits. If you're hasty, well, you know what's going to happen. You're going to get the mud. Now in here, we need some reflected something in there. And I've got we'll just do the radiant green. Why not? Do something like that. Yeah, Nixel, you definitely have to reboot and refresh. Believe me, that I understand. Well, I understand what it's like when you can't do that. So, yes, indeed. Understand the necessity of that. Ooh, you know what? We need some of that here. So again, we're looking to Get some reflected light here into the what's supposed to be ice crystals, right? So we need some light reflecting in there. And as you can see, I'm just really slapping some paint on there. We're going to take our blending brush here. Do something like this. And that's all that it takes. It can be just that easy. It does not have to be complicated. I think that could also use, whoops, not the right one. There's my green over here. Now, KGB is going to be painting their first oil painted figure. Now, did you have something selected? Hopefully something that's not going to be too complex for the first one. Hopefully something that has maybe a lot of open surfaces. And, well, I'm looking forward to hearing how that went, for sure. And also, too, just make sure to be patient with yourself, right? If it's a little bit tricksy at the start, give yourself the room to just kind of adapt and get used to them. And, of course, less is more, and more is way too much. Let's see. So I think we're almost caught up there. So Arda Michael, yeah. Now, of course, I like the interference colors. Basically, you could just pretty much use the interference powders. You could also use the mica powders. They're not as intense as the green stuff world powders, but in a pinch, if you can't find those, you can just use the mica powders. Like I said, that we've seen that they're not quite as intense, maybe as the green stuff world stuff. But if you can't get the other, if you have nothing, that's not going to work at all, right? Having at least something is better than nothing. Oh yeah, so some Pearl X would work. Oh, it's a snake and some crystals on a Citadel Black. Oh, that sounds great, Cajun Beauty. Let me see what I was looking here. So Amateur Paint Hour. This is the Troll King. This is the December release from Archvillain. Right there. We've printed up some of the Walrus guys. We will be printing some of the regular trolls. Some of the ice trolls. There's also owl bears. And I think there's also some larger bears. Yeah, so you'll be seeing some more of those over the course of the winter here for sure. So again, from Archvillain Miniatures, or Archvillain Games, sorry, not Archvillain Miniatures, Archvillain Games. As far as the digital sculpting goes, I mean, maybe Monster Mini Mayhem is also on the more realistic side of things, but I would say probably of the two, Monster Mini Mayhem and Archvillain, they're the two most focused on more realism, whereas things like, well, Artisan Guild, they are full on stylized. Now you get into stuff like Titan Forge and Lost Kingdoms, now you're kind of hybrid. Sometimes they're very stylized, sometimes they're way more realistic. Now, of course, all the Lord of the Rings ones that we do, even those have degrees of stylization and not stylized. I'm going to take this and we're going to here move some of our lighter color around here. So KGB, if you want to shoot a link there so that people can see what you're working on, that sounds good. Ooh, let's get more of our lights here. And you saw we just basically kind of slapped that on there. Now we're just going to take another brush here and we're going to push that around. Yes, I'm using actually one of my Filbert brushes for that. It still actually has some paint in it from when we were doing some of our dry brush stuff. There we are. We'll maybe lighten that up just a smidge right here. We also have to get some snow on those. I think I'll just wander back over here to the, well, what the heck, the cobalt blue and the And yeah, it's the radiant blue too. I'll get some of the radiant blue in here, and we did want some snow, I think, on the top of this. There was a little bit over here too. Now remember, this is oils here, so it's going to be blending in. I can only do so many brush strokes with this before it's going to start blending together. So ironically enough, I think the Printing Goes Ever On is probably more stylized. I think Kurzlik also is more stylized. Diwali, and I'm sure anybody that's done the Diwali stuff would probably say that they are the most realistic of the Lord of the Rings sculpting entities. I think by a wide margin, you would say Diwali is the most realistic of all of them. Medberry's close. Medberry's pretty close. And it looks like I won't actually have to build the Galadrim elves anytime soon because the February thing for Kurzlook it's going to be Galadrim elves. So, yay! Yet another thing that I don't have to spend time trying to put together. I'll just print them out and paint them. Bam. So yeah, Cajun Beauty, we've done tons. Well, of course, we've done the regular plastic figs. We've done both of the Saruman miniatures on stream. And of course, well, here's another version of the Witch King. This is from Medberry right here. We painted this one up on stream, of course. And let's see, well, we've got the Dunlendings that we've done. And again, the Easterlings here. And all of those, so here's another one of those trolls from Diwali. All of this painted on stream. There are some YouTube videos as well with some of the trolls that we've done. Oh, and of course, oh yeah, here's, these are from Kurzlik right here, the Mahood Riders, because Mahood Riders, instead of needing a bazillion pieces of metal and dealing with that, nope, don't have to deal with that. I'm going to try and get me a couple of lights over here on the bone and snow. I'm going to see if I can get some blue into that. Where did my smidge of the Prussian blue in here? Yeah, it's looking a little bit too close to the colors we've got here. There we go. That's a little bit more like it. Just a smidge of that Prussian blue here. So Cajun Beauty, I mean, the plastic stuff is, well, somewhat economical, but the 3D printed route is so much better. Oh, like those Mahood riders that I just showed you. I think two ancient metal miniatures that are really difficult to put together are going to cost you at least 35 bucks. And here's one of the old metal cave trolls. This is Alex the Cave Troll right here. Used to be in possession of the ring until the 20 loaves of lambus bread sort of set the ring free, so to speak. So that metal miniature would probably set you back, I don't know, $37 or so. Or you could buy an entire liter of printing resin and print probably about 60 of them. Maybe even more with a liter of printing resin. Yeah, you could probably make yourself about 60 of those. Now, of course, the Moria Fellowship that we did for Lord of the Rings, that was just the straight up old metal figures. And yes, we finally actually painted some hobbits. Yes, we even painted some hobbits. Just got rid of some of the paint down the brush there because now I need to get some more straight up white here if possible. Now again, once all this stuff dries, I will be throwing some icicles on here in the usual way, using the heavy gloss gel. We've done that on vehicles, so many different things. Get some light over here now. Yeah, something like that. And now, Cajun Beauty. What's nice is there's some decent printers, especially if you don't have to do large stuff. Now, of course, we are definitely have to bring in a large format printer here, just with all the larger things that I need to print like this. Instead of this being, I don't know, a couple of days to print out the various pieces, I could just print it in a matter of hours in one shot, and with other stuff too, probably. So we have to have a larger format printer here. You don't necessarily need that, so that means you got the option of, well, getting some cheaper, definitely a more affordable printer. And now, gee whiz, they're just a couple of $100 pretty much on Amazon, maybe even less than a couple of $100. I mean, for less than the cost of, say, one large Age of Sigmar monster, you could probably get yourself a printer and maybe even some resin at this point. Wouldn't be the most expensive printer in the world, but it still could be possibly done. All right, so I see some edges here we don't necessarily have in place yet, so we're going to try and do a couple of edges right here. Sharpen these guys up, like so. And of course, 3 hours and 40 minutes ago, there was no paint on here. There was nothing. There was just primer, that's it. That's the power of the oils for you. All the non-metallic metal stuff that we've done, all of the ice crystal stuff that we've done. Again, all in the under 4 hours here. And that includes the hype train and lots of follows and everything else. And of course, the follows are all appreciated. And well, we did cross that plateau. Just after New Year's, I think we were able to get to that new plateau of followers, so that is much appreciated for all the folks that have followed. So Super Lazy Bum, actually I know several people that they do, they don't maybe print out as much as I do, but they all have printers and they actually live in condos and apartments. One of the things you can do is get a grow tent and you put your printer in there. It also helps with the, hold the heat in if it happens to be cold, but it also will hold in any kind of a fragrance. You also have the option of water washable resin. So you don't necessarily need to use the type of resin that requires the 90% alcohol. Heck, I don't even use that. The resin that I use just requires your regular old, 70% alcohol. That's it. And when we do get the Saturn, we will be using the water washable resin for that, just for ease of use. And also saving on the rubbing alcohol, because I don't want to have to be buying that by the gallon. But other folks, their needs might be different, so they get different types of resin, and that's all good. So again, Super Lazy Bum, that is what the grow tent is for. The side benefit of having that, again, if it's maybe cold where you are, it keeps it warmer, but it will also hold in the fumes. And as I said, if you use the water washable resin, you're also starting to take away some of those other things too. You can also have a little fan in the area, something like that. And some people, they just put them in their closets. Thank you so much, Cajun Beauty, for that follow. That is appreciated. Of course, Gandalf appreciates all the new little hobbits, and thank you very much. Let's Gandalf comes along and he says, so have you ever run into any of the good to bad orcs up there? Because I see lots of snow, and do I look like an orc to you? It's like, oh, I'm getting to be like Treebeard. You all smell alike. Yes, of course, because Treebeard is nose blind. We know that. Yeah, so Artemichael, now I don't have one-page rules, but one-page rules tends to, well, kind of, shall we say, closely mirror Sigmar and Warhammer stuff. Of course, Medbury Miniatures is another one. So that is another one I would recommend if you're maybe looking for, well, especially Empire stuff. And I'm pretty sure that Medbury is about to do Ogre stuff. So, our Ogre Kingdoms, I guess we could call it that. So, yeah, Ogre Kingdoms, I do believe that is the February release coming up for Highlands Miniatures. Their current month, and actually we printed some of them out, they are the, oh, whatchamacallit, they're the Griffin Riders, yes. So we printed out some of those. I thought it would be nice to do some non-metallic metal and some true metallic metal. So we'll do non-metallic metal on one, true metallics on the other. That way you get to see a couple of different ways of approaching the same type of miniature. So we add some more dark silver here onto the crown. I think we're good over there. What about this thing? We need to sharpen up some of these too. And I knew I also needed to get some dark on his fingers. I'm going to switch maybe over here to some of the Van Dyke Brown and maybe Black Spinel too. This little skelly friend there on this. Oh, we need to get some. Gee whiz, we have some darks here. We have no midtones or lights. So we'd like to do some of that here too. In the meantime, I'm going to hit the fingernails, such as they are. Draconic Visions, holy smokes. Draconic Visions, how the heck are you doing? Gee whiz, how have things been going? Hopefully nothing crazy over the last several months there. I haven't seen you stream in a while, so hopefully the sculpting continues to go well. And thanks for the clip there, Bithron. I appreciate that. So I know that like Zula and Avocado Kids and stuff, they sort of took a little bit of a break from streaming for a while. So hopefully maybe you're going to be getting back into the streaming mode again. So, whoa. I got my light there. It was on this side, and I think I might reflect some of him, which means back to our green. Now, sorry that you had to deal with that. Hopefully, like I said, maybe you've been able to at least do a little bit of your sculpting, and maybe a return to some streaming might be in the future. Hey, X-Braun, how you doing? Nice to see you. Well, hopefully you had yourself a happy Saturday. Okay, that's cool. Now, where's my... Oh, cadmium orange. So X-Braun, hopefully you had yourself a good Saturday as well. Maybe got some games in or some painting, one or the other, or both. That would be good. There's a Kathy. She's saying good night. Everybody says good night to Kathy. Oh, oh no, Sambo is in the other room. They're probably getting up to all kinds of mischief in there. So we're getting a little bit of our... Let's see, look at the alternating between light and dark and light and dark. Making sure we have some reflections here and there. So we need a little bit more of our light there. It's going to grab this blending brush here, and that's a little bit of brushstroke management right there. Oh, look at that. That's a nice little turquoise it just got on there. So Artemichael tried to challenge me in the rolling ones contest. So that is pretty good there. I'm glad it wasn't too frustrating of a day for you there, X-Braun. You know what? We need a couple more of our lights over here. So yeah, Draconic, the 3D printing has really, well, it's taken over. I would say these days pretty much 95% of everything that I'm painting on stream, that would be 3D printed. And of course now we have found so many fantastic Lord of the Rings sculptors. We outside of, well, I guess like the new Easterling stuff that's coming along, we'll be getting that. But gee whiz, just as I was about to start putting together some Galadrim stuff, along comes Kurzlook and they say no need, no need, because we're doing the Galadrim next month. A little bit of World of Tanks and some miniature prep and a little bit of Mech Warrior. So Tavares have painted everything with the oils. Terrain, large scale, small scale. So we got, where's the Cav stuff that we painted here? Where's the Cav stuff? Oh, there it is. There it is. So those vehicles, those are painted start to finish with oils, and they're about an inch long. They are bigger in the picture than they are in actual real life. So all that was painted with oils. And of course, well, we've painted all of those painted in the oils, and she's not very big whatsoever. And this is essentially Bones material right here. And well, guess what? We have painted, here's a Bones material right there. Where's our dragon? There he is. So that is a Bones dragon right there. And of course, well, let's see if we can dig him out again. Be tricky here. Don't want to knock too many things over. All right, there we go. So this also is Bones material, as you can see. Sorry about that. So that is Bones right there. And of course, yes, we've done the bolt action stuff. We've done large things, small things. Well, of course, there was the ornament painting streams that we did over the holidays. And of course, again, some of the nice things about the oils is it is far more durable than acrylics are. It is, well, ultimately cheaper than acrylics. It's easier on your brushes. You don't need to buy as many paints. Well, it's certainly faster painting with the oils, no doubt about that. And we painted terrain, big figs, small figs, dragons, hobbits, painted it all. There, I just need to get the top of that with some kind of lighter color onto it too. Hey, Laminess, nice to see you again. Oh, thanks, thank you so much, Tavares. It just, I wish that I had thought of using the oils many years ago, because, well, I've used oils for most of my life. I wish that I had thought of them for miniatures. Could have saved me an awful lot of time, that's for sure. So, Laminus, I hope that your day went well. Yeah, let's get a couple more of our, we're going to need some darks in there, possibly even some more oranges into that. And let's get some more of our lights back here on the end of his crown. Oh, gee whiz, how do we not get any light right along this edge here? Yeah, there we are. I'm glad that you were actually, Arda Michael, that seems to be a theme. That seems to be a running theme here is people getting caught up on sleep. We're trying to get one last thing done here as far as bringing in some funds. So we're hoping that this does the trick. And of course, this is from Archvillain. And here's some of the other Archvillain stuff that we've been painting all the last week or so. We've painted 3 of these guys on stream. I absolutely love these. We will have to print out some more. And here's another example of, okay, this is the See, we got those cooler greens there. You can see we got some of those same turquoise, right? That's the phthalo green and the green radiant paint mixed together. That's what we have there on the ice flows. So really handy. We have used actually a little bit of the cobalt. We used a bit of cobalt on this cobalt blue on this miniature here, and of course he's not a 72 or a millimeter or anything like that. He's a 28, 30 millimeter figure. Actually, it's almost like I would say that Archvillain figures. Dano probably echoes this too. I think Archvillain is more like 28 mil. Oh, Dano, you survived another round of IKEA. Boy, Dano, you weren't kidding that you were a veteran of IKEA. Man. So, Dano, you would say that Archvillain is really almost more of a 28 mil. It's practically Lord of the Rings scale, especially when it comes to its infantry, which is kind of on the small side, wouldn't you say? Gonna get a little bit more of my light there, and now this needs to be somewhat lighter here. We're just doing a little bit of dry brush there. I had to let some of the Van Dyke brown set there, and that did, because that is supposed to be more or less a stone right there. Just to fade a little bit of that too. So here, now again, this is, there's your Gandalf for size, so he is pretty darn large, and again, less than 4 hours, with all of this color variation and everything else. It is possible, it can be done, it has been done. And boy, if you go back to look at the start of this, I think it was almost even messier than our usual ones. Oh, and for the folks that have not seen Prinkles, this is what we painted last night. So this is Prinkles, the Imperial War Kitty Part 2, but this time he's got wings. It's like, yep, that's me with the wings. I'm just going to be flying around, me and Gua here. We're going to find Gandalf, and we're going to just dump him in Mount Doom. Yeah, because he didn't clean my litter box. So Gandalf is in trouble. So Draconic Visions, we did an entire Moria army. There's the Balrog, painted him up on stream. We also painted about 25 Gabos to go with him. We also painted a Moria dragon to go with the Balrog right there. We've been working on our Dunlending / Wolves of Isengard army as well. So I think the Balrog was not last November, but the November before last. So that would be November of 2020. I do believe that was our month of Shadow and Flame. And he might have been the last one that we painted, I think. If I remember right. That might have been like November 30th of 2020. Alright, just gotta smooth some of that out. Where's my... There it is. No. I'm gonna go with this stuff here. We'll go with the cobalt and radiant blue mix there. Yeah, Cajun Beauty, that is one of the most feared and loved characters on the channel. Just like with just like with our Dark Lady Schmaladriel here, right? Terrible as the storm, dark, and all will love me and despair. It's like, so the whole despair thing, it's like, if they love you, why are they also going to despair? She's like, I don't know, man. That's just the line they gave me. So that was also painted here on the channel. And of course, if you want to watch any of those previous episodes, like the Balrog, they're all saved as highlights. They're all right there for you. Not like a YouTube channel where I can make playlists and stuff. However, they're all still there. And thank you so much, Bitron, for doing the clip there. So yeah, I guess we've got the sort of southern cold wave that's happening here apparently. Not quite like last year though, I don't think. I think last year was a little bit, or not, was it the year before last year? Was it 2 years? No, it was last winter. Well, it was last winter anyway, where it was something like 20, it was about 20 degrees, maybe 10 degrees or something like that down there. And here, let's get a little bit more of our light along here too. Not really going to be sticking my finger there too much, so should be good. We've got to just start sharpening up some edges too on the ice over here. I think here, I don't know, it's probably in the 20s, I guess. Maybe right around freezing. Now, of course, it was last February where everything went nuts, so I'm not going to say anything about how much snow we have or don't have or anything like that. So we've learned that do not challenge, because Mother Nature is always undefeated. Yes, do not challenge Mother Nature. Don't say, yeah, it's been a real late winter this year with snow, because we did that last winter. Next thing you know, there was 30 some odd inches of snow on the ground. So we're not making that mistake anymore. Now, it didn't all fall at once, but it never really got above 20 degrees for at least 2 weeks, maybe 2.5 weeks. And little snow would fall, wouldn't melt. Little snow would fall, wouldn't melt. Then we would get about 6 inches, wouldn't melt. Then we got a foot of snow on top of all the other snow. Uh, Clearly more snow than this guy has here. He doesn't have that much snow. Here, where's my... We'll just use this as a blending brush here. Why not? We'll just do some blending with this. Again, all of our little ice facets here. That's just too dark. I'll lighten up the bottom of that. Same thing. Oh, same thing here and over there. Oh, hey, Lady B, how you doing? Nice to see you. Well, Lady B doesn't have to worry about 0 degrees Celsius or anything like that. It's quite the opposite there in Australia. Here, there we go. Okay, that's again some of our a little bit of that green radiant paint. It's a little, I don't want that to be too light. So these guys originally, I thought they were just people, but they are definitely, well, they're larger than any of the Archvillain humans are. So definitely they are something, meant to be something different. I think we're all, yeah, I think we're caught up on the chat. Again, we put in some of our Egyptian violet over there so that we'd have some different colors on the skin tones. More of our Yeah, let's lighten up the gray here just a bit. I'm still not going to put the lighter colors there because I might still need to stick my hand on that. That is, and as you can see, I've been putting my finger there for a while. I'm going to see if I can't lighten up a couple more areas here. I'm actually going to grab a little bit of the Radiant Lemon too. Oh, I'm just going to throw a little bit of the magenta in there. Yeah, we're going to go crazy. Just to see if we can get some lights here on this, whatever this is. I do not know. Only the Troll King knows what that is. So is it even, well, I would imagine, well, at 50 degrees, even air conditioning, well, I know here, even at mid-30s, or, yeah, even here at mid-30s, if it's been that way long enough, it will overwhelm any sort of air conditioning that we have. And if it's anywhere near 40, you can just kiss it all goodbye. You can forget about it. And thanks so much for the clip, Mitron. Oh yeah, so today we did our very first, oh gosh, what would you even call it? On Instagram we did our first reel. Basically, all I was trying to do was see what the new phone camera could do. There's definitely going to be a learning curve with that new phone camera. I can see that. I'm hoping. We haven't had a chance to test what the MP4 files are like. Can my editing software use those, or is it going to be like the other phone camera where suddenly it just stopped working? So again, that's got just a little bit of the magenta in it. I don't want to make this whole thing some kind of a really light bone color. Just looking to get a few lights. We're going to leave most of our middle tones and darks in place. I was thinking of making these more of an ice type of thing, but it really is part of the bone there, so we'll just do it that way. And then once all this has dried, like I said earlier, we'll put the we'll throw a little bit of icicles on there. We'll use the heavy gloss gel. We've done that many times. I'm gonna say that should actually be maybe dark. Oh, dark with a little bit of the Terra Rosa, maybe. I don't know. I'm gonna throw a little bit of the Fanchon red in there. Something like that, just to change up that color, not just darker, but also a different color here. Some Van Dyke Brown to darken that down. Very much a dry brush. Look at how I'm holding the brush with just those 2 fingers. That's it. Just the 2 fingers. So that stands out a little bit more. Yeah, Dano, I can only imagine dealing with that sort of heat there. Now, of course, what you can do, and we've had to do this the last 2 summers, is you can just take regular things like a box fan, and you can take those, well, here 1-gallon containers, or you take the 2-liter bottles of soda or something like that. You fill those with water, freeze them. You put those in the freezer, you make them nice and icy, and you stick those in front of a fan. And as the fan blows onto that and evaporates that, it will put out some cooler air. And thank you so much, Green Fairy Studios. I appreciate that. Let's see. So I think so yeah, that's what we have done the last couple of summers here. And of course, not having central air, and of course the houses here have no insulation. So in the winter time they are freezers, and in the summertime they are ovens. So it's yeah, kind of like Dano there. Well, I mean, there is some, but again, it's if you're not standing right in front of that air conditioner, it's a little different story. Uh, okay, yeah, that's so Daniel, we just basically took the gallon containers or the 2 liter jars or something like that, fill them up with water, freeze them up, and we just kind of would rotate those around and stick them in front of fans. I know that you can actually buy some fans that sort of do that, but they have a tendency to break a lot. I tried them out this year. They sort of worked until they broke, and I don't think we'll be really trying too many more of those. Also, yeah, no insulation there either. And of course, in Chicago, because of that little bit of redecorating that happened in 1871, they basically said every house has to be made of masonry. So you have masonry houses with no insulation. Some Van Dyke brown here, and again, we're just doing some dry brushing of the dark colors in here. We're not doing any kind of a glaze or anything like that. We are just dry brushing in some darker tones. And part of that is I wanted to almost have it look like a kind of a stained look in some ways. We don't want to have that desert bleached bone look because it's not the desert, is it? And we'll do a little bit more of our dark there, and then we'll move back to Mr. Troll over here. I'm going to actually throw a little bit of that Van Dyke brown onto the throne there to make it a little less of the bluish gray. So just a hint of it there. Just a hint of it right there. Now, this guy here, I'm not going to be sticking my hand on him so much, so I'm going to see if we can't maybe throw some of our radiant green, maybe even a little bit of the turquoise. And let's do some stuff on him right here. We haven't really messed with this guy at all. So they're sort of like skeleton-esque type things, but not quite. They're sort of icy things, but not quite. And we'll just see what we can do on this little guy right here. So I'm just going to tip him over this way. I think now you can see him, yeah. Now we do have a little skelly friend over there too. We'll have to make sure we do something with him. So just trying to get a little bit of the radiant green in here. And let me see if I can get some of my lighter colors into this. There's my white here. Make sure you can see them. So it can be a little bit of a challenge when we're doing these larger figures like this to try and make sure it's on screen for you, and also so that I can handle it. It's not always easy on the bigger stuff. I am hoping that the phone will potentially allow me to stream on the phone. We may not have all of our sounds and some of the other things, but it could mean I could actually show some much larger stuff being painted. I mean, it's been working really well for Jinx. I think that Jinx went to doing the phone streams because of her computer giving her a hassle, and she never looked back. Now, here I'm going to just take the blending brush, and we're just going to move some of this together here. Look at that. So I just slapped on a bunch of colors. And we're just going to start blending some of those together. I don't think I need to go back in there with any darks. I really don't think so. Flip them over this way. Let's see what we can do here on our little skelly friends. Are they skellies? It's kind of they're sort of like zombie type things here. They have some muscle, some skin. They have some crazy little icy things on them. Take the let's go with some of the radiant turquoise. Where's my Prussian blue? There we are. Let's try the radiant turquoise, some Prussian blue. And let's see what we can do here on the underside of his chest. It seems to be okay. And again, I don't want to have too much dark here or too much light. I'm going to have some midtones. I'm going to actually try some of the radiant blue now. Let's put that on his chest, such as it is. And again, if we need to, we always have our blending brush at hand. Why do a whole bunch of layers? And like Green Fairy says, well, let's see, wasn't a plop and push. That was one of our expressions there, but not everybody quite gets what plop and push means. That can mean different things in different situations. So we'll just plop it on there and blend it. Thank you so much, Call Twitch. Appreciate the bitses there. Thank you very much. That's appreciated. And hopefully you've had yourself a good Saturday. And for those for whom it's already Sunday, hopefully your Sunday has gone well. And we'll get a little bit more of our, yeah, that's that blue, that turquoise and Prussian blue mix. It'll be interesting. Oh boy, getting back into Armada Mondays, we'll be seeing some of that combo again, won't we? And thank you so much, Squidman. I appreciate that. Oh, sorry, that's Gandalf. That's a Gandalf here. It's like, boy, you're standing on kind of a warm base right there. It's like, no, it's not really that warm. It was warmer when the Balrog just sort of grabbed me with that big lash of his, and yeah, dude, that must have really hurt. It's like, you kidding me? I got a glow stick, and I got a kitchen utensil, and I fought a Balrog with that. It's like, yeah, I kind of hear it didn't go well for you. So yeah, the thing didn't go too well. Didn't go too well for Gandalf fighting the Balrog, right? Because he was minus a couple of arms. And then when he came back as Gandalf the White, he was more like Gandalf the Cable guy, the right to no arms. Because he had no arms left after that. If you don't believe me, watch the painting stream where we did the Gandalf versus the Balrog. It's right there. Go watch that. It's going to get a little bit of the, some of the lighter violet back here. And I'll just take my blending brush and soften that up. So I needed some reflected light on his foot. Or is it even necessarily reflected light? It just had to be something a little lighter. Couldn't all just be in shadow there. All right, we need to tighten up some things that are going on here. Because we need more light, dark, light variations in that. And I'm gonna hit it with it's almost a little bit of our blue right here. It is basically facing right down towards the snow. I think you can see it here. All right, that's a much stronger, there we go. That's what we needed. That's what was missing here. We needed something really strong there. Might have to put this in a couple of more areas. I mean, here it was essential because it's just literally right next to some snow. So how in the world would that not be reflecting anything on there? So thanks again, Coil Twitch. Appreciate that. I might do a little bit more of my reflected light here. We'll grab, again, we got a blending brush here. Blending brush, poof. Soften up some of these areas here. But then in some parts, watch what's going to happen. Where's my Terra Rosa? Let's use Terra Rosa. We use a little bit of an orange there. And we're going to throw that right in here. So we've got that same contrast of the orange. And then, not too far away, we get into the teal. Get down into the teal here. Let's darken some of the skelly friend right here. And I'm just going to, I'll use this to soften up the lighter colors that we've got in the horns. Here we go. Those they can't all just be dark like that. We need to get some light there on that end of the horns, and even on some of the basically cloth that's sitting there. All right, now we did that. So what about this side over here? I think we're kind of in the same situation. We either got to get darker, lighter, something. We need some more edges here. I'm gonna go into the radiant green over here. It's more like radiant gray green now. But that's the kind of, see, that's the kind of light I need for some reflected light over here. Much better. It just, there was not enough reflected light to make it look like metal. I think I'm going to take some Egyptian violet and Van Dyke brown. Really get some strong darks under the middles here before I come back and try to throw some highlights in that area too. Let's do that here. Some of the white here. And can you see that? Yeah, you can see that right here on the top of that rivet. Here too. Boom. And maybe we'll make this a little lighter too. We've got, I don't know if those are teeth or tusks. At this size, they could be tusks. But then also too, there's some mighty big critters in this particular faction. So again, this is from Archvillain. 3D printed. Now, of course, it was done on a Sonic Mini 4K, so it was, I think it was at least 3 build plates. I don't think any one of the build plates was exceptionally long printing time because they weren't quite so tall. But there was, I think there was 3 of them. Now, of course, sometimes the third build plate literally just has one part on it. And if you watch some of my painting videos, especially the new printing workshop videos, and I just put up the latest printing workshop video on the Patreon page earlier today. And that just kind of talked about, well, what do you do with that leftover space? Instead of just printing one part and nothing else, I sometimes I'll take another multi-piece figure and I'll say, look, are there some small parts of that I can just use the leftover part of this build plate and save some time? And that's how we're able to print up so much stuff and maybe not quite use so much resin. All right, here, you know what? I'm going to go with some of that radiant green here instead of, there we go. If I had used the orange, it would have basically looked too much like the skull that's right there. So I did a little bit of a change there. Glad that I did. Here, let's get some of the radiant blue here. We'll do some lights on his hand there. We haven't really done too much on that. We haven't done much on that little rope over there. Let's try and lighten this up a bit more. And I don't know. Let's see what we can do with the rope here. I'll just take the Terra Rosa. We'll mix it with, I don't know, this is kind of like a bluish white here. It's going to give us essentially a skin color. And now I'm going to do some of that here for the, where's my blending brush? Maybe not that side. Maybe not. We'll use this over here instead, I think. Something like that. Let's get some of our lighter Terra Rosa mix over here on this rope. I think we got some, we could do some of that over here too. That'll also be a nice little maybe contrast to the skin tone. More Terra Rosa over there. Let me see if I can hold this without, well, A, dropping it, and also where you maybe can see it. Where I can see it too. Minor detail, I know. Minor detail. Alright, this side is going to get some of that same Terra Rosa. Terra Rosa and that light blue mix. And now I'll take it off of the violet color just a smidge. Actually, Grim, that'll be next level Twitch technology, right? Where it's more than just the puppet shows. Well, when we do the puppet shows, the floor is gonna shake, and you'll feel the heat or the cold or something like that. Right? So yeah, if we're doing a puppet show and there's a Balrog involved or something like that, you'll actually hear the drums in the deep, and you'll be able to feel the ground shake and everything. It'll be a full experience. All right, and now we need a whole bunch of reflected light down in there. We also need our, where did you go here? I'm gonna just darken that down with some of the blue because we pretty much just have gold in there. All right, that's better. That's better. Now we'll get some of this. Speaking of some gold here, a little bit of that there, and now we need to do some reflected light over here somehow, because we have none, and we need at least something there. I've been watching the stream in a virtual drive-in theater on a huge screen. I do believe I think Landrast. He had me on the really big screen there. So Artemichael, you know, all kidding aside, oh god, it was our bolt action battle reports. That's right. Well, it wasn't really battle reports, but it was so the person did the vaping thing, and whenever there was a really big, like a howitzer that went off, or well, maybe when the Stug rolled right up to one of those Russian wooden cathedrals and blew it apart, he would take his vaping thing and just really give it a few good sips and then spew the smoke everywhere. I was wondering, boy, is there a way to do a like a smoke machine without having a big old gigantic smoke machine? Because that would be hilarious. I know that Locky tried using a smoke machine thing when he did his Ramus Icor wall, but of course he had used those for movie effects and stuff, so he knew. I don't know anything about that. He obviously had a wee bit of an advantage when it came to that, knowing what the heck he was doing. I'll warm that up just a little bit there too. So, well, there you can smell Gollum, because we do have a Gollum figure here. We haven't painted Gollum yet. We and of course we'll probably be painting other versions of the Hobbits as well. All right, now that that's had a chance to set for a few minutes, I'm going to grab my Prussian blue slash radiant turquoise. See if we can't do the skin on his hand over here. I think you can see it for the most part, yeah. That's going to reflect up here onto this his big old skull goblet, such as it is. I might grab a little bit of some white in with this. Yeah, there was nothing on his wrist right there and his fingers, so that's a little better now. There was nothing there at all. And this, I think we need to also make sure that that actually has the bluish color that we need, and maybe we need to reflect some of that down here to the armor. No, speaking of darker reflections, let's do that here. We got some of the. Is that gonna be dark enough? Not really. So Van Dyke brown here. So that virtual contact high from a certain gray wizard who has a propensity for the halfling leaf potentially. Yeah, okay, well, let's see. Who was it? Oh, I know who it was that Gandalf got in the smoke ring contest with. Remember? And Gandalf really lost big time. Yeah, he got smoked, so to speak. Ah, see what I did there? Yeah, he got smoked. I think that was one of the daughters of Sekhmet too that might have done that. I know there was a clay cyanide figure that also had tons of the ethereal green smoke stuff going on. All right, there we've done a little bit of reflective light on that. Ebenezer, how are you doing? Arda Michael, I keep thinking of, well, this summer or this September, right, when it was, the 20 years of when I was last able to do things like 2D art in any kind of real, genuine capacity. And I keep thinking of 20 years ago, you had pagers, You've Got Mail. We were using things like that Mavica camera. Remember we were talking about the Mavica last night? So it was the half a megapixel camera or the half a pixel camera that weighed a ton, and you used the floppy drive, right, to store the 3 or 4 pictures you could take. All right, this needs another form of light reflect. See, light, dark, there. So Ibranizen, I hope that you're doing well. Well, happy Sunday to you. It's we still have 45 minutes to go till it's Sunday here. So we have ourselves a little while to go yet. But this is the Archvillain Ice Troll King. Ah, yep, Artemico, yes indeed. We used to have an Apple IIe. Yes, an Apple IIe here. That was the first ever computer here. I'll do a little bit more of our reds there. And I just keep thinking that even I looking at, how Facebook does those crazy, memories of this or whatever. And it keeps showing me all of these Facebook Lives that I did. And I keep thinking, yeah, that's from 6 or 7 years ago. No, those are from 3 years ago. Well, I guess now closer to 4 because we're talking 2018. Still, though, talk about the technology that's changed even in that amount of time. So I never thought And the 3D printing, yeah, if you had told me that I would be printing most of my miniatures 20 years ago, I would have said there's no way that's gonna happen. So we need to get some genuine super darks here, and some of these things around his legs. See, that's all just a bunch of midtones right there. We need to darken that up a smidge here. Actually, Ibn isn't. This used very little resin. Everything is hollow. There was one, two, three. There was 4 pieces here. All 4 pieces were hollow. Archvillain, kind of like Loot Studios, and not everyone is like this. Actually, very few are. But Archvillain is very good about hollowing stuff like this. So all the trolls that you'll see me painting, those are all going to be hollowed out. The walrus guys, those are all hollowed out. So yeah, this took probably the same amount of resin as this guy, maybe even less, even though, he's arguably bigger. All those parts being hollow, he probably took less. So I really do appreciate that about the way they do their stuff, because it certainly saves me time having to hollow stuff. Actually, Dano, were you ever able to hollow out the Kurzlook trolls? I did print out the Gullivar. It seemed to be okay with the supports, but boy, one of his wings, and of course this was more, I think, the resin than anything else. One of his wings wanted to kind of separate a little bit. And of course let's get some more of our dark on this side. We've got, again, the mid-tones. We've got some lights. We don't have quite the super deep, rich darks that I'm looking for here. Here, let's get some right up here on this edge too. Spread that along a little bit there, so along that edge. So Ibranizan, there's no resin on the inside. And of course, this is the Soraya Smoky Black, so I'm just taking the 70% alcohol. And because they're hollow, and because it's the smoky black Ibranizan, it's translucent. So see how it's obviously semi-translucent like that. The inside is going to cure pretty much at the same rate as the outside. Now, I don't know how that would work with something that's one of those non-translucent resins, like one of the gray resins or whatever. So that might be a different story. But that's I guess that's the other nice thing about the Soraya Simple, is that if you have a hollow sculpt, all you have to do is just cure it at the normal time, because the inside is going to cure as the outside cures. Let's see. So Ibranizan, basically, now of course, again, I'm not using the 90% alcohol or anything like that, but if it's hollow on the inside, sometimes I'll just let it actually sit down in the alcohol bath for a little while. But then, after I've done the alcohol stuff, I take the hot water and I will run the hot water through so that the water is shooting out of the other hole, because there's always 2 holes, right? There has to be. So as I pour the water into one hole, it's kind of shooting out the other one, and any sort of whatever that's still in there, well, ain't going to be in there anymore after that. Uh, yeah, now, of course, I can't do that with the Soraya Smoky Black. It has to be completely and totally dry. And it's kind of funny because when I ran across some of the specs on it just when I was on the Soraya site, and basically when I found the deal on the Soraya Smoky Black, it said must be completely dry before curing. That's something that I wish I knew a long time ago. I found out the hard way that yes, the Soraya Smoky Black, if it is not completely and totally dry before curing, it's going to crack on you. Because I was getting the stuff that I was printing was cracking and I couldn't figure out what the heck was going on. And as it turns out, that's probably what it was. The fact that there was still water on the resin, and I tried to cure it, and that is no bueno with the Soraya Smoky Black. Now, and there's let's see, there's Artemichael. Now, so Artemichael, that's other Soraya resins, not just the Smoky Black. Now, of course, I'm sure we're going to find out all kinds of crazy things about the water washable resin too. I'm sure there's a learning curve with that resin as well. Now, Ibrahim, I think you heard the story of the friend of mine who he had no idea about printing. He suddenly just got himself like an Elegoo Mars Pro 2 or something like that, just to print a few Lord of the Rings figures here and there. And he did that Great Beast of Golgoroth, which he hollowed himself. I gotta say, it's impressive that he hollowed it himself and everything. But he never heard the detail that you need to have drain holes. And he was about to cure that thing. And minutes before he was going to cure it, I just happened to be returning his call. And I told him to drill some holes in it so that at least that stuff could drain out of there. All right, so here we need to get some extra light reflection on there because there's snow all around that area. We need to get some reflected light there. So Lamines, again, that's the Soraya Simple Smoky Black there. I know there's a couple of different types of Soraya Smoky Black, but this is the simple. And it does say very specifically on the Soraya site, must be dry. Now, the cracking doesn't occur right away. It could take weeks to show up, but it will show up. That I learned the hard way. So it may not happen right away, but eventually it will start to crack. And then see, I think Dano has run into that same thing too. So that was a lesson that I learned the hard way, and and it works out okay because it's actually easier, especially with the thing that I use for curing. Being all wet is not really a good thing anyways. Hey, Rise of Mages, how you doing? So Rise of Mages, I've been trying to figure out that new camera on the phone there. I took some of my first video with it last night using some new photography lights that I was able to get. And we need some more lights over here too. And I did do a Instagram reel earlier today with it. I mean, no big deal, nothing fancy. I still haven't had a chance to bring it into the editing software to see if it actually will work with that type of file. Well, I mean, it's all MP4, but the old phone, I don't know what it was doing, but those MP4s just didn't work with my editing software anymore. And we're still trying to figure out, okay, there's different settings, right? It doesn't seem to have, I don't know. You can go to the Pro settings where it's just like a regular camera, right, with your f-stops and shutter speeds and everything else. Not really wanting to do that. That's a little bit more than what I want to do. Here, I'm going to take this. I don't know. It's a little bit of the brown matter. And I'm just going to darken up that side a little bit here. I don't know. We have to rearrange what's going on with this. We have to simplify. I think this got a little bit too complexified there. Now, yeah, I don't know what it was about the old phone because I'd done battle reports with it and filmed with it and stuff. All of a sudden, the editing software just did not like the MP4 files that it created. Now, of course, extracting your files from that phone, you pretty much just have to do it via the cloud. It's very painful to try and do it just plugging a USB into the phone and then into your laptop. That doesn't work so well, which was a little disappointing. But we'll work with what we have. All right, here's that radiant lemon again. We're going to get some more lights in here. So MP4s get updates too. Okay. Although, well, I mean, all the stuff that I record on my computer is MP. That works just fine. So hopefully, like I said, I'm really hoping this new phone will work, because otherwise, I'm not quite sure what we're going to be able to do about that. All right. Well, we'll probably find out later tonight. I just took some really short clips. They're just a few seconds long. The new photo lights were nice. They were LED, not just LED, but they were also dimmable, change colors. The tripods were way nicer than the other tripods I was trying to use. Now, thanks, Reds Mages. Appreciate that. So yeah, I was using the Vegas Sony Vegas Pro. Yeah, that's been using that forever and ever. All right, do I need to? I'm not gonna darken down anything else there. I'm gonna see if I can't sharpen up the darks around his chompers here. We're going back to the purple, and of course, Rise of Mages. Look who has returned. Look who is back. Yes, Prinkles the War Kitty has returned. That was very fun. We painted that one last night. So that was really fun. Oh, thank you so much, Ibranizen. I appreciate that. We don't have very much of our medicine left here. In fact, oh my goodness, that's all that's left. But thank you so much. Let's see. Yeah, actually, Rise of Mages. It should be interesting also to see what kind of streaming I might be able to do with that. Ironically enough, the one thing I cannot find is the adapter that lets me basically on any kind of your regular tripod type setups there. As we add some darks right over here, and then again some up here. I remember that's more like it. All right, well, Sarge, you have a good one. Thank you so much, and thanks for all the bitses and cheers too. I really appreciate that. And well, hopefully we see you Monday, and I'll try and get the Armada ship or ships prepped so that maybe we can do an Armada Monday. It's been a while since we had one of those. So Rise of Mages, just given how much more powerful this one is than the last phone, and the fact that Jinx has had all kinds of success streaming on her phone. I wouldn't. It's not something I would do all the time. It's just something where maybe I could show something larger. Well, like a dragon, because ain't no way a dragon's getting under this camera. This is about as big a thing as I can get underneath here, basically. And oh yeah, now Ibranism, this is going to be really interesting because see all the greens that we put in here, and then we've got our bone colors, and watch how the gold just completely vanishes. It's amazing. Zoom. It's it all goes away, doesn't it? Look at that. It's pretty crazy. And we'll bring that. Whoops, let's bring that back again. And now you can see some of those oranges and greens and some of the other stuff that we did. Now I'm gonna go with maybe give him some just eyes instead of just the glowy stuff here. Let's see if we can give him some actual eyes. Like so, we're gonna have him looking this way, I think. And there we go. Yeah, got him looking the right way, I believe. And of course, well, Ebenezer, you saw the impact that on Prinkles there when we did the film noirs on Prinkles. Oh my goodness. All right, we'll take, where's our, maybe I'll just use the Radiant Lemon here for right now instead of necessarily all the white. Just to get a lighter edge along here, such as it is. So yeah, Ibranism, there's been lots of reflected cool colors here into the golds for sure. So lots of the radiant green. And that might be too much of the orange there. We're gonna again try and take some of that out. And it's always fun to see, like here where we have basically a greenish blue and a reddish blue next to each other, and then it's sort of taken away. But you still see the lights and darks there. We had a long conversation about the various forms of contrast, even directional brushstroke contrast, because yep, that's a thing. That is a thing. Now, speaking of another thing that could use some darks, we'll grab some of the Van Dyke Brown here, and let's do some of that on this. We're also going to have to get some light color I see on the snow here on this thing. But yeah, we need to tighten up some darks here on whatever the heck this is, these bones here. Maybe, I don't know, it has something to do with the ice drake or something that is also part of this. Again, this is from Archvillain right here. So you're going to be working for the same company, but in Minnesota. Now now Rise of Mages, with everything that happened in November and then, well, still in December, and we had to go up to Minnesota there. Boy, we missed quite the conflagration on 94 in Wisconsin there, just by Black River Falls. That's one of our favorite places to stop on the way up and down is in Black River Falls, and woof, that was we missed by about 13 and a half hours. Quite the conflagration there. And of course, deer everywhere, which is just, I've never seen that many on an interstate. It's one thing on one of just the state roads or whatever, but yeah, that was the interstate. Now I'm gonna see if I can steal a little bit of my lighter white here. And that's gonna go down in some of these areas. So again, normally I would want to use my crushed glass snow here, but that's not an option because this needs to match stuff that I did for the person in previous armies. So it will be this. Even on our ice trolls, I will probably have to add some of this type of snow again instead of our usual crushed glass. Much as I would love to use that, that's just not an option here. When this dries, though, I will be hanging some icicles off of this. So we'll do that. Doji, how you doing? Nice to see you again. So yeah, actually, well, that was one of the things that we talked about is, okay, if there is ever a normal time again, won't they see that, oh yeah, the expense account looks very different here. No meals, none of that kind of stuff going on. We've been saving ourselves some coin. Maybe we'll just keep doing this, which is, well, in November when I saw downtown Chicago and it was an absolute ghost town. I wonder if it'll just stay that way. We're just gonna get some of our white here and throw that on top of, well, whatever this is. Whatever that is. Now, that's kind of funny that Rise of Mages just obviously with the whatchamacall autocorrect thing did there, because we were talking about how the sales on the whatchamacall the Armada ships, and that one that came with no sales actually came with no no ships. It just was like a couple of pieces. It's like an empty box they sent. It was all shrink wrapped around the outside, but yeah, we said a sailing ship with no sails is going to have very poor sails. And we did all kinds of variations on that theme. That was very fun. All right, now let's see if we can't get some of our lightest lights over here on this stuff. Again, I would much prefer to use the crushed glass snow, but not an option here. So we'll do the best we can with the type of snow we're doing here. And we're just taking some of this. We'll put some more of that here. It was very much it was the Twilight Kin, so I guess you could have a ghost fleet, right, for your Twilight Kin. Unless they haven't done a vampire. I mean, they have a vampire count's army. I don't think they did a vampire fleet yet, did they? Because they did the dwarves, the orcs, the elves here. I think that's the new fleet. Well, I guess they're doing the salamanders, right? Aren't they doing salamanders? I'm just gonna pop in some lighter colors here. We did do some of the dark there, but I might go back in and we'll change that some more. I might throw. Where's my not asphalt? Oh, we'll go with the asphalt. And what the heck? Just throw that out here. More than that. So Green Fairy says that in February. Oh, and then what is? Oh, I'm not familiar with the Northern Alliance. Not familiar with that. What is that on the end of this? Here, let's take the asphaltum again. Probably some of our Egyptian violet on the end of that. Yeah, it looks that way. And I'll just darken this down here in general, I think. And we'll go over here to our Terra Rosa. It's a lighter color, but we're also trying to change the color a bit there. Okay, so some dragon ships there. Is that the, oh, not Frostgrave or whatever it is, but is that one of the, it's still part of their Kings of War factions, I guess we would say. It's been a long, long time since I thought about any kind of Kings of War stuff. So I'm a little bit behind on that. So Ibranizan, this is the first of many figures we're going to be painting from this faction right here. I printed out 3 of the Walrus guys so far. I will be printing out the Ice Trolls. So that should all look very, very interesting together. Do I want to? No, I'll only go so far with the Terra Rosa here. So I figured it had to be close to the same setting as all the Kings of War stuff. You see how that's got more of a grayish look to it? See how it's warmer out here? Just getting a little bit of Terra Rosa out here too, and I think we already did that up here. I don't know, I'm going to go a little later. Might even go a bit further with maybe a touch of the magenta here. Maybe, yeah, a little touch of the magenta mixed in with our Terra Rosa. I'll use maybe some of the Radiant Violet here. Okay. And let's see if I can get some. I already have some dark on the brush here. I'm going to take this. Again, this is the one area that I have not bothered to put any paint down there because I need one place left at least to be able to stick my finger and rest it there for at least a second. Okay, we're going to darken some of this down here, sharpen off the edges. Green fairies, through the what's the nice interesting side thing about those, and I know I've been emphasizing it a lot the last day or last couple of days maybe, is that idea that they really do cut down on any kind of shine. So that's been really impressive, is the way it cuts down on the shine. Now here, this is not supposed to be metal or whatever, but to make the snow stand out more, that's the only reason I'm putting this here, is just to make the snow stand out more. That's it. That's the main reason for doing that. Now we'll just take any old blending brush here and just maybe put some stains like that on it. Yeah, green fairy. Now I don't know if it, I don't think it really dries anything faster, but when you're working with stuff like reds, well, like we were on Prinkles and everything else, that can make a difference. I was very impressed by that. Now spin him around. I think we'd managed to get the darks in the crevices on this side. Yeah, maybe we still need to hit these a little more. And then I'll just take, this is my lighter, Terra Rosa here. And again, I'm just going to plop this on here, and then we'll push that around with our other blending brushes, of course. Go back to that's the Radiant Violet there. Again, a little bit difficult to get this on the screen here. Well, for you guys to see anyway, and for me to still be able to actually see it too. All right, we'll take our blending brush to this now. And we're going to do all kinds of brushstroke maintenance here. We got brushstrokes going all over the place. We're just going to simplify those, unify some things. You know, I'm going to take my lighter white here. I guess it has a little bit of the blue in it, but I just need to get that edge there. So Ibernizen, this is the December release. The Walrus guys, the Troll, there's an Ice Drake that's part of this. So you'll be seeing a bunch of those, and that's from the December release. I think I've got 3 of the Walrus guys printed out. I might try to print out one of the Trolls tonight, maybe in the overnight, my overnight printing session. Yeah, Pittsburgh, he's getting colder. Instead of it's getting warmer, it's getting colder, right? It keeps getting a bit colder. Now, where is, there it is. I'm gonna grab some of my radiant greens here. And there's a couple of these down here that, oh yeah, see, there's nothing there. We need to get to, oh, this one, no reflected light there. Or that kind of translucency, right? Here, let's get some there. Some more over here. And Ibernizen, the strategery there. Oh, and Lamines, if you're still around. I told a couple of other folks about your strategy to not bother trying to download files right away. Maybe wait till later in the month when there's fixes, and then also files that are included. Yeah, because the Walrus guys, those didn't show up until January. So they were never there the month of December. It wasn't until January when they showed up. So I'm kind of, now it's different with the Lord of the Rings stuff because there's so few files. It's not like Archvillain or these other ones where there's potentially dozens of files. And I don't mean like 1 miniature, 10 files. I mean, there's like potentially 25 different creatures or infantry, whatever. So it's a little easier to keep track with the Lord of the Rings guys than it is with this. And they're pretty darn big. It'll be interesting seeing the Walrus guys on just 60mm bases, but that is, well, the little pre-done bases that come with them, they are 60s, I believe, so we'll see how they fit on those. All right, doing the same little, see these little lines like so that are, again, that universal sign of cartoon glass. All right, let's do a little bit more of our light line here, and it comes down there. Yeah, Ibernizen, and it can get pretty darn confusing because I'll get all these emails saying, well, I'm pretty sure I downloaded all those. But I think, too, the other thing that's becoming kind of a standard now is that it goes onto my mini factory and it just stays there. None of this expiring link sort of stuff. I think, I don't know, Lost Kingdoms might be, no, I don't think even they do that. I don't know if anybody does well, maybe Arna Studios does. Hey, Mini Scribbler, how the heck are you doing? So Mini Scribbler, this was just printed out at 100%. So yeah, well, here we can show you, and these are the easiest ones to see. So with Archvillain, their regular human-sized infantry is very small. It's basically like Lord of the Rings sized. It's pretty tiny. So this is actually a large creature right here, but as you can see, not quite as big as that. Not quite that big. And here's the Mato Riders by comparison. So these are on what, at the 90 by 52 mil bases or something like that. So there's your Troll King and Mato Rider for comparison, side by side. And well, here's a 40 millimeter base. That'll give you an idea just how big he is. Yeah, Laminess, I can see that, those guys, between the fixes and everything else, you just let it run its course. It's not like we don't have things from other Patreons that we can paint, right? So no sense in rushing. That I'm gonna have to change. This is the thing that's right over his eye here. I'm gonna maybe go with Indian yellow here. Because, yeah, as much as I like the idea of the blue reflection there, it just is blending into his face. There's no that. There we go. Even that much just helped. And same thing on the other side. Now I'll try and go lighter with the Radiant Lemon here. Just for a little reflected light. We have the Archant Ever Chosen. I don't. I don't even want to kind of ponder just what that might be in terms of maybe some prices there. I don't want to even ponder that. What I am thinking about doing though, got this magenta here. I don't want to lighten that too much, but I think it could use a bit of color. Let me just turn this thing around. Yeah, it sort of needed that. And let's see if we can get a little. Yeah, there was an awful lot of dark down in the recesses there. I think that helped a bit. Oh, those are actually okay. That's actually his some more of his chompers right there. Didn't quite see that at first. See what I can do on the undersides of some of this. I'm guessing that's his hair. Now I did get some new bases in. They're just MDF style bases, but for Lord of the Rings. So Dano, I think I have to redo my dragon. I think that base is way too big. Cause yeah, it's what what is it, the 120 by 92 oval bases. Yeah, the base I have for that Moria dragon is a little bit too big, which is okay because I still have the dragon that Landress printed out for me, and I could always just make that our Moria dragon. So yeah, Dan, I just it wasn't until I think I went on to Forge World and it was the Drakes because I know those go on that size oval base and it gave the actual measurement for it. And I thought, okay, that's not too bad. And then they came in and I went, holy smokes, that is way smaller than I thought. So yeah, we'll have to redo our Moria dragon. Again, no big deal. Uh, Especially with all of the dragons that we have for I could actually take, ooh, wow, I could actually take the gold dragon from Titan Forge and actually shrink that down to like 50%. And that could be our new Moria dragon. I don't know. I'll look and see if that could be interesting. So Laminess, the reason I got those is if I had 2 or 3 printers going, like let's say the old Sonic Mini 4K gets rescued with a new screen and all that sort of stuff, a new glass and everything, and a new FEP, all that stuff. That would be the one that just maybe prints out bases. But when I only have the one machine and it's already printing pretty much 24 hours a day, I just don't have the printing time to donate to bases. And of course, I was able to find them for, I think I got a dozen MDF printed 120 millimeter round or oval bases for $16, something like that. So that's why. Uh, Otherwise, I would just say the heck with this. I'll print them out, but that's only for a time when we have multiple printers here, and one just kind of gets relegated to the inglorious task of printing out bases. Well, bases and basing bits. Because that's not even something I want to be doing. Well, when I finally do get the large format printer, we want to be doing all our big stuff with that, of course. So yeah, I figured the Sonic Mini for the old one gets gets fixed or whatever. That'll just be relegated to stuff we don't really care that much about, like well, these things, all of our basing bits and such. And now, of course, the MDF stuff, and it's pretty good quality MDF. It's not the really cheap, because I've had some poor quality MDF where the edges are super rough. These are pretty, I have to say, they're nice smooth edges. They still have the wood burning smell, of course. I mean, for obvious reasons, and they're not necessarily ideal. I would actually, well, prefer, the typical bevel size, a bevel type base. But because of between Lord of the Rings and everything else, I'm going to need a bunch of those. Hey, Grey Wolf Studio, how you doing? Nice to see you again, Grey Wolf Studio. Now, we're having some fun on the Troll King here, and I just didn't realize quite how big he was. And as I'm working on him here and just trying to keep him on screen and such, I'm looking to go, yeah, he's kind of big. He's kind of large. So now, Rise of Mages, do you think that the new digs are going to have an even better area for things like printing and stuff? Even more, a better setup for you, hopefully? Well, thanks anyway, Grey Wolf Studio. I know we appreciate any appearance that you can make. I am hoping to prep at least maybe a couple of the Elf Armada ships for Monday. And we will be printing out, well, I've got 3 of the Walrus guys ready to go. So it kind of depends as far as finances and other things go. We might be painting one of the Walrus guys on Thursday instead of doing a 2D art stream. So don't be surprised if maybe Thursday we still have to do another miniature painting stream. I would love to be able to do the 2D art, but needs are as needs must. Starting to get a little bit lighter color in on my snow here. Oh geez, well, and music, that doesn't necessarily have a small footprint either. I know there's lots of nifty, between electronic keyboards and other things for writing music, and it automatically sort of transposes it into, well, sheet music, which is really cool. I'm just gonna hit this here. Where's my turquoise? No, no, I'll use the radiant green now. Yes, we'll go radiant green here. There we are. I'm not gonna be sticking my finger on that either. So we're good to go there. And like I said, once this all dries, we'll get some nice icicles hanging off of some things, maybe off of their hands. Let's put this. I need to get. Oh, yeah. I see. I need to get some of that same, perhaps lighter green here. Other parts of his face, if I can. Maybe on the top of his head, such as it is. So that's okay. And if the kid's getting in on it too, well, that was sort of a thing here with the Wapples. Most kids ended up playing multiple instruments. I was the one oddball that did the art and not the music. I was the only one that ended up doing the painting and everything else. Let me see. I think. So yeah, I agree with. Well, and these walrus guys, I've painted some of the Mears miniatures walrus guys, and those were kind of fun. Actually, some of the more enjoyable Mears miniatures that I painted, and these are even, well, they're more detailed, and of course, I didn't have to deal with all the crazy mold lines and other things, so the skin texture is going to be really nice. So I'm really looking forward to these walrus guys. There's one in particular who's got a barrel slung over his shoulder. So that might be the first one that we do, potentially. So Rise of Mages insists that will bear a striking resemblance. He should be, I think, pretty interesting. I don't know. I'll just have to look at some of the old walrus guys that I did. And I don't think there was anything super crazy color-wise about them. They were mostly just kind of shades of gray. It's probably what our walrus guys will be here. All right, I need a little touch of some light here along this edge, but I might also then go back to my Van Dyke Brown and reinvigorate some dark along here. Maybe a little bit of the black spinel too. There's some cracks in the rock here, or the stone. It's the other thing I really love about the synthetic liner brushes like this. You can see I went kind of like in the opposite direction there. Maybe again some more of the cracks there. I'm telling you, boy, Green Fairy Studio, you're not kidding. When in doubt, just go a little bit darker. Sometimes a lot darker. but even just a little bit darker can really go a long ways. What are we at? So we're at 5.5 hours here. Yes, this entire thing 5.5 hours ago had nothing on there but just some brush on Stynylrez primer. That is it. And I mean, that's all of this stuff here, all the golds and the snow and all of the other blending and shading that we've done. That is all in the last 5.5 hours. And we've made some adjustments along the way. I've said, I thought that was going to work, not going to work. Or as I was painting this, I went, whoa, wait a minute, that's not quite what I thought that was. And I've also made some changes there too. So I also have to be thinking in advance, like icicles, especially hanging from this thing. So especially from there. So I have to remember that it could kind of change the way that looks a little bit. Where I might leave something a little bit darker so that the icicle maybe stands out a bit more. And you can see there's look at that, there's still some of our bluish color even in the areas that are supposed to be bone. This is a little bit of our Terra Rosa in it. So, well, actually, we haven't done a film noir at this. I think we've done one at this angle, maybe. And we'll just do that right here. So, boom, there you go. So, look at all that green. There's literally like a phthalo green and then a cobalt blue side by side. You can't tell. Can't tell. Here, you can't tell where there's green, where there's orange. And especially focus in on this right here as we bring back the color, like so. Now you really see this reflecting onto here, and then you got the orange right next to it to try and, again, create that contrast. Oh, let's do some more here. Now, Ebenezer, I'm pretty sure that, let's see, there was the one walrus that was an 8-hour print, but he was the really tall one. They got like a trident or something like that. The rest of them, on average, were more like 6+ hours, something like that. So yeah, the average now, the trolls, I think some of those are going to be longer. Inner Excellence, how you doing? Oh my goodness, I think, ooh, we got one last little drop left. One last little drop left. So Inner Excellence, how are you doing? Thank you so much for the sub. So yeah, we're 5 hours 27 minutes in. 5 hours 27 minutes in, and we're gonna just fade some of this here. That was a little too much like dots right there. Now, actually, oh, Ebenezer, if you want to share some of the stuff that you've been working on, some of the things you've posted in the Discord, if you want to show the folks here some of those. I forgot I should always mention that. And thanks so much, Inner Excellence, for 17 months of subs. 17 months of subs, much appreciated. Yeah, there's been much discussion about having a, shall we say, a medicine cabinet in this room. I am very much in favor of a medicine cabinet in this room. 'Cause we need our medicine, don't we? Alcos, all of this has been done in the last 5 hours and 28 minutes. Actually, I'm going to zoom out here so you can get a chance to see. Well, here we can zoom all the way out. So you can see the whole thing there. So yeah, we've got, let's see, oh, here we are. So basically, 5 hours and 28 minutes ago, it was just a primer like this. Just some brush on primer, that's it. And all of this has been done in the last 5 hours, 28 minutes. And we'll zoom back in again here. Just like these guys. So these Mato riders, these were on average about 5.5 hours, I think. Yeah, right about 5.5 hours. And they're smaller than this guy, but there's a lot going on with the rider and everything. So thank you so much, Grey Wolf Studio. That's appreciated. Oh, hey, Tom. Well, Tom, you just have to, ask not what the oils can, or you can do for the oils, but ask what the oils can do for you. You just have to let the oils do their thing. Again, when you think about the oils as super slow drying acrylics, well, you're just slowing yourself down. Like right here, right? What did we do? We took, I think this has our blues on it. Yeah, so some Prussian blue here. I think there's a couple of facets that we could still do over here. Yeah, oh, like this one right here. So this, see, there's nothing going on there. What did we do? We just took our dark color there, did that, blending brush, poof. When you let the oils do stuff like that, that's when they're going to get faster. But if you essentially kind of treat them like acrylics, where it's a lot of tedious layers and that sort of thing, that is going to slow you down. The other thing, work on multiple figures at the same time. Now, I don't usually have that option. Now here, this is a very large figure. I mean, look at there's 1, 2, 3, 4 of these guys alone, plus the troll, plus all this other stuff. So it's like I'm working on multiple figures. And thank you so much, Grey Wolf. I appreciate that. Yeah, so Ebenezer, if you want to post any links to things you've painted in that you've got in the Discord thing there, and you want to show them here, that would be fantastic. So again, we plop some color down there, and then we take a blending brush and we let that get mixed. We are not going to do endless tiny little layers, are we? Like over here, see on this side, it's going to throw that darker color in there. Take the blending brush and just push that around. I'm sure there's some other areas too, like here we can do that. Same thing there. Some of that over here. And maybe now I can almost start thinking about doing, yeah, let's do some of the darker turquoises there. Oh, we need to do that up here too. Just like we say that all the time, and Green Fairy just reiterated that right there. To speed up the oils, you have to slow yourself down, because that's what happens to so many people. They just get so excited about the potential of blending layers together, they forget that really you should kind of not do the layers. Move beyond the layers. All right, like right here, see this? I'm just taking that lighter color here. I think, yeah, we'll use this as a blending brush. So right here, we're going to take that. And there you go, right? No fuss, no muss. DiMarino, how you doing? Nice to see you again. Yeah, we've got ourselves quite the big guy right here. And so, DiMarino, I hope that all of the, I know you got your latest project going on. Hopefully that's been working out pretty well over the last week or so. Nice to see you again. Of course, so DiMarino, I experimented with the camera on the phone for the first time in the new, at least what it's supposed to be the new, basically gaming area where we're supposed to be filming battle reports. So it was kind of nice to finally get back to that. That's the other thing too. Like Green Fairy was saying, I have a bunch of, especially the beat up craft brushes. I have tons of those around. So I just go, all right, here I'm gonna like for here for the gold. That was basically one craft brush. The blues was another craft brush, and I just let the different craft brushes do their thing. Let me see if I can just have to stick my finger right there so that I can get a little bit of a light there. Let's go up a bit. Light right here. Bam. Maybe we'll lighten up that bone color just a little bit. And this is the other thing too. So I just threw that lighter color on there. We'll just take whatever as a blender. We'll just let that mix, right? So no need for layers. I just tossed a lighter color on there, and that was it. That was good enough. And I think I could probably use a little bit of a light highlight along the edge of that too. Yeah. So DiMarino, do we have you had a chance to this weekend get some more painting in? Hopefully so. You know, I'm gonna get a little more reflected light down here on our metals. Oh, and DiMarino, look at this. Look at this. Look who has returned. Yes, there it is. There's Prinkles. Prinkles, the Imperial War Kitty. Prinkles is back, baby. The Samaritans for the Dacian army. And it's done. All right, well, Dano, I mean, I don't know if you've got any Insta pics of that or anything like that. You want to share that in the chat or something? If you got some pictures of that in your Instas. All right, now I think I'm going to come back with some very light lights here, maybe on some of the hair, just to try and really make sure. Yeah, here's some of the hairs. Now, I don't know, I'm thinning this down. Maybe I need to go thicker. And that happens sometimes. You think it needs to be thinner, but actually it needs to be in the opposite direction. It needs to be thicker. And, oh, thanks, DiMarino. And of course, well, we've done all of those Mato riders. I think you've seen all of these guys, right? Man, I had so much fun with these. Really love those. I'm gonna go a couple of extra little lights down here as far as reflected light. Now we need some actual highlights up there on top of that. Maybe there too. Geez. Actually, Lamines, I gave up on that. I thought it was, there was something wrong with the machine, or it was running low on, memory or something like that. I had to give up on that. Yeah, it did take, like you say, it takes a long time for that to happen, doesn't it? And I just said, well, I don't have the time to wait for all that. I'm just kind of changing this around a little bit. I feel like we have all this light snow here. Maybe our ice guy here just gets a little bit lighter right there. Dano's got some of his latest stuff in the oils there, of course. I'm gonna simplify a little bit of this. That's getting a little bit complicated there. Now a little bit of brushstroke management over here on some of these golds. Because, well, reasons. Maybe here too on some of the brush strokes in his hair. Now it looks like, I'm going to see if I can't, again, I'm going to thin this down. There's actually some hairs coming off of his face right here. And then what the heck is going on with this? That's a bit of a mess right there. We need to get that cleaned up too. All right, that looks a little bit, I mean, the face is supposed to be kind of your center of interest there, right? So we want to have some nice sharp details if we want the viewer to be focusing in on that. So again, here the thinner paint, if it seems to not be sticking as much, then I have to go the other route and I have to make the paint thicker. But here it seems like we have finally got the proper level of thinning on that paint because it's sticking very easily now. It took a couple little rounds of figuring out exactly how thin to make it. So yes, this was nothing but Stynylrez brush on primer less than 6 hours ago. We've been utilizing our craft brushes like usual. Strong emphasis on some of the radiant colors again. Lots of Prussian blue. We've also mixed in some phthalo green here and there. There's even been some cobalt sightings. There's been a little bit of cobalt used in some places. Oh, there we go. So DiMarino has posted a link to some of those the Samaritans for the Dacian army there. Hi, Punishment. How you doing? Nice to see you too. Now there's a couple of these edges, and then we got some skelly friends over here. Boy, I would like to. I mean, these guys are pretty darn distorted here. They're not just, these are not skeletons over here. They're sort of, well, because as you can see, they're kind of emerging from the ice here. So, I'm going to try something here. That's some of the cobalt blue there. Here's some of our radiant blue. Now I'm just going to, there's a little smidge of Indian yellow in that brush, and boy, Indian yellow was really stubborn. So bunch just got back from the game store. That is not a place to, boy, I mean, there's just no game stores near us, so it's not really even an option. The only real game stores are well over an hour away from us, and that's if we leave at like 11 o'clock in the morning to avoid as much traffic as possible. So here, there we go. That's what I need. So it's a little bit of the Prussian blue and some of the radiant blue together. Gosh, so team, when was it that GW stopped doing anything with, what was it called? Warhammer Ancients? Yeah, it was called Warhammer Ancients, wasn't it? And I remember at Adepticon there was one of these small set. Well, of course, this is the old hotel. We're talking like 2 hotels ago, and they used one of the smaller rooms to have a Warhammer Ancients tournament. I don't know if they did. What was the Man of War? That was the GW. Now, see here, we just changed that a little bit too. That's got a little bit of the kind of reddish blue. Now here, look at this. Look at that. We're going to do the same thing here. I'm going to take some of this, And that's going to go right in there. Look, we have a light right next to that dark. We'll maybe even pick that up a little more. And where's a blending brush of some kind here? We'll just use this. Let all that get blended together. Sometimes we just use it to pull some paint and transfer it over somewhere else. Many years ago, so it's a modern day Warhammer Ancients. Well, we'll just call it that. All right, where's that Prussian blue? We got an awful lot of phthalo green in there. I'm just looking to tighten up some of these things here. Because, well, we did an awful lot on this side with them here. We're going to try and get now some of the... Really figured out exactly what's happening with some of these ice facets on the other side of him here. So Cajun Beauty is working on a piece of 3D digital art. Also a Naruto piece for someone's birthday. More dark here. You know what? I gotta get my... I'm just gonna take the radiant green, throw some of that in here. Seriously, just gonna throw that in there. We'll just take this blending brush and we'll just push that stuff around. I mean, you could see how easy it was to get all that separation right there. Oh, it's a lot better. Okay, that's cool. Boy, that gripping beast, that sounds familiar there. Team Marino, not sure why, but it does sound familiar. Gee, Laminash, you're gonna have to send me a picture. I think the last time I saw a picture of one of your miniatures there is when you were experimenting with your gold TMM non-metallic metal. It was kind of like a hybrid of the two together on the same figure. Oh, you did the like the eye, right? Yes. You wanted that to be in, I think it was TMM, and everything else was in NM, or the other way around, one or the other. That was a while ago, though. So yes, well, I was just about to say a healthy amount of plop and push, but that doesn't sound very healthy, does it? That does not sound healthy. Now here, again, these almost like some little barnacle type things here. I'll just start to maybe lighten those back up again. We did throw some of the Egyptian violet back there. And we're just using, well, sort of radiant turquoise. There's other stuff sitting there on the brush too, so it's kind of a mix a little bit there. So I think we're caught up maybe. Yeah, I think maybe we're caught up. We'll just get a little bit of our lighter skin tone out here. We'll grab the blending brush and let that just get mixed together. In case any of those edges just get too hard, we want to be able to tone those down. So that's basically what we did on all of our icicles or our ice flow stuff here, where we just plopped that lighter color on there, took the blending brush and just pushed it around. That's the genesis of our plop and push, but it maybe more push and plop is kind of how the real world stuff goes. I suppose is maybe more accurate, as we'll get some of our radiant green right here on the edge of this. Maybe that's not having as much of an impact as I thought it might. I might actually go a little heavier here on the phthalo green, maybe? I don't know. Let's take the phthalo green and we'll mix that with a little bit of our turquoise. I don't think, gosh, how much of the radiance did I use on some of the other ships, at least as far as the water goes? I don't remember on some of our Armada ships. It's been a little while since I last had a chance to do the Armada stuff, that's for sure. Yeah, somehow that gripping beast thing that sounds familiar for whatever reason. All right, right down here. I don't think you. Yeah, I think now you can see it. But we need to get some sharp edges on this because that's supposed to be, at least I think anyway, an ice flow right there. And we'll do a little bit more over here. Again, the Skelly friends, not going to try and get too much of the bone color on them. If I do, I might just take my brush and just kind of dry brush a little bit of that on here. All right, Green Fairy Studios, thank you so much for the bitses and everything. Thanks so much for hanging out, of course. And well, we'll see you Monday, which it could be anchors away. Anchors away. Now, actually, speaking of anchors away, and I've been asking folks, has anybody seen an Armada? Has anybody seen Nosferatu at all? Because I don't believe Nosferatu has streamed in potentially months, I guess. Just a little always worry when I don't see somebody who usually is streaming and all of a sudden for quite a while they don't see them stream at all or even just get notices or whatever. So I wasn't sure if anybody kind of has seen Nosferatu at all. Just especially as I think about Armada stuff. But we have ourselves a raid. Speaking of ships in Armada, we have a raiding party here from 46 and 2. 46 and 2. Nice to see you again. Here, let's back out just a smidge more. There. This is a 3D print from Archvillain Miniatures, and as you can see, he's kind of big. He's kind of big. Here, let's get some of these brushes out of the way here. There. So yes, we've been, was it 5 hours 52 minutes ago? We started painting him. There was no paint on this whatsoever less than 6 hours ago. And if everybody could please give 46 and 2 a follow, that would be sensational. So Dano, there's actually, believe it or not, there's 2 Nosferatus. This would be the American Nosferatu, which sounds weird, I know, but yeah, there's actually 2 Nosferatus. Say that 10 times fast. And unless maybe, well, and there is I forget what the difference is in their screen name, but I think the Australian Nosferatu has a whole bunch of numbers in their name. And thanks 46 and 2. So what were you painting on stream? So here, oh, and look at this. Look, this was yesterday's stream. So we painted this. Was this about 6 hours-ish? Yeah, this is about 6 hours, start to finish again. We did a new Prinkles the War kitty. This time we added some 3D printed wings to him, and we did a little bit of green stuff sculpting just to kind of mesh that back together again. Looks like 46 and 2 was working on some more corn stuff. Oh, and a 3D print by Beasterium. Now I have not had the pleasure of doing any Beasterium prints. Well, you know how it is. You can only You can only do so many of the 3D printing, right? You can only support so many at once. You wish you could just support all of them because they all do some really amazing stuff, of course. And everybody, please give 46 and 2 a follow. And of course, 46 and 2, if you have any of the Instagram pics or Discord images, something like that you want to share with the folks, please go ahead and do so. This is, again, a 3D print from Archvillain, and the nice thing here is that all of the pieces are hollow. As big as this thing is, it did not take much resin because all the pieces are hollow, and they already, now you can get the unhollowed versions or whatever, but they do a pretty good darn job of hollowing them out, so I just let them do that work for me, and I just take advantage of it. So yeah, I'm pretty sure 46 and 2, I must have seen maybe some Insta posts by them, and I'm sure I've seen some of their there's no way I couldn't have at least seen some of their sculpts at a certain point. Now here, we've been doing an awful lot with our blending brushes. We're going to do some more here. So see, we got these hard lines over here. I'm going to take the blending brush here, and we're just going to take some of the edge off of those hard lines. Softens those up, but we're trying to basically reflect the stone, and then there's also some snow that needs to go on there. We'll see if we can find some white here that can maybe find its way over here. Now, normally I would be using my crushed glass snow, but for reasons, we have to match basically the snow effect that I've done on previous miniatures for this particular buyer here. Get a little bit more of some light colors here in the snow. And I see we need a couple of facets over here with a little more definition. Look and see. Nope, that's not the right one. We'll just take this right here and we'll grab some of our phthalo green / blue mix here. We just, this is an area here where we just gotta do something like this, where we're just gonna take this and let that color just get faded here. The hobbles, it depends. Sometimes, if you're doing that with, say, Indian yellow or whatever, you'll probably want to have a whole nother blending brush because Indian yellow just kind of gets into everything. For more of your like earth tones and less staining colors, you may not need to have other ones, but with something like this where we have all the blues and greens, you probably want a blending brush for that and then another one for all these warm colors, especially because Indian yellow here, Prussian blue over there, those are two of the heftier colors you're talking about. So you might want to have yourself a couple of different blending brushes for that, I would say. And now we're going to get more of our dark blue in here, and then it looks like we need to get some of our lighter phthalo green, boom, down there. So again, any kind of blending brush we're using down here, now we got phthalo green and the radiant green and such, yeah, we're probably going to want to have that be its own blending brush. And then utilize another one for all of our golds. I think Prinkles, we had a couple of different blending brushes going for that because, well, I mean, you had the bright reds and everything, and then the intense blues. Same thing there, kind of. A lot of very contrasty colors. So yeah, the Beastarium stuff, again, I would love to try some of that. I actually have printed out a couple of Great Grimoire figures. There's actually one, believe it or not, that I was thinking of using as a necromancer. Well, actually, well, I don't know what they call it, but even though I have the GW necromancer figure, which I gotta actually get that all prepped up and ready to go. Now, here we go. I knew there was something else I was forgetting. So here, look, we just threw that right there. See where my brush is? We're just going to take this. We're going to march that up here a little bit. Poof, right? Very easy. I think we got dark in here, so we'll stick with that. That's mostly, again, the Prussian blue here. Prussian blue. Ah, surface tension painting. How you doing? Nice to see you again. And thank you so much. Yeah, this thing was... I've been looking forward to painting this for a few weeks now. I think I've had this printed out for a couple of weeks. Was just looking... Well, I had to get through all the motto writers first. Once we got through those, we have a whole bunch of... this is the December Archvillain release. We got a bunch of these. So looking forward to that. And look at this. I'm taking some of that same Prussian blue, and we're starting to get some more darks here in the golds right there. So surface tension, you want to throw some of your latest Instagram links into the chat there, so you can see, people can see what kind of amazing stuff you've been doing. That would be fantastic. So the hobbies, there will be, because we've got more of our merchant, not just merchant guard, but we have a whole bunch more of our Harad army that's coming up. So yes, there will be. Oh, look, we can actually dig him out there. So there's going to be some magenta on them for sure, no doubt about it. And if I start doing some of the, the Artisan Guild, kind of sea creature type folk, that is another place where you might also be seeing some magentas potentially. And then there might be other random things too. Sometimes I don't quite know until it happens. Phthalo green, yeah, let's throw some phthalo green in there. Now Cajun Beauty would, I have to definitely learn. Gotta learn how to do some, at least some Blender and mesh mixer to at least do some kind of rudimentary 3D digital sculpting. All right, lighter here with the radiant green, throwing that there, and of course, well, like I said, Thursday I might be doing 2D art, but yeah, that's what we usually do on our late night Thursday stream, but it depends, again, as far as if I need to be bringing in some extra cash or something like that, we would be painting one of those walrus guys on Thursday, so is what it is. Now, if we don't have to really do that, well, we'll maybe try and paint a space cape. So see, some of the green just worked its way into there. So Lamines says, I'll send you a totally random thing to paint, which I'm almost tempted to take a guess. I'm almost tempted to take a guess, but, well, we love fun things to paint. And, well, we especially love 3D printed things because no mold lines, right? None of that wicked, terrible, evil stuff. No loss of texture. I mean, that was really key on these guys because these lizards, there's just so much incredible fun texture there. Otherwise, between filling in gaps, right? Because there would be 4 separate arms on this. The tail would be separate. The saddle would be separate. Each of those Mato riders was 3 pieces. The base, the lizard, and the rider. That's it. Nothing else. It was just those 3 things. And even where the supports were, even that was not super difficult to deal with either, trying to get those cleaned up at all. Oh, Cajun Beauty. Oh, I think, what is it, Photoshop 7? Yeah, I think I'm still working in Photoshop 7. Yes, indeed. Heck, that version of Photoshop still had PageMaker along with it. Yeah, and nobody remembers PageMaker anymore. Photoshop and PageMaker together. There we got a little bit more of a light to our ice there. Oh, same thing here. And here. It's funny, when you said Daz Studio, all I could think of was Daz Air Drying Clay, which, by the way, we now have the gray Daz Air Drying Clay, which is no different from the white Air Drying Clay. However, it should show up on video a whole lot easier. So I'm looking forward to doing some more stuff with the Daz Air Drying Clay. Obviously, mostly in tutorial videos for the Patreon page, but as much as it was fun working with the white Daz Air Drying Clay, but geez Louise, I couldn't get it to show up on camera at all. Holy smokes, Quark Express. Wow, there's talk about the Wayback Machine. We've been doing a little bit of that. We've been doing a little bit of Wayback Machine with computers, haven't we here? I want to see if I'm just going to take some of the paint off with this. Do I have... I do have some actual just white here. I'm going to see what I can do. We do have to deal with the snow here on these things. As much as I might still end up using that to stick my finger on, I'm just going to do this here. Because I need to see what's going on with these different icy things. Now, of course, there's going to be the icicles hanging off of these, so even when, just like those Mato riders, I haven't had a chance to put the foliage on those yet. I will be filming a video with that tomorrow. So, yeah, we'll be doing the Luke's APS. I forget what the heck that's called. It's almost like a sheet of like ferns or something like that. And it's pretty interesting, and it's been a while since I've had a chance to use that. And I thought the Mato riders would be a really good chance to use that. Boy, Quark Express, my goodness, that is wow. Well, we were talking earlier, right, about I couldn't imagine 20 years ago when we first started painting miniatures what would be possible in miniature painting. I could see the digital sculpting, there's that, but and even the printing of the miniatures when they started doing that, right, to make the masters of figures, I didn't really think anything of it. I thought, well, that's kind of logical. I just didn't see that as being, well, vaguely affordable for the rest of us. And I certainly did not see all of the different sculptors emerging to provide us with all the fantastic files. Those were the things I didn't really see coming. Was the fact that even if they made printers that we could vaguely afford, who was going to sculpt miniatures for us? Of course, well, RNS Studios, I think they're still doing both, right? And I think you're going to see some other entities that finally kind of see the light and say, wait a minute, why aren't we taking advantage of this STL file thing too? I'm not going to mention any names, but I do think there might be at least one. I've only been trying to persuade them for the last 2 years. Maybe I might have broken them down a little bit. All right, here we're getting some more of our light here with the snow. And it looks like Cajun Beauty has just posted some work right there, so if everybody could please go check that out. And we'll get a little bit more of our light snow here. Why not? All right, well, Dano, you have a good one, and well, hopefully we'll see you on Monday. Thanks for hanging out, and you'll probably be getting some messages from me, especially depending on how successful I am with maybe recording some footage and getting that to work in my editing software. You'll be the first to know if it doesn't work. I think the entire universe is going to hear for whatever reason if that is not successful. And thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the Patreon page. We're actually doing, I just posted the latest video to the Patreon page today. So you do that Army Painter pledge level. Well, you'll never need Netflix or anything ever again. Disney Plus, forget about it. Because it's a never-ending source of videos. Because you're starting out with about 1,000 hours of content. And every month I'm adding, I don't know, 20 to 24 hours more. Yeah. Basing, dioramas, terrain, oils, acrylics, object source lighting, non-metallic metals, true metallic metals, freehand, color theory. It's all there. Well, once again, kind of like along the same lines as PageMaker and Photoshop 7, I'm still using the Sony Vegas Pro 11. Yeah, I think they're on like 39 now, but that's what I used. That's what I started using back in 2013 for editing all my videos. And every time I open it up, it says, do you want to upgrade to 14, 16, 18, 19? And I say, no, I don't want to have to deal with that. It takes quite a while to develop videos that you can edit. And I only have a matter of literally minutes to be able to edit 2-hour videos. So we've got a whole system down. And no time for learning a new system there. So Tom, you started with that one as well? Yeah, so Tom, what are they on now? Seriously, I think they're on at least 16 or something like that now. 15, 16, maybe more. Now, obviously, I don't do a lot of special effect type things in the videos anyway. So that's another reason why it's not really necessary. We're not doing lots of fancy, floating text and fades and cuts and all that kind of stuff. All that, and that's the one thing, the big thing that I learned with editing and stuff is actually I do more of my editing in Photoshop using still pictures and instead of using the text generator in. Oh, I need to get some of my dark over in the Vegas Pro because that cuts down on the rendering time massively. So basically my videos, I can render a 2.5-hour video in a fraction of the time that it used to take to render a 90-minute video, which I find hilarious. Okay, we're gonna get over here. We need to throw some darks. We have no facets over there, so we're gonna make some facets over here somehow. Let's get rid of this, get the light color out of that. We'll go back to our basically turquoise here, and this thing over here, we'll make that side darker, and I might get some radiant green over here. Well, that's more turquoise than anything else. There we go. All right. So that was more of a color change than a real value change. We got that reddish blue here. Oh, here, let's soften that up. We need to lighten this up over here, because we can't just have a big old stripe right there. There we go. Okay, that makes a little more sense now. And back there. Oh boy, oh Premiere, that was yeah, I had I had to choose way back in the day. That was all part of the, that's what started it all, was the Painting Pyramid Kickstarter. Yeah, and get this time, I think you might have heard the story that all of those were done on DVDs. Yes, I had to burn somewhere in the neighborhood of 13, no, it was more like 1,700 DVDs. 2/3 of them in NTSC, the rest in PAL. And then I had to get one of those label stamps, right? Print out all the labels and get jewel cases. Yes, jewel cases. Uh-huh. Oh, and you can use the shortcuts from Sony Vegas. So, DaVinci oh, DaVinci, that sounds, you know, when I was looking for some alternatives, thinking that maybe my Vegas Pro wouldn't work anymore. Now, does the DaVinci Resolve, if you use the free version of it, does it have a watermark on it? Because I think there's a couple of those, they probably have some watermarks if you're using the free version. Now here, what are we doing here? I sort of like the, no, I'm going to let this version here. I was going to go with the turquoise here, but instead I'm going to go with the more reddish blue version here. We got ourselves a blending brush here. Good. And we're just going to take that, reorganize that. I need to get my light line along here. I need to thin this down, actually. Oh, gee whiz, really need to thin that down. So, and no watermarks, too. That's kind of cool. That's nice. But that was one of the key things that I learned, was to actually do all my overlay screens and stuff. Because you'd sit there, you would watch the thing trying to render, and as soon as it got to any of those text overlays, it just slowed to a crawl. And then I noticed, like, well, if I just make a PNG file and have all the text there, it'll be the same translucent thing. It doesn't have to develop any kind of geometry around it. It just sits there. And boy, does it render so much faster. Here, let's keep going with some of our light here. Well, definitely won't be needing all the special effects stuff like we were just talking about. So that is, well, you may have to shoot me a reminder. You know, look at DaVinci Resolve just as a backup plan. Can't hurt to have backup plans. And we'll, let's hit this. Doing these little, again, that's kind of your cartoon glass, right? The universal sign for cartoon glass, doing that sort of thing. Here, let's get some maybe lights. If we're going to treat these as maybe icicles or whatever, here I might try to get Maybe some more warmer lights. Oh, look at that. The radiant magenta and the radiant lemon together. Just do some more light back here. I don't want to lose all of the niftiest shadows here. Let's take our blending brush. Oh, we have a whole... No, we don't have a whole nother. I just threw that one over there. Okay. And we'll just soften the edges on some of those that we just did here. All right, Grey Wolf, you have a good one. And thank you so much for hanging out. Thanks for the bitses, and you'll have to send me pictures of your newest, of your new ones that you just finished there, of course, because it's always fun to see those. Yeah, at some point you'll have to share those in the chat if you get those up on Instagram and such. So again, a little bit more of our light there. Might hit this with some more light, or hit it with some dark. Same thing over here. Got to do something with that too. So this is the radiant magenta and the radiant lemon together. It's sort of making a very light, sort of a yellow ochre type thing, but certainly way more opaque than yellow ochre, because yellow ochre, not opaque at all. Not even a little bit. Started in 2012, but is used for Netflix, Disney. Okay, well, good to know. Because, well, it's something that I could put up on a different machine instead of having to, well, because of course, you know, Vegas Pro, that was in the days where you used DVDs, right, and CD-ROMs, which, well, machines don't really come with those anymore. I know you can get a USB plug-in one. What am I gonna? I'll just take this, hit it like so. I don't mind if a little bit of the, see, look at that. We're getting a little bit of our turquoise in there. I'm thinking a little bit of reflected light up here, even on the bone stuff here. And we're literally just taking color that's sitting in the brush. That's all we're doing right there. So see you later there, Grey Wolf, and thanks again. Appreciate it. Now, of course, just about to stick my finger where I was just working. No, we won't do that. We'll just do this. Looking to create a little more shape in there in some of the mid-tones. I know everybody talks about lights and shadows, but boy, don't sleep on the mid-tones. Poor mid-tones, they do all the hard work. They get none of the credit. Seriously, I mean, you got your, okay, value 1, value 10, right? Your lightest and your darkest. Well, what about all that stuff in between? Let's not forget about those hard-working mid-tones. Because without that, that's where all the action happens. That's where most of this is mid-tones right here. Seriously. If you were to look at this and there was some kind of an app or whatever to kind of analyze this, you would probably see that most of it would fall in that middle range of values, that sort of halfway in between light and dark. But that's where all the color contrast comes in. Saturation contrast, all the different contrasts that we talk about. I know that sounds kind of complicated probably at first. You say, well, what do you mean all these different types of contrast? I mean, think of it, it's just like light and dark, but different types. Nothing wrong with light and dark contrast, but I mean, as we do a quickie little film noir here, well, there's still value, right? There's still light and dark, but what we do not have now is all of our fabulous colors and our golds, right? And even the difference here between the greenish blues and the reddish blues. So this is still that warmer light color here. So again, the magenta mixed with the radiant lemon here. Couple of places. What about on this? Whatever this is, it's like just on his lower leg, because I'm pretty sure that's just his skin up there. And I might be inclined to throw a little bit more of our purple up there. Might just do that. Gonna lighten up this a bit more here. Reflected light. Here, let's do some more. This is more the radiant lemon here. Tom, that would be fantastic. Because, again, it kind of depends. It's just this weird thing where all my old bolt action battle reports was done just by taking my phone and the old phone, recording it, bringing in the MP4 files and using them, and suddenly Vegas Pro did not like those anymore, and it refused to render those. So if that still is the case, maybe we might have to go to DaVinci, and we'll let DaVinci help us out. Good. We actually have some asphaltum over here. Why don't we combine that maybe with some of the Indian yellow? That's going to make a nice little dark amber here. Nice little dark amber, and we'll just maybe get some of this into our gold areas here again. Right here. There we go. That's what we need. We just need to get some sharper angles on this, some more contrast there. Not just light and dark, but this has to be relatively a relatively warm dark. We have plenty of cool darks out here. We have lots of those all over the ice, and even some cool darks on this too. But I might actually take some of this amber color and put some of that on the bone here, where it maybe got a smidge light. Blending brush up here. That's better. Yeah, I think, and I knew that was something that I was just pondering. I was like, look, maybe I just need to go hunt down another one just to have it on the back burner. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Here we go. This is another thing we needed to do. We've done that here on the goblet there, but we haven't quite done that here. So what we needed to do was make some dark here along this edge, and see how it kind of circles up this way. Now I can actually get a light there, because basically all I had was a middle tone. I would have had a light color next to a middle tone, and that's really just not going to do anything. Now this should really have an impact. Got to thin it down though. Got to thin this down. Get this rotated around. And that should there we go. Yeah, see, there was nothing was really working there. Same thing over here. See, I've been trying to put lighter colors there. It doesn't really have that much of an impact, but this is going to have an impact over here. We'll just grab this again. And I think you can see it. Yeah, if I do that right here. So we also have now light, dark, light, mid-tone. That's another thing we were kind of missing here. That's better. Now that looks a little more round and also has the shine to it. That's just, we were missing that somehow. There we are. Now, what I originally wanted to do was to be able to film those in XSplit so that I could have multiple cameras and have my graphics on there at the start. But XSplit has just been kind of a pain the last few years, and I think it just, well, maybe the lighting is different. Maybe it would like that better. But I think we'll just kind of keep it simpler here and just film it with the phone, at least initially. Now I can get some more lights on the hair back here. More lights on the hair. This is literally just kind of precariously balanced, just sitting between 3 fingers right now. That tells you just how light this thing is. Being every piece of this being hollow. The one thing I didn't get a chance to test, and I think Dano, you were gonna maybe try it too, is to take something like by the same resin that I used to print this, use the same flashlight, the UV flashlight that I use for the Green Stuff World resin water effects. Use that to basically instantly cure it to uh, fill in any gaps or whatever. All right, that also didn't necessarily need to be lighter, but certainly more unified, and we'll have to do, oh yeah, over here too. I'm gonna go a little bit lighter if I need to. We might head back the other way and throw some. Actually, I'm gonna just do that. I'm just gonna do that because I have this here. Prussian blue, yeah, Prussian. We'll do some dry brushing here of some darker colors, like on his wrist here. Look at that. See, that's so much better. Sometimes, when in doubt, make it darker. That's what I just did there. That was same thing over here. Better choice. Make that darker. An endless sea of lighter colors and midtones, not going to be very interesting to look at. And we'll do this, we'll do the same thing over here. We'll get some of that darker dry brush into here. That thing needs to be, gotta get some kind of a light in here, I guess. Maybe not too light. Don't know. I'm gonna make a couple of little changes here. Also gonna get some more of my blue into this. There's a whole lot of green right there. Okay, maybe that makes a little more sense. And then maybe I'm just gonna go over here to the radiant blue and do something more like that. Maybe that works a little better. Yeah. What's happening here? Do I need to go lighter on my edge there? I think I do. I think I do. We need probably some white there. While I have the dark here on the brush, I think you can see what I'm doing. I'm going to just cut this. Boom, right there. Just like a knife, just cut that a little bit. Some more dark there. What about that? That was actually the phthalo green, if you remember that. We did that a little while ago. That seemed to work out pretty well. Here, let's pull that, yeah, there, pull that over that way a little bit. And I might also let a little bit of the blue, see that worked its way onto the bone color there, just because it's right next to it. How would it not? I mean, it's not going to reflect in the same way we're thinking about the metals over here, but still, nevertheless, we need something. All right, I'm going to get the paint out of the brush here, and we will try to add a couple of lighter highlights if we can. I'm going to come back to these to his gauntlet right here, whatever that is, because we added some darks there. I'm hoping that by adding those dark, nope, that's still not quite enough. Might need to go a little darker there. That's all right. That's okay, because that's what we did over here, right? So I might actually let a little bit of the Egyptian violet then also work its way into there to make that even more of a strong amber color. Ooh, that does make a difference. It really does. And then on this side too, yeah. And remember, we want to have some icicle things hanging off of these guys. I'll have to wait till this is all dry. We've done several different icicle videos for the YouTube channel and the Patreon page, but I think I'm going to have plenty of winter bases to do. So yeah, we'll probably maybe do some more basing videos on making icicles. I might even try to make some longer ones using some either fishing line or something. Let's see if I can't. I got my Egyptian violet here. See if I can do something a little bit more with this face. I don't want to just keep adding more and more light there. I want to see what happens with this radiant green and my phthalo green. Let's see what happens here. Right there on his forehead, yeah. Because up here on the lighter side is the much more reddish blue. And here this is very much of a green turquoise thing going on. What's happening there on the back of his hand? Oh, gee whiz, let's refine this a little bit. And when it comes to the miniature paint, how long do you want to spend on something? How much refinement do you want? Is this something you're looking for, some competition thing? Is it a commission thing? Is it just something for your army? Is it just something for a D&D adventure that night? That will have a huge impact on how much time you might just spend on a given miniature. That's why when I'm doing the painting videos, they tend to be around 2 hours-ish long, because to me that's about the max time that most folks are going to have for their painting time on a given night. Might be longer or shorter, but that's probably about the average there, maybe. So I'll say, well, okay, here, look, that took X amount of time. That freehand on the base, that added 15 extra minutes to the miniature. Is it worth it to you to spend that extra 15 minutes? Or could you say, you know what, I'll just save that for characters or champions or whatever. I'm not going to use that on every average grunt in the army or every single member of a adventuring party or anything like that. So add a little more light down into the ice there, and I'm just going to see what we can do here with his arm. No, I won't get too much closer here. I'm thinking of adding some kind of light to the throne, but we'll wait on that. This is another area over here I need to get some dark there. So Tom, I'm just using a magnifier light, but the key thing is that it's dimmable, and that's it was only $40. Boy, I wish I could get another one of these right now, but as you can see, how that's getting a lot brighter. And then it gets a little bit dimmer, so that is a key thing now for me to be able to film stuff. Now, if it's just me painting, well, I would have it up at max brightness probably. The important thing is that the magnifier lens, the light is in between me and the magnifier, or the miniature. So There's no shadows being cast or anything like that. Things like hot lights or whatever, yeah, those just, all they do is just cast a bunch of shadows on stuff to me. And it's nothing super powerful. It's just a 3 times magnifier. I have a 5 and I have a 7. The only problem is that they do not work for filming because they cause what I always call the gray bars of death. And what's weird, LED lights shouldn't do that, but these still did it. For whatever reason, this one does not do that. And I'm sure, well, I don't know, maybe I could still find these. It was only a year or 2 ago that I got it. But just with the way supply things are these days, I don't know. So yeah, no magnifying glasses or anything like that. I have a magnifier light. And well, geez, I've been using those since the days of 2D art. We've been using magnifier lights forever. I'll lighten up the ends of his fingers here. Toes mostly pretty good there. I don't think I'll lighten up this too much more. Now I was tempted to put a little crack in that, but we'll just let it go. Here, I'm going to see if I can't get a little light on that side. What's happening up here? That's actually a little bit of a warmer light in between all the snow there. Oh, a super small. So it didn't print out there, Luminous. Is that something that can be? Geez, I don't know how you can salvage it right by printing it. If it didn't print there, it's not going to print isolated. I don't know. All right, I'm just adding some of my white back out here so that I can try and get some of that out here. So I'm also going to take some of the paint out of this here brush. If I can't, well, let's get that out there where you can see it. Just trying to get some of the paint out of the brush here, that's all. We'll grab some of this white. Just throw it on this over here, and we'll do a little bit of dry brushing of some of our lighter white out here. And we'll continue all the way around here. I think, again, we're pretty safe here. Probably not going to be sticking my fingers on this. And where's my black 3.0? This is what I'll be putting around the edge. This, well, it hasn't worked anywhere else. I have to say I've been kind of disappointed in maybe using it for backdrops or whatever, but it has worked well as around the edge of my bases. Of course, that's a pretty expensive thing for just painting around the edge of your bases, but it does help with the photography. So, such as it is, whatever. Here, lighten this up a little bit. Along the edge here. Oh, if a broken remover from the build plate. Oh yeah, well that's the thing about the Soraya Smoky Black. If I don't want things to snap off with the supports, I really got to use the hot water trick. Must use the hot water. So Deuce, what is it that you need to think about there? Oh, actually, there is some snow over here. All right. I think there's some up there. Maybe not there. This snow up here, I am going to do something like that here. Let's get a little bit thinner into this. That might be a little too dark for what I want to do here, but let's see what happens right up here. Because some of our pre-glaze there, it's still kind of intermixing with our blues and turquoises that we want for our snow up here. Now let's see, and I have water as my I'm not quite getting the combo of things there, Deuce. That's it seems like some unrelated things there. Sheer cloth. So yeah, not quite sure what it is that you're trying to do there. I might need a little bit more clarification on that. And again, sorry if it's also kind of again hard to read, right? I can only see so much of the chat there because of where the camera boom is. So yeah, it needs to be a little bit clearer than that. I need a bit more information, to say the least. Blending brush. Yes, there we go. Blending brush. Then, now I can go back to some warmer colors here. There we go. And now we'll get a little bit of a contrast here. We're gonna, oh hey, Steve T, how the heck are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Much appreciated. So T, I hope that I've been seeing the progress of your KDM guy there on your Instas. So thank you so much for the raid, and everybody please give Steep T a follow unless you already are. But even if you think you are, maybe just double check. Double check, because you know how Twitch is twitchy. It's very twitchy. So Steep T, how are you doing? I hope you had yourself a great stream. And this is kind of big. Here, let's back out just a bit here. Let's back out a little. Just to kind of give you an idea how big this is, there's Gandalf right next to it, so he's kind of big. We started this 6 hours, 46 minutes ago. There was no paint on this, so this is 6 hours, 46 minutes with all the ice and all the ice facets here, all of the stuff, all of our gold, 6 hours in. Yeah, so and it wasn't like it was a cheap light either. It was not a cheap light, but unfortunately, yeah, we got the crazy gray bars, which should not happen on any LED thing, really. You could see that happening on fluorescent lights, right? Because it's cycling, but yeah, I guess the LED lights went cycling. So yeah, now if the water is the object source light, it's gonna, well, here it's gonna overtake things. We'll, here we had an off-camera light source, so that was a little bit different. But where you've got the light source as part of it, I mean, here, look at this. That's just the firelight right there, so you can see how much that overtakes it. So Deuce, the transparent cloth is only going to work in areas where there's just no object source lighting. You'll have to ditch that. Now here, well, we didn't, yeah, see here, I could have maybe done some translucent cloth there, but we wanted this to have kind of a greenish glow to it, so you can't kind of have those two together. So yeah, we always call them the gray bars of death because they just slowly march across your screen. Always hated those. So Steep, if you want to, I know you're probably running off to do some pictures, right, of what you were just painting. So in a little bit, if you want to post some pictures there in the chat of what you were working on, That would be fantastic. Actually, I'm going to turn down, speaking of turning down the lights here, I'm going to turn that down 1 or 2 grades there. So yeah, Deuce, I would say you're not going to have any translucent cloth wherever your object source lighting is, because that would just overpower it. Because translucent cloth is going to be a pretty subtle effect, right? And uh, if it's part of a, well, actually, what you could do, what I would strongly recommend is the thing that I would do is head to the Googles and just look at, you know, some kind of pool or whatever that has a light source in it, instead of just trying to guess what it should look like. Now, the first thing I would do is head on over to Google's and just get some ideas there. And that might be a much easier pathway for you. So Tom, you can't do that with the webcams. So yeah, um, unfortunately, yeah, the Logitechs, they don't have that kind of control. Uh, maybe a video camera or something like that would, but yeah, the Logitech 920, unfortunately, they don't have that kind of a control level on them. At least they don't in the now I don't know, maybe Logic Capture has that, but then XSplit seems to hate Logic Capture, so Logic Capture is not really an option. Well, well, Deuce, you'll just have to remember to erase that search history. There you go. Of course, Laminess has a very strong recommendation right there. Of course, now the dress store that you go to find that, they might wonder why you're ordering like a size 40 women's or something like that, but it is 2022, so there you go. So yeah, I figured Steep was probably running off to go do some pictures there. Yeah, I'm gonna let a little bit of my medium light get in there. So yeah, we're using the Logitechs for all of our filming and streaming needs, so unfortunately not an option there. But it's okay because we found a light finally that works. I just wish I could have bought 3 of them at once and just never used the other 2, just in case. Oh, we need to get a little more of our light there. We also don't want to lose track of some of those reddish blues either. Don't want it to all necessarily be just the green or the turquoise light color anyways. So yeah, we now of course there might be, on Twitch you can't show any or even Instagram there can't be any nipples or anything like that. So when you get yourself that outfit there, you probably don't want to be putting yourself on Instagram or whatever with that. That might be a little bit of a violation of human rights or something like that, to have people looking at that. I think that would be a human rights violation. I know if I was sporting one of those, that would probably be a human rights violation. I think I need to get a little bit more of my lighter blue skin tone on some parts here. Yeah, why not? Well, it's not just a conference anymore. The ACC stands for a whole different variety of crimes. Now, of course, if you got the ones with the extra twirly stuff on the end, well, that'll give something for your light to reflect off of course. I guess you could also these days have yourself scanned or take photos of yourself like that and see if there's any miniature, like, was it Hero Quest or who is it that takes they'll take some pictures and they'll turn you into a miniature. Yeah, there you go. See if see if they'll make you into a miniature. All right, we're back to that. We're gonna do some of that little bit of darker dry brushing in here. It's also gonna soften some of this. Actually, there's a little bit of the violet down in there too, now that I see it. I think I've been going with the layers, so I'm gonna go down to something a little darker here. Phthalo blue, maybe. Yeah. Or sorry, Prussian blue. All right, let's do a little bit more dark here on his chest. It's sort of hard to tell what they wanted some of these things to be. Oh, what is it? The Frenia that oh gosh, it was one of their loyalty rewards. I printed that out. Holy smokes. That actually would be, it would rival this thing in size. It would certainly be more complex than this. I forgot all about that Frenia. I've got to get that thing put together, wherever the heck it is. Now, well, we did sculpt our wedding cake topper. Actually, that's a recent Instagram post that I did. Yeah, I did sculpt both of us wearing our wedding outfits there. Of course, that was 20 years ago and done entirely with very soft Sculpey. Because, well, we didn't quite have there weren't quite the options we have now, and, well, didn't have 20 years of miniature painting and sculpting behind me there. That was all still pretty much ahead of me at that point. I'm gonna see if I can, oh, what the heck, we'll just see if we can make some lighter lights here for his eyes instead of just dark there. We'll do this again. I don't know, I thinned this down. Maybe we need to make it a little bit thinner. Let's see what happens. Is it going to stick here? And it does. So I just had to make it a little bit thinner, and that's that. So for the folks that are new here, we paint, and I'm sure Steve told you that we're working with our oils. Again, this is a 3D print from Archvillain right here. And just in the last week or two, we have been painting a whole bunch of these. Here, I'll kind of give you an idea for size right there. We've been painting a bunch of these Mato riders right here. Here, let me get another one out here for you. So here's another one. Poof, there he is. And you can see this also has some of the same kind of turquoise, right? Some of our phthalo greens and even some of the cobalt blue mixed in there too. Find some more of my light edges here on what I'm thinking is also some kind of an ice formation here. Like I said, we'll do our usual icicles, hang those off of here and off of their hands. So that's why I'm not really doing too much with their hands, because I think the icicles will make that look much more interesting. For sure. Now, Gonna keep going with some of this light here, and there's another area here again where I have to figure out, do I want to? Yeah, let's see if we can get a little bit of a light along here. It's right in this area. I think if you look at their preview files or something like, they sort of colorize them a little bit, and I guess I could maybe try and tell from those what they intended to have as ice and what was not. Back to my light here again. So yeah, all of this here, I want to definitely have some icicles hanging off of that. I think that's going to make it look very interesting. But I will have to let it dry first. I do have a little bit of a warmer gray here. That's actually just like the Terra Rosa mixed with whatever. Because I think we need to warm some of this up. Actually, the Deuce, I guess we'll have to find a reference chapter for the Book of Wapol. We'll have to develop some kind of a catchy phrase there. Google, it's there for a reason. Use the Google, find your reference. Whatever reference you desire is just one Google search away. There you go. How's that sound? What is that? Whatever reference image you need is just one Google search away. Well, I'm glad that you're able to find that there, Deuce. And I'm really glad I added the warm color here, but see, all the cool colors are still there in the shadows, though. We're not losing that, but that's that Terra Rosa. See how that's starting to separate here from all of the cooler greens and such? Very, very important. And I'm going to do that absolutely everywhere, but... Oh, see, that really made a difference right there. Very cool. I'll lighten this up a little more. But again, not down there, although this thing, there's a whole lot of nothing going on there. So what I'm going to do is just hit it with this first. And I know, here it is. Here is some of our radiant green. There we go. And we'll maybe hit the other side with that too. Now, I'm glad, Deuce, because I could sit there and flap my jaw about it, but it's not going to match, your miniature, your scene. And I mean, here, look, even here, I looked for just a couple little reference pictures of stuff, just to kind of at least get the ideas flowing. Now, sometimes you can sort of paralyze yourself by finding too many different references, and you try and make it look like all of them. I've seen that happen. I've seen it happen to people. So that's the one thing, you don't want to be held prisoner by the references, but it's they're handy to have, aren't they? Very handy. Indigo into this? Maybe some indigo. I don't know. Let's see. We got a little indigo into the Prussian blue, mostly because this it's looking a little soft. Of course, here the sculpting of it, that edge is not exactly a very hard edge. We're just going to try and create one here. We're going to try and make that look like a harder edge just by what we're doing with the painting. Now, Laminessa, maybe he searched moist as well. I don't know what that might reveal. Not strongly recommending that, but I'm just curious what that might have revealed as well. And I think this is kind of nice. You're doing a little bit of the indigo, mixed with the little bit of indigo mixed with our Prussian blue. We're gonna put this here. Where's a? We'll just use this as a blending brush. Bam, there we go. So that light now looks lighter. However, where's that cobalt blue here? Pesky cobalt blue. Where's that gonna go? That might just go right in here because see, that's just a big old blob of lightness there. And that, see how that cuts down on the lightness there? It's also a nice little color change right there. Thranuel, how you doing? Ebenezen, if he drinks too much of this, my guess is there might be some yellow snow eventually. So yeah, I think it depends on how much of that he drinks. Because, what is that, the operative phrase? You can't buy alcoholic beverages, you only rent them. Yeah, you don't purchase them, you rent them for a little while, and then they go away. Maybe that's why these guys are running away, because they know that he has had way too many of those, and they don't want to be around for the yellow snow. So that is possible. So Thranuel, happy Sunday morning to you. Well, actually, it's let's say almost 2 o'clock in the morning here. So almost 2 o'clock in the morning here. So it's got to be either 7 or 8 for you. Yeah, either 7 or 8. Probably 8, I would think, maybe. I mean, no. I always get mixed up on Central European time. I always lose track of that. So 9. Okay. Ooh, that needs to be darkened down a little bit more. So this is fairly big here. So Gimme says that it's 8 where they are in the Greenwich Mean Time. And here, we'll just back out a little bit so you can... That's how big this thing is. That is how big this sucker is. And 7 hours so far of our painting time. I'll zoom in a little bit more here. Yeah, I think what I used to do was, oh yeah, that's right, when I did the YouTube lives, I would start at about 2:30 in the morning, my time. And I do believe it would be usually something like supper, I think. Yeah, supper in Melbourne. And it would be sort of breakfast time for most of Europe. Going to darken this down here. Also, it's got a little bit of the turquoise in it. And then there's his skin over here. I got the turquoise in there, but I'm going to actually see if I can't go with this over here. This is the radiant. Oh, wow. Here, we'll combine the radiant blue and some of the radiant magenta. And we'll see what happens. Radiant blue, radiant magenta. Throw these together, see what happens here. Steep Tea has returned and with some photos. So Steve, yeah, definitely pop those into the chat so that people can see what you are working on. Now, is he getting to be kind of in the closing stages, or is he kind of in that sort of middle ground where you've been setting some things up for a big finale on him? And if everybody could please go check out Steep Tea's Insta post there. Oh, actually, Steve, I meant to ask you here. Now, I did my first reel today on Insta. It is definitely not the most intuitive app, I gotta say, when it comes to making a reel. I wasn't sure if you had done those. It seems like that's all the rage amongst the kiddies these days is doing reels. And I thought, well, for me, it's kind of an easier way maybe to show off some armies where they actually get to see all of the figures sitting out there and realize, oh yeah, that's an army. That's not just like 10 pictures of the same guy. Because I swear that's what people will do when I put pictures of, armies out there. Or they're just, the figures are all so darn tiny. So might be doing some more of those. I just wasn't sure if you would find an easier way of doing that. So almost done. Oh, and thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the Patreon page. Again, the Patreon page. Just posted the new video to that earlier today. And we have our first tutorial of a painted backdrop. I've done painted backdrops before, but it's never been recorded in tutorial form. And that is one of the new things that I've been doing for the Patreon page. So that's a brand new thing. I've always loved doing painted backdrops, but never recorded that process. Yeah, now, T, do you have one of those, like the little rotating carousel things? Because obviously that's pretty common for reels. Is that you got the miniature on the rotating carousel and it sort of travels around. You get to see it from the different angles and such. I guess apparently the Instagram algorithm prefers videos to photos now. Which is why all of a sudden I see nothing but videos of miniatures or miniature painters. I'm seeing less and less photos, which is kind of weird. I myself would kind of prefer the photos. Oh, thanks, Ransrock. Yeah, T, I basically just pressed a bunch of buttons. I had no idea what was going to happen. I was convinced that I was going to be posting to Instagram, well, let's just say me yelling out some very colorful metaphors as I couldn't get the stupid thing to work the way I wanted it to. So I was a little paranoid about that. Yeah, a whole bunch of colorful metaphors that all start and end with the exact same letter. Hey, Space Toy. So yeah, and Space Toy, speaking of Instagrams there, you want to pop some of your latest stuff that you've been posting to Instagram into the chat. People would, I'm sure they would get a real kick out of seeing all those. I think your latest one I saw, lots of nice pieces in there. So I think it would be the reels, that would certainly be the stuff that really doesn't necessarily show up well in picture. And that would be kind of your army type deals there. So I had the army out on some terrain, and that was kind of fun to be able to see that all together. Here we're gonna break up. That is not metallic. That is just supposed to be his skull. We're gonna lighten this up a little bit too, because I think some light should be hitting that too. Getting up for gearing up for that Sunday run. That's I'm looking forward to exercising actually once I'm done here, because we've been streaming about 7 hours 12 minutes, and definitely looking forward to doing a little bit of exercising after this is concluded. That's well, Steep T, it's funny you should mention that, because, well, the phone playing some tricksy things, or the autocorrect there, because yeah, Deuce in the chat we were just advising him that he could film certain things, but it might likely be like a human rights violation if he were to film himself in certain clothing there. I believe it involved translucent clothing. So yeah, and object source lighting. So for some folks that would be some form of crime, like some kind of crime against vision. But that is an interesting little autocorrect that it chose to do there. You would almost figure it would kind of go the opposite route, but maybe the phone autocorrect was just feeling a little bit extra saucy at the moment. That's good. That's good, Deuce. Again, I'm just glad that we could sort of direct you to the Googles there. Thanks, Space Toy. This is fairly large, but what's nice is that it's really light. Actually, Gandalf here probably weighs almost as much as this thing. Actually, the Alex the Cave Troll definitely weighs more. This whole thing, Alex the Cave Troll, including the wooden plaque, this guy weighs way more than this because this is a 3D print that's all hollow. So all the pieces are hollow here. There, yes. Oh my goodness. Yes, indeed. Oh, darks again. First, Terra Rosa, and here, let's thin this down. Where are we at? So this thing right here, see that? Terra Rosa first, we darken that down. Boom, like so. All right, so steep. Look at the return. The Imperial War Kitty with wings. It says, yes, you will worship me as a god. I can lick myself whenever I want. I will get all of your Pringles and, of course, your sprinkles. Hand them over right now because I'm just going to fly over here and I'll do a vengeance poop if you don't do that. So that's Prinkles, the Imperial War Kitty. He's already making lots of demands for something that hasn't even been around for 24 hours. That is a very demanding kitty, but then what kitties are not demanding? Oh, geez. Well, sorry to hear about that, Space Toy. It's funny because, well, Grim, his printer went bonkers on him just this last week, and my Frozen Mini 4K committed suicide, what, 2 weeks? 2 weeks ago, maybe? No, 3 weeks ago. Yeah, that was most unfortunate, and it feels like you just, well, you lost some kind of an appendage. You know, whatever appendage you placed the most importance on, it felt like that one had been, say, removed. Oh, thanks, Steve, because we had done this a year ago. This was a commission piece. Where'd you go? There you are. So that was the original Prinkles the War Kitty, who ironically enough became one of the most feared and loved characters on the channel. So we had to do another one. And case in point of how recent all this 3D printing stuff is, just a year ago, I wouldn't have had the ability to print out those wings, at least the knowledge of really how to do that, unless it had been pretty much set up completely for me. So that is how much has advanced in less than a year as far as the 3D printing goes, which is just so scary and interesting at the same time. Well, Abernizan, you're going to have to send me some pics on Instagram there. Or, well, I guess if you got them up on the, whatchamacallit there on the Discord. I haven't had a chance to look at the, is it the painting showcase? Yeah, I haven't had a chance to look at the painting showcase in a while. I just threw up a link there today, but I didn't have a chance to actually look at much of anything. It was kind of a frenetic day of, well, trying to figure out a new phone camera. So here I'm just throwing some of my greens into these areas here. Hey, Twigman, how you doing? Now, Space Toy, have you been able to determine what the heck is going on with it? Or is it in that I have no idea what's happening? Which, well, none of those are fun. None of that is good at all. See if I can get a little light in here. A little more of my greens. And I'm going to take some of that Terra Rosa. Maybe chuck some of that over here. Just reasons. Just some reasons. Here, let's do that. Terra Rosa. Mix in with some of my green even. No, what the heck we got? We got some kind of a warm gray here. Just throw that on there. I don't care. You can see how much we worry about precision. Not so much. More of the... Yeah. If we do it here, then the skin is going to have a little more contrast to this. I mean, we did do, if you remember, indigo on the pre-glaze here. So that already kind of set it apart from all the other stuff that happened here. But if you remember, again, it was just we took our brush here, we just plopped some of the darker color there. We used the other end as our blending brush, and then we just would take that darker color and blend it together. Then we went in with the radiant green, right, to try and get a little bit more spicy colors in there. That difference between the reddish blue and the greenish blue. Now, your latest one, that's all in oils, right? The one you just shared with us there, I'm sure that's all in oils, right? NewFab didn't make any difference. Space Toy, now of course, having had a screen, no, it's not a color, it's not the old Elegoo, is it, with the color screen? I'm sure it's not, but what I had with that when the screen started to die is that it was like somebody drilled a hole through the miniature, and it was like it was cutting right through it. So that was something that was happening to me. All right, here, see, we got this almost like a barnacle type texture here. I'm just taking this. Nope, that's still too dark. I need a little bit more of the... Is that going to be too light now? No, that's not too light. I'm just looking for a different color there, that's all. So it was all in oils. Oh, so the Mars Pro, because that's what was happening when the screen was dying there. It looked like basically somebody had drilled a hole through the darn thing. So there would quite literally be a hole like about this wide, just drilled right through the miniature there. And sometimes it would cut off part of a miniature, right? Because it would maybe go through the supports and none of that part of the miniature would print. But, Laminess, actually, gee whiz, Grim might also know, but Grim's not here. He's gone off to Betty Bye there. Nope, Laminess is here, so Laminess to the rescue. Laminess to the rescue. Laminess to rescue Space Toy. Darks there. Van Dyke Brown, perhaps. Maybe a little bit of our Black Spinel. Now, Steep, has there been any particular color combos that maybe you just recently discovered that you really, really love? Because we've certainly made some color combo discoveries here. Just let's see what happens when we take this and this, and it becomes yet another favorite color combo mixture there. And actually, well, Laminess, you would be proud. You would be proud because it's so ingrained now for me to, take one of my plastic spatulas there, and even if I'm convinced that I have a totally successful print, I still will check out the vat. So yes, we've tried to been good that way. All right. Maybe we'll engineer, but nah, that didn't really work out the way I wanted. So look at this, the magic of oils, right? Boom, it's all gone. Space Toy, I think you were around when we had the whole conversation about temperature, right? Now, I don't know, is it warm there, cold there? But um, one of the things when we were certainly talking about this last night is I just heat up the resin. I'll literally put my jar of resin in front of, well, I'll heat up the area a little bit with the space heater. Then I'll make sure that the space heater warms up the resin to more than room temperature and then get the print started, and it seems to be doing fine when I do that. Okay, that's it. So Space Toy, yes, that is the problem right there. What you'll want to do is just warm up that resin, right? Have, well, as little resin in the vat as you can possibly have in there, if there's none left. And then I just take basically a space heater, warm up that resin, shake it up real good, warm up the general area with the space heater, and then that warmer resin should do the trick. Ah, yeah, that's what it needed. It needed a lighter eye there, and then we'll maybe try and do that here too. Yeah. Now, and it worked for you too, Deuce. Yeah. That is what I've been doing pretty much every day. Once it got to be in the 40s, I kind of started doing that. Then when it got to be in the teens and the 20s, then I just automatically did that. And that's just like Laminus was saying right there. Uh, and of course, once you do that, the area that it stays warm. Uh, so you maybe don't have to keep running the little space heater there. But that's all I use, just a little space heater. All right, what are we doing here? I'm gonna take this. It's got some of my green on it. Hard to tell if that was, I think that was supposed to also be ice there too, but I don't know. All right, well, Steep, you have a good one. Thanks so much for the raid as always, and if people could please give Steep T a follow, that would be sensational. But if you're awake at this time and watching streams, you probably already are following Steep. So, Steep, you have yourself a good one. Take care. All the good stuff. I might just a little bit of lighter color work gets on the way there. So, again, a year ago at this time, I wouldn't have known anything about that. I think it was only February of last year when I did the combination of the space heater and stuff, and that's when I noticed that the Soraya Simple Smoky Black loves the cold weather. Everything else hates it, but Soraya Simple likes the cold. And of course, just like Laminus was saying, that extra weight, like this is hollowed, so this is less likely to fall off of there because, well, it's not as heavy. And yeah, there's Laminus has just presented a whole bunch of inexpensive solutions to it. Really is not an expensive one. The grow tent thing, I basically got that last year because, I mean, we had some real extreme cold going on. We had, the minus 40s and stuff like that. So that's why I got the grow tent. And of course, well, that was last February, so that could still happen. Could still happen. Now here, just like we did, remember on this area here where we see that line that kind of wraps around a little bit because we wanted that round here. We're going to do something like that over here. This is mostly just Van Dyke Brown, I think, at this point. But we got a whole bunch of middle tones here, maybe some lights. What we don't have any dark over here. And That's what I feel like I need. But we don't want to lose some of the verticality of this, right? That's that other form of contrast that we were talking about before, right? Those the brushstroke contrast, literally directional brushstroke contrast. So it's the way your brushstrokes are pointed can make all the difference in the world. And if you remember our cat, our Prinkles, the Imperial War Kitty, I'll show you right here. Sue, where did you go? There you are, Prinkles. Look at his back here. So the fur texture that's on his back, that's just painted on. That doesn't exist. Now, that was mostly just to cover some crazy, like a little, not a gap, but just an edge that I didn't quite file down there. But it continues the sculpted texture. So that is a bit of contrast there, just via brushstrokes. I know that the current meta is like brushstrokes are bad, brushstrokes are evil. It's like, no, brushstrokes actually could be very useful. Don't wipe out your brushstrokes. They can be your friend. They can be very helpful. I'll never forget, oh yeah, with the Victoria from Victoria Miniatures, and she says, I don't understand you lot and your no brushstrokes. I'll never understand you lot. And just like, what's wrong with brushstrokes? Now, of course, maybe if you're coming to it from a 2D art perspective like we were, maybe that had something to do with it, but geez. It's very weird, the reaction to brushstrokes. So I'm kind of changing this around here because I'm realizing that I do want that to be more of a stone look here. So we're changing the color a little bit, making that a warmer, not just darker, but also making that a little bit warmer. And there's that magic temperature that Lamines is talking about, and it might take a little experimentation. Boy, that's the thing I keep forgetting. Well, there hasn't exactly been the funds to buy just random thermometers, but I want to get a thermometer for that area and see what it actually is. What is the temperature of that printing area? Here, let's throw a couple of darks up there too. Yeah, so a few little darks there, and then we'll emphasize there's some texture here. That's some stone texture. There's a couple little chips and cracks and stuff here. Let's start doing a couple of those. It's getting to be that time where I think now we won't be doing any big value changes here. So I think we can get into maybe some cracks here on our stones. A little bit there. So yeah, we've this rate of this whole thing. We'll zoom out again. What are we at? 7 hours, 32 minutes. So give you an idea just how big this thing is. The entire thing had no paint on it. This is not like a continuation or something like that. This is start to finish, like all the streams are. All streams, start to finish. There's been a couple of times with more of the sort of army painting type thing where I've got some figures where I just wanted to show what the pre-glaze was like, and we did part of it and then just let it dry, and then maybe in another episode might have picked that up because sometimes it's valuable for people to see that yes, you can still continue with oils even when the underlying colors are dry. But something like this, we're going to go all the way through from start to finish. Wow, gee whiz, I looked to see who else was streaming, and there ain't nobody else streaming. What the heck is going on here? That was a surprise. I thought there'd be at least somebody. I thought, well, no, let's see. I thought maybe Animare might be streaming tonight, but I guess not. Surprise on me. There we go. Ah, his crown here. I'm gonna do the same thing that we did. Look at this. We have orange there. Then it gets to be that green. Why we got green? We're reflecting this here, the orange. Well, that's there to act as a contrast to all of the green. Now here we've got plenty of dark. Time for some light. I'm just gonna try this here. This is just the radiant lemon mixed with some white here. Boom, right there. So, geez, yeah, I mean, when the time comes, if there's anybody knows somebody who is streaming that might be doing some miniature painting or whatever, at least at the moment right now, nobody else is streaming. That's very unusual. What else is happening here? His little cry. I think I need to get some more of my light color out there. So Wombat Combat. Oh, geez, I don't think we've ever had a chance to raid Wombat Combat. So when the time comes, we'll try to remember that here. Actually, I'll just type that in there so that I do not forget. Where's my keyboard? Be easier to type if I had the keyboard here. So let's just do this here. So I don't think it'll take too many. There we go. Yeah. Boom. All right. Poof. So that is it. Thanks for. Gee whiz, how the heck? I thought I was already following Wombat Combat Prime, but well, that I'm sure I probably was, and then Twitch unfollowed because Twitch does that. Geez, Armored Wolf, how many times did you have to have to refollow? Because Twitch just is like, yep, we're gonna unfollow you. We're not gonna consult you on this. We're just gonna do that. So thanks, Armored Wolf and Nominus. Oh, we need a little bit more. Gosh, this light, I don't know what the heck. Let's see what happens. We're gonna go way heavy here on our sort of light green there. Yeah, there we go. That's also a nice little contrast to what we got going on there with the skull color. All right, Space Toy, have a good run. Yes, I also wish to do the exercise thing myself. Looking forward to doing that because, well, that's another thing too. I mean, when you're sitting in one place like I have been for 7 hours and 36 minutes, exercising becomes kind of an important thing. It's a series of stretching exercises and weights, and well, now is I've got actually a little rowing machine too that I use. But wish I had some more of my white out here. I guess there's a little bit over here that maybe we can dig up. Because I want some right over here. And over there. I would like for that edge to be a bit sharper. And I think we have the dark in place. I think we just need to, we just need to get this lighter light over here. That should help. And I think I might back up one more there. I think that's about where people get the best vision of what we're doing here. I don't want to lose too much of my orange here, but I'm mixing a little bit of the lighter color there. That's, yeah. This right here is just going to get softened up a little bit. Part of the brushstroke management phase. A little bit of brushstroke management. His tooth right there, it's looking a little bit too bluish. We'll solve that with a little bit of our yellow. Now here, that's looking awful plain. Dark is okay, sort of, but that's a little bit of the asphaltum mixed with, nope, it's got to be lighter. What the heck? We got a little bit of our magenta that just worked its way into the asphaltum. Makes more sense. I need these little diamond shapes to be a bit more like diamonds here. Don't want those to get too rounded off here. Let's hit that side better. That's better. And same on this. Same here. And this way. Okay, I do have some light over here. I'm gonna put that. Boom, right, see this here? Mostly our, it's mostly just our bluish gray at this point. Let some reflections get in there. His hand here, where's my, there it is. Look at that go. Ooh, yeah, that's still pretty much mostly just my original dry brushing there, or original pre-glaze, so we'll modify that just a bit. Same right there. Now we're back over here. We got the Radiant Turquoise. That's a gambling color. They're not expensive. Series 2, yeah, that's not so bad. Series 1, Series 2, I mean, even Series 3 is not going to be super expensive. When you get into your cadmiums and other specialty things, maybe black spinel, now you're talking Series 4, it's gonna have a bit of a price tag. Just keep in mind that they will last you generations. Your great-great-grandkids will probably still be using those. If you do what I do, maybe not, because I use a lot of it for my color charts and such. You are not doing that, so it should last you a good long time. See, this thing here doesn't have any of the snow on top of it. Look at this. Yeah, see that little bit of dark right there? It just made that whole thing look just like over here, when all that all got sharpened up very nicely. I might do a little bit of this over here on this patch of snow. This is the kind of thing where the crushed glass snow really is such a better thing to use because it's translucent, right? Some of that would show through, whereas here I just kind of I have no choice but to go totally opaque with it. So sorry, my voice is starting to go a little bit here. It has been let's see, 8 hours here, 6 hours last night. Yeah, 14 hours of streaming in the last 32-ish hours. That'll work over the voice. Minis, how you doing? Nice to see you. So sadly, we are all out of our usual medicine. We are sans medicine right now. A very sad development as always when we run out of our medicine. Yeah, this is no these here are real streamer hours. This is no we're not lightweights here, not snowflakes, so to speak. This here is stream till you drop, or stream until maybe you make an unexpected deposit in your clothing. Of course, that is why we do not drink tea, because of course tea would certainly put the stream in streaming. So yes, as much as I would love some tea, that would probably do the voice some good. In addition to the, shall we say, the medicine cabinet, we might also need what's also known as a stadium pal. Yes, ye old stadium pal. So, Minis, Mimes, how are you doing? This is another one of our Archvillain prints right here. And of course, uh, November, we did some of the Archvillain, the Sons of Sekhmet, the Egyptian theme. We've got tons of these lizard themes. So we'll be printing out, this is the December. Yeah, it's not January. It's December release from, again, Archvillain Miniatures. We got 3 more of the walrus guys printed out. We'll be doing the ice trolls as well, because we got the Troll King. Got to do the ice trolls. Gotta do the ice trolls too. And then of course we have the, oh, what are they? We have some of the chameleons. We've got the Quetzal Riders. Yes, the Quetzal Riders. Those should be very fun. Just throwing a little bit of light there on his sleeves. You mean, well, I would just, as long as I have my sound set to reduce the background noise as much as possible, I guess that could definitely work. Well, Minis, just imagine all of them in the room naked. Of course, that might just scare you more. So that's supposed to relax you, when you think of everybody in the room being naked, but that could be more horrifying, actually. So you might want to scratch that idea. Well, Doshi, it's really the voice. That's the thing, because I actually have to record several hours of videos tomorrow, and my voice is just not designed to be utilized this many hours. Nobody in my family had a voice, unfortunately, that was really designed to be used this much and continuously. And of course, it's pretty darn dry here with all of the with it being colder. So a couple of factors. It really is the voice, actually, just trying to preserve that as much as anything else. And thanks, Bithron, for doing the clips too. That's appreciated as always, because, well, we had quite a few of them, didn't we? We had a bunch of puppet shows, for sure. Let's get that. Almost forgot here. Let's get some of this. Well, this will be a very interesting little green here, because now we got the Radiant Lemon that worked its way in too. That's what was missing right there. A little bit of green. Well, Mini, just, if it's more reassuring to just think of them, pretty much every kid in that classroom is just basically plotting to kill you in some way, shape, or form. That's what we did when we were kids. So just think of all the ways that you could preemptively, take them out or something like that. And then you'll feel prepared. You'll feel very prepared, and then there's no surprises. No surprises. Hey, Sean, nice to see you. But yes, the kitties, they'll probably smell the fear. Unless you give them something else to smell. You could take that approach too. You could mask that with some other fragrance of some kind. I just gotta throw some more of this out here, because obviously we're using way more of this than usual because of, well, this unusual approach we got to do with the snow here. Again, otherwise we normally would not be doing this, but So yeah, let's see. So 7 hours, 48 minutes ago. No paint on here whatsoever. Just saying. Oils. I'm just saying. Now here we'll get some of the last little bit of light here into our snow, because not going to be sticking my fingers into that anymore. Well, at least that's the plan anyways. Minis, mimes, I strongly recommend that. Maybe some prunes, chocolate covered raisins, probably an apple or two or three or four. Yeah, there's a reason why they call prune juice warriors drink. So maybe, have a 2 liter bottle of that on hand or something like that. And you could just say, I am not afraid of using this 2 liter bottle of prune juice. Anybody misbehaves, anybody steps out of line, well, we're going to result to some chemical and biological warfare. Of course, that's something that I do on a regular basis, so I just blame it on millions of cows. Yeah, somehow I've been able to successfully spread the idea that it's cows causing that massive hole in the ozone layer, when actually that might have been me. We're going to continue with our lighter light right here. And let's hit some more of this right along the edge of him here. I just realized the snow should have gone up the side of him a little bit more here, so we'll do that. Let's see. So yeah, of course that kind of does go along with our plan to weaponize school kids, right? Where we take all the sick school kids, put them on a school bus, send them to whatever random country that we wish to conquer, just send them right to the capital under the guise of field trip, and have them touch everything, have them touch everybody. Give it, what would you say, 4 to 6 days, and that country should be ripe for conquering. All we would have to do is just march in. Heck, if you marched in there with cold medicine, they would probably greet you as liberators and heroes. So there's that too, yeah. I have some of the, well, what the heck? Why don't we just paint some of the snow crawling up the edges of our ice here? Because here's one of our craft brushes, nice and beat up and destroyed there. And let's start to do some of that over here too. Yeah, what the heck? Why not? Yeah, Armored Wolf. Well, fortunately, I can print out another one of these, and all the trolls and all the other winter stuff, right? Because let me see if I can find. Oh, here he is. This is just a quick little example of the crushed glass snow, and of course the little icicles there. And let's move you out of the way even more here. And there's again another example of the crushed glass snow and the icicles hanging off of that. So I really love the crushed glass snow. That is my favorite, preferred method. But yeah, sadly here we don't get the choice. Hey Nyogi, how you doing? Bile Noir, like I said, I think there are several governments that have the United Nations has several injunctions against me for various crimes against the atmosphere, and plotting the hostile takeover of certain countries, random ones. Just roll on a random country table or something like that, and usually one that has some bargain flights or something like that, so you can send the kids there. because you want to do that on a, it's conquest on a budget. That's what I like to call it. It's conquest on a budget. So when you need to conquer a country and you don't have several $100 billion to spend on normal defense, you just use the school kids, which are biological weapons with feet, I believe is what they are called. I'm glad that you're doing good there, Nyogi. So you used to be able to get it from Secret Weapon Miniatures, but Secret Weapon Miniatures no longer exists, so the only source just happens to be Armored Wolf. So Armored Wolf is where you're going to have to go to get your crushed glass snow needs. Ibranizan, I've got several videos. Actually, there's Dark Sword videos where I'm doing that. Actually, here, wait a minute. There's a couple of the army painting series. Oh, here we go. This one. Yeah, crushed glass snow there on that army painting series. And wait a minute. Wait for it here on this one. Ooh, these guys. Crushed glass snow right there. You just take a brush and you just apply it. So I've got a billion tutorials on it. There's even some on the YouTube channel. Oh, look at this guy here. Oh, let's see if we can grab this without knocking everything down. Here. Remember this guy here? So there's some of the crushed glass snow on his base. A big old troll right there. That is from Kurzlook Miniatures. Oh, hey Flight Sim, how you doing? Where's my, there it is. There's me white. Not trying to drop that, but oh, here's another. We need the snow to go up against this wall here. So I can see the crushed glass would be just perfect for areas like this. But again, we do what we are requested to do, and that's what we have to do here. Oh yeah, the Canite Canite Shadow Stalkers. That's now we painted some of the. We did a group of those on stream, but we also did an army painting series on those because I wanted to show people how the bases were made. And yes, Armored Wolf is he's finally found the containers and packaging. That was a kind of a key missing link right there. Of course, supply chain things also made that a bit complex, more of a challenge than otherwise might have been. And of course, we love the Armored Wolf grass tufts and flower tufts. Those are so much better than all the other stuff that's out there, basically. Haven't used a bunch of them already myself. Yes, they are definitely far better. All right, let's get a little more of a, maybe a light here on his chest. Maybe we even put some light inside his chest. I don't know. Twiglin, the last time I know for sure I painted some gnolls was, wow, about 17 years ago-ish, maybe 18 years ago. But Artisan Guild has a gnoll faction, and I might print up some of those and paint up some of the Artisan Guild gnolls. So yeah, so Danny M, 7 hours and 57 minutes ago. Thank you so much, Velzer. I appreciate that. You shall not, dude, man. See how much I've been drinking? I've already passed several times. It's like, whew, I can tell I'm out of here. So there goes Gandalf. He's just chased him away. So yeah, Danny M. All started. What was it? I think it was about 7 p.m. my time, and about 6:40 something like that, my time in the evening, and now it is 2:42 in the morning. And of course, that includes some hype trains and other stuff, so you almost have to subtract it between the puppet shows and everything else. You could probably subtract at least 40 minutes off of that. And of course, the oils really do help facilitate that, because there's so much, like here, right? All of this stuff just took minutes. This whole area just took minutes to paint. We don't have to work just so incredibly hard. Every last little thing doesn't have to be a struggle. We just let the paint do its own thing. With Kathy's stream schedule and my filming schedule, this is actually the only time available, because Kathy streams during the day, and of course I'm filming and editing and rendering stuff while she is streaming. And we're just kind of left with the evening hours. Now, fortunately, because we have so many Aussie and European friends, well, that's just fine, because we have plenty of company, and we appreciate all of our European and Aussie friends, and those also from Pac Rim. We appreciate that. Everybody that's watching us, it is appreciated. Oh, Danny M, that sounds cool. If you have any, if you got any Instapics or something like that, that you've got of your work in progresses on that, and you want to drop that in the chat, that would be fine. Now, I'm hoping that, remember our Saturday challenges were like this here, where we painted, what was that, 15 Moria goblins with all of that object source lighting and non-metallic metal. I think we did 15 of those in 12 hours with the oils. I think we'll be doing some more of that here, because, well, we lost a couple of our Saturdays between different things, and of course November and December were just definitely not going to be amenable to doing stuff like that with everything that went on. So hopefully we can maybe get back to some of our Saturday challenges. The other reason too is that, well, there's a lot of messages that I have to answer during the course of the day, and there's packages that I either have to send or receive. So for a lot of reasons, we just got to do the streaming at nighttime. Here, we'll catch a little more of our light right there on his arm. Well, let's see if we can't have a little reflected light under there, just a smidge. What about this right here? You know, I won't make that too much dark. Actually, I'm going to just do this. See if we can't maybe have some of the snow work its way onto his skin. Now, here are those skelly friends. I think I need to put some darks on them. And it might actually just be the Van Dyke Brown here too. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do some Van Dyke Brown here. Oh yes, surface tension painting. We did have the, oh, what is that? The furnace inspection or whatever. It's well, basically, if something goes wrong, then you don't have to pay quite so much or whatever for having it fixed or something. It's almost like a little bit of an insurance policy. Now, this thing, as new as it is, given that we only just paid the thing off this last March, it better not be getting up to hijinks. I'll put it that way. All right, here, this skelly friend also is going to need some, not just darks here, but maybe some Again, some of the Van Dyke Brown. So I'm just going to take my brush right here and I'm going to literally yank some of that Van Dyke Brown and pull it right over the rest of the little skelly friend right there. All right. And Danny M, you'll have to shoot me an Instagram picture of that so I can see what you did. I'm sure I probably have seen some of your other pics of it on Instagram too over the course of the last few days. I get a little bit more of our snow back in there. And we will be doing our icicles over the top of this. It's going to be, again, we can only do so much with the snow here. The crushed glass, oh, it would really look nice on the bone right here. Oh, it would look really sweet right there. See if we can lighten this up a bit. White here. Maybe a little more over here. And a bit more over here. Darks. I have some of the Van Dyke Brown already on the brush here, so I just was looking over here thinking maybe we reinforce a couple of darks here. Oh, just Danium, if you could shoot me, if you want to send me pictures or anything like that, what you've been working on and the progress of it, you can always send me those on Insta, of course. I'm gonna let a little bit of my dark get there. Where's the blending brush? Poof, right there. Some dark here. Blending brush here. Poof, like so. Flight sim, well, we've always been a kind of an international type of a thing. Even Kathy's stream, when she streams, there's an awful lot of folks from Europe there because it's their nighttime. It's kind of weird. A lot of the folks that we know, they think it's such a crazy time to be streaming, and to me, it just kind of seems, well, normal because that's when I see everybody. It's like, what do you mean? Streaming at, well, here now, is it 2:50 in the morning? 2:50 in the morning Central Time. And of course, as Armored Wolf always says, there's no sleep in Wappleville, so forget that idea. Forget that idea. No siree. Well, Flight Sim actually, to me, it's really great because, well, folks in Europe and stuff, the miniature painting just in general has gone on there much longer than here, and it's really fun to have all the folks there. Of course, well, most of the games that I play, I mean, that's Bolt Action, Lord of the Rings, that's where they're coming from. They're coming from overseas. Well, Armada. Pretty much all the stuff that all the stuff that I'm playing and or painting, such as that, it's coming from outside the US anyways, so why not also have lots of folks come in? We're going to darken those down. Yeah, there we go. See, the snow shows up a little bit more with that edge right there. Now, surface tension, toast and marmalade sounds pretty darn good right now. I too wish to have toast and marmalade. Ooh, we could use a couple of darks right here. We got the indigo on the brush. Damn, right there. Boom. Yes. Other side. Hmm. Uh, Tough to reach now. Just a little tough to reach here, given what we've we've lost our access, our easy access to it, anyways. A little dark over there too. And of course, it's always kind of been that way with, well, when public TV went digital, and then there was all of the, well, that's how we got interested in footy back in 2008. Poor life choices, probably. Picking the Western Bulldogs as your footy team. Maybe not the Bell, although the last 5 years it hasn't worked out so badly. Gotta say. Could be worse. It could be Carlton or Brisbane or something like that. Although Brisbane made a little bit of a recovery this year. Darker around his eye? Darker around his eye, yeah. More of our dark along this edge right here.
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my ganja.
And thank you so much, Keldor Drago. I appreciate that. Are we gonna do fast Gandalf? He's like, whoa. Yeah, out of here. So thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that. Well, and of course, hopefully Wombat Combat is still painting on his stream there, because I think that's where we're going to be heading, as we are now well over 8 hours here. Well, not well, we're 10 minutes over 8 hours. And of course, stuff to film tomorrow. And what we're hoping to have for Monday, if we can, here, get the first couple of our Armada ships assembled here, and we'll do some free-handy stuff on those sails. I think that could be a lot of fun. I mean, we've done tons of Armada ships already, so why not do some more? I'm going to try and sharpen up this there. Even that sharpens up the edges on that some more. Here, I do want to get, oh, what the heck, we'll just go with some cadmium orange here. And then we got a radiant yellow mixed in with that. Poof, there we go. So he is still going, and we've got it all set up for that raid right there. So here, we'll zoom out so people can see what we got going here. There you go. So that kind of gives you an idea. Look at how big this thing is. That is rather large, but there it is. That is, again, from Archvillain. We'll zoom in a little bit more for you so you can see some of the close things here. So all done with the oils. Basically 8 hours. It's possible. Yes, it is. We will say thank you very much for all the bitses, all the subs, and the cheers, the follows. And of course, thanks so much to Armored Wolf for, well, doing this for 8 hours along with me. Now, hey, Avocado Kids. Oh, everybody, please, before we head on out here, be sure to give Avocado Kids a follow as well, because Avocado Kids part of the late night streaming crowd. Yes, indeed. Oh, thanks, Luminous. Thank you so much. Random printing goodness is always good. So, Avocado Kids, I hope that the week has treated you well, and the new year just kind of keeps getting better. All right, we're actually going to start our countdown here for Wombat Combat Prime. And again, thanks so much, everybody. I just gotta. Okay. Thanks, Luminous. Oh, and thanks, Ibranizen. Here, let's. There we go. Our rate count is all set to go. So thank you very much, everybody, and we'll see you on Monday.